millimeter, it be accurately measured.
It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat, below ground. Measured flat. You hearing me now?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Where are we today?
I actually set up in Flipside. We can go somewhere else. Let's have a look. So the couple that have tried or would have gone in if there'd have been anybody in there was 24/7. Now there's people in there, but they're listening to a chat replay, or are they? Let's have a look.
That I wouldn't have to physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I could attend.
But why are you here then?
You know,
what I mean, if you're not here to obviously I can't pick you up and take you some, you know what I mean? All you're gonna get here is people.
So because there's a live stream replay going on in 24/7. Excuse me, but there is a couple of people there. What I'm going to do, Neil, is I'm going to go into live stream 2 and hang around in 24/7. Let's just go and tell the people in Flipside. Right, anybody who's a member of, what's it called again? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I will be in there in what's called live stream room 2. So now we're in there. What I've spent messing around with for about the last 10 minutes before doing my intro for the pre-show was trying to figure out how I can share a video with you and have it positioned at the top of the screen so I don't need an extra scene. So if there's only a couple of people in the Hangout, when I share a video, let's just share a random video with you. It puts it at the side because of the way I've scaled it, so that it can work with a side-by-side shot, right? So I can do a side-by-side shot, but it just looks a bit, I don't know, it's not formatted correctly for what I want it for. Yes, it fits it on the screen nicely if someone's watching in the wide format, but what I really want to be able to do is get it so that it's above, and no matter what I do, if there's only a couple of people in it, I cannot get it to be above us. That is to say, you and I sat below the video. So no matter what I do, it will always be badly proportioned. If I put my video on, it'll cut off half of their, heads in this instance. And until a couple of more people join the G Plus Hangout, I can't get it to scale right. And I don't want to make a new scene for it. Anyway, those are the woes of now having multiple formats to have to concern myself with on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Such is life.
Where'd you say you are in 24/7?
I'm in a room called Live Stream 2. Anyway, do you want to hear this video? Play it to you. Maybe if Stephen or Flat Earth Cafe can confirm that they can hear this.
There comes a point in a man's life when he's got to face some facts.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear it, Nathan.
Perfect.
And one fact I got to face is that whatever it is that women like, I ain't got it. I chased after enough girls in my life. I went to enough dances. I got hurt enough. I don't want to get hurt no more. I just called up a girl this afternoon. I got a real brush off, boy. I figured I was past the point of being hurt, but that hurt. Some stupid woman who I didn't even want to call up. She gave me the brush. No, Ma, I don't want to go to Stardust Ballroom because all that ever happened to me there was girls made me feel like I was a bug. I got feelings, you know. I had enough pain. No thanks, Ma.
Are you
He's talking to his mother.
gonna die without a son?
So I'll die without a son.
Oh, Marty, put on the blue suit, huh?
Blue suit, gray suit. I'm just a fat little man, a fat, ugly man.
You not ugly.
I'm ugly.
You are beautiful.
I'm ugly.
Marty.
Ma, leave me alone. Ma, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm miserable enough as it is.
You gonna get married?
Okay. I found it quite amusing after our interactions yesterday with Max.
Is this Martin?
I don't know what it is.
Or Marty?
Just like I found doom scrolling.
Yeah, this is a famous, it was a play, then they made it a movie. What they give you when you're trying to break into acting. This is one of the first reads they give you.
Oh, is that right?
In the States, that is, yeah.
Okay. How sad. This caption underneath it says deeply upsetting. Like, yeah, for your beaters out there that don't end up with women, very upsetting. However, on this side of the fence of hippies, admittedly, pot-smoking hippies and conspiratards versus fart-sniffing dweebs, for the most part, the people I've hung around with have always had a tendency to be able to breed, to procreate. You know what I mean? And on the fart-sniffing dweeb side, we've got a load of faceless trolls. Right, that's what they are on the globe side. Faceless beta trolls. Very amusing.
Yeah, that's from the book called Marty. Acclaimed romantic drama follows the life of Marty Paletti, played by Ernest Borgnine, a stout bachelor butcher who lives with his mother in the Bronx, always unlucky in love. Marty reluctantly goes out to a ballroom one night and meets a nice teacher named Clara. But that ain't gonna happen. Freaking hero boy. He is ugly as they come. I was cracking up yesterday. And Dad is getting under his skin, boy. I got more pussy than you.
Anyway, what we're going to do...
Paying for it don't count.
I mean, if you're going to chat skank, expect to have the absolute shit tore out of you. It's like, no worries. If you want to interrupt a little discussion where someone's trying to get a little gotcha, show that Nathan Oakley is wrong with the old to a sphere from a sphere bullshit, you're like, if you're going to interrupt that by shouting mantra, I'm just going to rip you a new one for all your little bitch friends that you're with. Men, all of them.
But Eddie Bear was out in victory yesterday all over the place, boy. He told you off, sent you to the Coliseum.
Funny stuff. So we're going to listen to Matthew Learns in the live show today. Need to find the section. I should really do that now, shouldn't I?
You could even see, in another sort of southerly or easterly direction, you could see another mountain range.
No, that's not right.
Did you know that they're trying to get in touch with your publisher, Uruguay guy?
Shocking. Away from it, or just whistle past it, end quote, last guy. No, we're not going to shy away from flat Earth. I don't know, off the top of my head, sea level. And Huygens, as explained earlier, those are also reliant foundationally on Earth being measured flat for the maths being suggested for the satellite's trajectory. Also, fundamentally and foundationally reliant on Earth being measured flat.
Matthew Learns, I think he was replying to you at the moment.
Yes. Oh no, I just fundamentally just
use flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, like I said, I just want the radius number, because if you give us a radius number, we can tell how big whatever we're on is, right? Because if you know the radius of something, you know the circumference, right?
Okay, I'll give it you if you can give me the radius of flat.
I don't need to. I'm not referencing that.
It's a malformed question. There is no radius of flat.
It's not a malformed question.
I'm trying to respond to you. I'm trying to respond to you. Moderate. Radius of flat, standing out flat Earth is a question you could ask. And no radius of flat. It's a category error. Real values. So where flatness doesn't need.
Someone just said in the middle of you and Rob that the golden radius.
We measured Earth. I need your permission. I need to shut your mouth while I measure that, as opposed to appealing to a ratio. No, we got measured with. You don't need to measured.
Do you think that every time they launch, that the math is the same?
Yeah, shockingly, they don't.
I get muted again.
All right. Is it just me that'll get server muted? Shockingly, other than the flat Earth measurements. No, they my start to yours. How rude are measurements come from? Always, without exception. Earth always was being measured flat. It is being measured flat as we speak, and it will be measured flat tomorrow.
It's so easy to say, but so hard for you to prove, man.
Distance, altitude, angle, sea level, eye level, the distance. That's also a flat Earth.
So when the Challenger O-rings, when the Challenger exploded because you.
Here, so clearly every Earth's on Earth measurement. Got nothing to do with Earth surface measurements. Dimwit.
I didn't even say that. You're the consideration, and it doesn't mean that the only. I'm so pissed about that.
While this guy, in terms of the altitudes from sea level, when you measurements.
Where's that?
Describe this then, because we're measuring perpendicular to a plane of reference measured to the millimeter accuracy from sea level. So in order to describe this altitude, you want to ascribe and Huygens as
Matthew Learns, I think he was replying to you at the moment.
Yes. Oh no, I just fundamentally.
Copernicus and Huygens, but you can describe. You need a flat Earth to describe this then, because we're measuring perpendicular to a plane of reference satellites. Yeah. Do you want to tell me which satellite and tell me how? Yeah. In all instances and without exception.
Speaking of weather, don't weather satellites, the existence and success of weather satellites show that the Earth is not flat?
In all instances. That's where what was it? What was that? 2:57. 2 hours 57:57. 2:57:57. Jolly good. Now one deck Neil and click OK are in there. It looks nice when I present a video. So, although I don't need me to be presenting on my own video, if I was bringing this to the audience now. Oh no, it's still at the bottom. That scuppers my argument. How do I get this to be at the stupid top? There we go. I don't want to do it like that because now it looks wrong. This is so frustrating.
What's going down?
Just trying to figure out how to get this to scale nicely. And it's not having it. That's not going to work either.
Can one of these guys post a link in FBD text so people know to go there? Because I still can't find you.
Go into a different chat. in Teams and then go back into Master B. You hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning. There's a link over at Droid server as well in FED text.
Maybe if I change the size of this. Still wanting to put it at the side. There we go. Got there in the end. Now, if I turn my camera on, if I want to react, there's got to be like a certain special set of circumstances just to get me below the stupid thing. Hey ho. Might just have to create a different scene for when it's above.
Above, you say?
Yeah, on the OBS, not above Earth's planar surface.
How are you?
Good morning. Hello, everybody.
Hello, good to be here. Good to have you all. We are, as I said in the intro, in the, get the name right, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube. Got the name wrong. Let's try that one more time. We're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Got it right the second time. And I've tried to come and join this particular server, I don't know, the last 3 or 4 days. And each time I join, there's a replay of one of their more popular shows. Now, as I understand it, this is actually connected to the politics server we were in 2 days ago. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to replay some of the politics interaction that we had a couple of days ago, specifically with Matthew Learns. So if you are familiar with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, then you'll be familiar that when you join one of their live stream chats, you'll often get a replay of some of their more interactive moments. So this will be no different. Obviously, I'm a person. You can actually ask me to stop the recording, as it were. But this has come from an ancillary Discord server that is associated to the one we're in today, which is, as I say, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So we're going to be playing Matthew Learns. Was anybody around when this conversation actually happened? It was sort of 5 hours into a politics session a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was there.
We're all there.
You were all there. Presented the wrong thing now. Whoops. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I'll normally share a link to my reaction videos YouTube channel, but in this case it's me. So share with me that you've been sent by me. I guess. I've already sound checked it, so the people in Discord can actually already hear. Sound without exception.
Speaking of weather, don't weather satellites, the existence and success of weather satellites show that the Earth is not flat?
Right, what altitude are the satellites at?
Oh, he ignores that.
I don't know. Like
sorry, let's just deal with the guy
miles?
with the satellites. Do you want to tell me which satellite and tell me how high it is, please?
The geo satellites 25,000 miles above the equator.
25,000 miles is an altitude from sea level.
That's right, it is.
Yeah, so we need a flat Earth to describe this then, because we're measuring perpendicular to a plane of reference measured to the millimetre accuracy from sea level. So in order to describe this altitude, first we had to measure a mean average across the entire topographical surface of Earth, with the sea being averaged for a level. That's no part being higher or lower than another. So you can describe an axiomatic principle of perpendicularity for the vertical altitude in feet, metres, furlongs, miles, whatever you want to ascribe it. So you've given me a satellite at a flat Earth measured altitude. So Earth's measured flat for your satellite. Furthermore, if you're going to assert that the satellite's in an orbital motion, geosynchronous or geostationary, then you also require a flat Earth derived radial value for orbital elliptical motion by Kepler, Copernicus and Huygens, as explained earlier. Those are also reliant foundationally on Earth being measured flat for the maths being suggested for the satellite's trajectory. also fundamentally and foundationally reliant on Earth being measured flat.
Matthew Learns, I think he was replying to you at the moment.
Yes. Oh no, I just fundamentally disagree with his assessment. So
So altitude's not from sea level.
Altitude is from sea level, but you can also derive altitude on a spherical Earth.
No, you can't. Altitude is only from sea level. No mountain has got two different heights ascribed to it. You won't get an altitude from sea level and an altitude from something else when you describe the height of a mountain. It only has one value. This man is wrong, fundamentally disagreeing, won't change, that all altitudes are measured from a flat Earth with a plane of reference called mean sea level. That is a fact and will never change. Just because this man disagrees won't give altitudes two different values for a mountain. Utterly preposterous. All altitudes only come from sea level. There's no two values. You're just wrong. You're going to concede how wrong you are? Do you think Everest's got two values?
No, I will not. I will not concede that I'm wrong. About
give me the other value for an altitude of Everest. What's the other value other than the one from sea level? If I'm wrong,
the altitude of Everest has never been directly measured.
There's no other measurement. There's only the one from sea level.
Right. So there is.
Yeah. So you're wrong. So you told me I was wrong. No, you're incorrect. When you suggested I was wrong and there's only one altitude, there's only a measurement from sea level. No, I'm not wrong, moron. Don't assert that I'm incorrect and then justify how right I am by saying no, there's only one value. So I'm right then. Yeah, I'm done talking to you. Don't assert I'm wrong when I'm not. I am absolutely 100% correct. All altitudes are measured off a flat Earth from sea level. There are no exceptions. What this man put to me after I pointed out that absolute stone-cold fact was I don't agree. Like he has any arbitration over measurements from sea level and altitudes ascribed to anything. They're all measured from a flat Earth. They're all ascribed a value from sea level. He was just wrong. Disagreeing with me wasn't an option.
Okay, so back to the original question about satellites, weather satellites. Where do they get their images from?
From a measurement from a flat Earth. Earth's measured flat.
I wasn't asking about their altitude measurement. I was talking
they're
about
measured flat from altitude.
Images of like the hurricanes and stuff.
Yeah, they measure Earth flat for it. All of the data that they send back is with respect to a flat Earth from sea level. Third time I've said it. Do you think whistling past the fact that it's got a flat Earth prerequisite in the measurements means that it doesn't prove a flat Earth? It's got a flat Earth by prerequisite, fundamentally and foundationally attached to all measurements. So it can only work on a flat Earth. The measurements are derived from flat Earth measurements from sea level. A fourth time I've said it.
So yeah, let's whistle past the altitude and talk about the images that come back from the satellites.
No, we won't whistle past the fact that we must measure Earth flat for the altitude. If we must measure Earth flat for the altitude, you think I'm just going to say, I know what I will do with this absolute devastating winning fact of measurement of Earth's flat surface? Let's just ignore it. No, what I'll do is I'll hold you here indefinitely till you understand implicitly how Earth must be measured flat. Not just immediately ignore it because you lose with it. No, Earth's measured flat with it. Why would I whistle past it? Absolutely not. Earth's measured flat from sea level. The measurements that you will appeal to from here on forth rely on Earth being measured flat.
So I agree that the altitude is how far you are above sea level, but we would say that would work on a globe or flat.
That's a contradiction in terms. You can't be level and globe shaped. We discussed this earlier with a guy called Edinburgh. It's a contradiction in terms. If it's a globe, then it's not level. That's a contradiction in terms. My God. Hello? That's a contradiction in terms. You're not globe shaped if you're level. So to conclude, he's appealing to something that fundamentally relies on Earth being measured flat from sea level. It's not that we wouldn't notice the globe shape of a sea level when axiomatically it's being violated if it's having parts lower than other parts. That's globe shaped. It's not, it's sea level. Axiomatically, you couldn't give horizontal distance ascribed values to something that was globe shaped. They wouldn't be axiomatically level to describe the topographical vertical deviations with. If it wasn't level, you couldn't be perpendicular for height. You stupid man.
Okay, so what if I just say the weather satellites are 29,000 miles from the center of the Earth or something?
Because they're not. Well, because you're wrong. Because that's not how they're measured, you stupid idiot. I've just told you this. Are you deaf? They're not measured. So you think they've got two values? One from sea level. Correct me if I'm wrong, moderators. I've already dealt with this dumbass once. No, there's not two values. There's only the sea level value. Why are you rinsing and repeating something you're wrong about? Is it just because you don't like being wrong? There isn't two values. There's no value for Everest from the centre of Earth. There's only the flat Earth measurement. I'm not going to whistle past it. I'm not going to invent some shite that you just create out of thin air. Air being measured barometrically from sea level.
So
also.
my original question is, what about the images from satellites? And you just kept whinging on about the altitude. So
so
I'm
whinging about the flat Earth measurements you require in your claim. Is that me whinging about them, or is it that you require Earth be measured flat for your claim? It's not me whinging. It's you using your flat Earth measurements perpendicular from sea level and then attempting to whinge about how globe-shaped they are in a violation of the law of non-contradiction. What you are doing is violating the axiomatic principle of perpendicularity when you say level has parts lower than other parts. Well, if it did, we'd measure them from level, meaning you can't violate this by saying level's globe-shaped, you moron. So now I'm not going to whistle past how altitudes require Earth be measured flat for your claim. And if you understand how flat Earth is being measured from sea level for your claim, it seems you're trying to have a second crack of the whip while you say there's two values, one from the centre that nobody's measuring from. There is no centre. That's a radial value. The radial value this man's just appealed to, that's being at the centre, is also derived from a flat Earth measurement by Huygens and Kepler. That's what R is, a flat Earth measurement of minimum elevation angle. So no, if you're going to suggest being at the centre, you'd need an R value because nobody's digging to the centre to measure it. You're extracting it from flat Earth measurements also. So no, we won't be putting an extra value for the height of mountains just because you say so. We'll still be measuring them from a flat Earth, even though that's the third time I've had to go through it with an idiot. There's no second value from the centre, and the centre's derived from a flat Earth value also.
Where do the images come from?
Why are you asking me? Earth's measured flat.
Because we have satellite
flat. You haven't acknowledged that.
Weather patterns, and we could predict hurricanes. And where do those come from? That's a simple
flat Earth
question.
Measurements. I've told you 4 times. They come from flat Earth measurements. We've gone through it. Are you not understanding what I'm saying? Flat Earth
images
measurements
come from measurements.
Yes, that's right. We measure Earth for these values. That's correct. Yes, people measure Earth, and it's flat. Like I don't know, off the top of my head, sea level. The one you're appealing to, that flat Earth measurement that I'm now talking about while you yak through me, like all 4 people who've spoken to me prior have had to do when they get absolutely annihilated with their own requirement of a flat Earth measurement that we should either ignore and superimpose centre of Earth radial flat Earth measurement values that mountains aren't measured with, or just ignore it. I mean, it's only a measurement that we're relying on. No, we won't be ignoring it, and we won't be inventing centre of Earth R-value flat Earth measurement derivations either. Earth's just measured flat for your claim. I'm done with you. Your claim requires Earth be measured flat, mate. It's the end.
Where do the images come
Don't ask me anything. Why are you asking me? Have I claimed anything? You've claimed satellites.
You haven't answered it.
I haven't got a need to. You've got flat Earth measurements in your claim.
You just out measurements, so you just...
Yeah, you've got flat Earth measurements in your claim. I've pointed out how flat your measurements are in your claim. I haven't made any claims for you to ask me questions about. You're telling me about satellites. That's your claim. Think you can question me? How dare you? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, you're appealing to flat Earth measurements in your claim you made. You need a flat Earth for those. Height, off sea level. Done. Earth's measured flat for it. Next. What's the time? 2.5 hours. One more question. Anybody else?
Are you going to watch the video or no?
What video would that be?
Oh, the Artemis mission. and of Earth.
So did we not just go through how it relies on flat Earth measurements, flat Earth R values, orbital elliptical motion? Maybe if you ask me if I'm going to do something and then yak through my answer about why I wouldn't need to, maybe that'll change my answer to you while I'm in the middle of answering you. Am I going to watch a video you've asked? I'm now answering you. Maybe you just keep talking while I point out how unreasonable a prick you are. Prick! I don't need to. I know our flat Earth must be measured for the altitudes, distance, ballistic trajectory, elevation angle, surface level, eye level, longitude, latitude, coordinates. All of these things are flat Earth measurements that Artemis will rely on. So I don't need to look at any video. It's relying on flat Earth measurements. I'm pretty sure I've gone through this in the last hour 15 times.
Can't we watch Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe instead?
Maybe if we watch Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, we'll all believe our lions can talk. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat for the derived mathematics of orbital motion. Elliptical orbital motion, flat Earth prerequisite elevation angles, flat Earth elevations from sea level, surface level measured from sea level.
Is it proper to put a statement of fact in an if statement looking to invalidate the statement of fact?
No, but that's what's happening. Correct. We've got a statement of fact like Earth's measured flat from sea level, and then, well, if we suggest that it's a different measurement from the centre after we derive a radial value off a flat Earth to get us there, or if we just ignore it altogether. We can look at weather... No, we can't do any of those things. These aren't if statements. Earth is measured flat from sea level. That's not up for debate, like I tried to explain when I was muted for about 20 minutes. When the guy was like, we're going to have a debate where our opponents steel man the globe position. My response, well, why would you want to do that? They're all relying on flat Earth measurements. There's no steel manning a globe position. It will require flat Earth measurements, like radial values off a flat Earth with elevation angles, like heights from sea level, like, count them, 4 globe believers who've stood before me today. They've all appealed to flat Earth foundational measurements. Has there been an exception? Has one of them used something other than flat Earth measurements? No. Every single one of them has used flat Earth measurements. Me, I haven't made a claim yet. No one's asked me anything. Don't need to make any claims. My opponent just offers me flat Earth measurements on pillows every time they come to me. So what do I need to? I don't need to do anything, because Earth will be measured flat regardless of globe believers using flat Earth measurements and then saying, oh, well, let's just ignore that we measure this from sea level. Why? Because it's incongruent with your sphere belief. Yeah, it is. That's right. It violates an axiom of the base principle you're measuring Earth with when you suggest the maths of the Roman Catholic Church's orbits means you're on a ball. No, you fundamentally don't even understand that that system invented by the Roman Catholic Church puts you inside a ball to move around the sun, mathematically, after measuring Earth flat to achieve those maths. 16 times. It has been fun. To be fair, I was yakking through a promotion when I got muted.
Question, but
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
It just seems like when I asked where do satellite images come from, that chanting sea level 15 times isn't a very good answer.
So if you post that stuff in side chat,
sorry, Matthew.
I know exactly who you fuckheads are now.
Matthew, is there another value for altitude? Matthew,
you guys have a good day.
Is it just 2 people talking? Matthew's just put something to me, and I'm responding to Matthew learns. So is there another altitude other than sea level, Matthew?
No, the altitudes are based on sea level.
So Earth's measured flat from sea level?
No.
That's a fantastic rebuttal, Matthew. Truly amazing. You win.
Right.
Yes, Earth is measured. I was being sarcastic. I did have something to follow up with. No, that's just wrong. Matthew Learns is wrong. Saying no. Yes, Earth's measured flat from sea level. It's a level that's been measured that we give all altitudes from, as confirmed by you 2 seconds ago. Earth's measured flat with this value. It's called sea level.
And how does that answer my question?
Why are you asking me? I didn't claim it. Why are you asking me? Did I claim it? Is it mine? Did I measure sea level? Why are you asking me this?
No, I was asking where satellite images come from. A simple question.
Right, did I present you with satellite images? I presented you with the data that they're reliant on, which is altitudes. So the altitude data that they provide is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement value, isn't it? The answer's yes, absolutely, without question. Altitudes from sea level, he's already confirmed it.
Without question.
It's already been confirmed. I don't need it confirmed. It's not like you saying no is going to change what sea level is. It won't. Okay then, jolly good. In conclusion, Earth's measured flat from sea level.
Oh, back. I'm sorry. I'm back. Holy shit.
So we were done with you, my friend. We moved on to someone else.
We already agreed that sea level isn't flat.
Sorry, there's three people talking. I was talking to Matthew Learns. 3 people talking. I was talking to Matthew Learns, specifically one person. So Earth's measured flat from sea level, Matthew. It's the only way to measure altitude. So unless we ignore how flat Earth must be measured perpendicular to a plane of reference, Earth's measured flat from sea level. Well, that's it. Earth's measured flat from sea level. There's nothing else to discuss.
So there's nothing else to discuss. I can't bring up a weather satellite images.
With its altitude from sea level?
No, without any...
So the balloon doesn't have it. Sorry, I'm confused. You're saying this balloon doesn't have an altitude from sea level?
I'm saying it's irrelevant where the...
So like the other guy, it's irrelevant. No, it's not. It's absolutely relevant. It's its altitude measurement from sea level. It is relevant. You just trying the same trick the last guy tried, which is, well, maybe we could just ignore it. No, we won't be ignoring it.
Really not what happened.
I confess that I am trying the same trick of like getting off the single topic of sea level.
Oh, you don't like it? Does this flat Earth measurement scare you? Do these flat Earth measurements scare you?
They do not.
Well, why would you want to deviate away from it if it doesn't scare you? Let's talk about flat Earth measurements of sea level. Is it because you want to use them without acknowledging how flat Earth must be to be perpendicular in the vertical with respect to this value? It's because Earth's measured flat that you don't want to talk. You'd rather shy away from it or just whistle past it, end quote, last guy. No, we're not going to shy away from flat Earth measurements from sea level, Matthew, even if you want to because you're scared of them. If you weren't scared of them, you'd talk about them. Earth's measured flat from sea level, Matthew. I don't care how scared you are.
Oh, I'm not scared.
Right. So you understand what perpendicular means? Do you understand what perpendicular means? Do you understand what perpendicular means?
I do.
And do you understand that altitude is perpendicular to a plane of reference called sea level?
I do, yes.
So Earth is measured as a plane of reference for altitude?
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's the end of the discussion. Earth's measured flat for all altitudes without exception, including weather balloons. Their altitudes measured off a flat Earth. There are no exceptions.
Oh dear.
So, in conclusion, Earth's measured flat from sea level. No amount of cowardice trying to whistle past it or ignore it or claim that we're just harping on about it. What? Harping on about how flat Earth gets measured from sea level perpendicular to a plane of reference we've measured. That's just Earth being unequivocally measured flat. It's not me harping on about it. I haven't measured it. It's reliant on by you guys when you use it. So, I mean, you can deny it. Maybe you can tell me we measure from the centre of Earth when we derive a radial value for a centre of Earth, also with a flat plane to derive it. All of these flat Earth measurements have been presented today are by the ball believers, by the way. I haven't had to claim a single thing. Every single person has presented me with flat Earth measurements, including Matthew Learns. Measurement of sea level. Perpendicular altitude in this instance. If Earth wasn't flat, we wouldn't have sea level measurements of altitude. We have to measure Earth flat, or we wouldn't have altitudes of anything ever. So Earth's measured flat. No getting away from it. Literally no getting away from it. Maybe beg me again that we can whistle past this, Matthew. Plead with me to not talk about how flat Earth is measured from sea level. Beg me.
Yes, could we please stop talking about sea level and talk about other evidence?
No, your bleatings and moans and cowardice is going to be denied. No. Given that I didn't bring it up, we're definitely going to continue to talk about how flat Earth is measured from sea level. Why would you bunch of cowards want to cower away from this, Matthew? I ask. Why don't you want to talk about how flat Earth is measured from sea level?
Because I believe there are ways of coming up with sea level on a globe also.
So that's a contradiction in terms, for my audience's benefit. Level means having no part higher or lower than another. If you're globe-shaped, you have specifically got parts lower than other parts. Now, that would be curve. Now, if Earth has curve, we'll measure it, survey it. Deviating in the vertical, that's curve. But in order to measure that curve, that's hills, we'd measure it with respect to a horizontal planar reference also. What would that be called? Oh, sea level! So if there's any curve when Matthew employs a contradiction in terms, globe being level. No, you obviously don't understand the difference between something being level, having no part higher or lower than another, and having parts higher or lower than other parts. That's globe shaped. No, we definitely not got globe levels. That's a contradiction in terms, Matthew.
Well, I can't argue with that.
No, you can't. You're absolutely correct. Globe level is not a level, it's a flat Earth prerequisite. In order to measure curve, we would need axiomatically to understand and accept distance being measured on Earth, flat and linear, for it to be described as horizontal. So we can describe deviation from that horizontal measured mile value.
Oh my goodness!
You guys
is that
see
a
that?
rerun? Or is that happening
Give people
again?
time to talk. You dealt with it very professional.
Oh, thank you very much. What's the guy from the Goonies called that Liam's posted in the chat? It's got the guy, the goofy looking monster guy.
Looks like Uruguay guy.
Goonies. What's he called? Sloth or Slouch or something like that. Do you know?
Sloth.
What's he called?
Sloth.
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 Got a picture of Sloth. It says, "The globe is level." So you understand, Matthew, that if we measure Earth and measure curve, we'd be measuring a vertical deviation from the horizontal measured miles. You understand how rise over run works, of course, right, Matthew?
Right. I'm just saying you can't argue against definitions.
Yeah, so when we describe measuring curve, we require horizontal linear mile measurements to describe curve in the vertical deviating from. Second time I've asked you. It's called rise over run.
Yeah, rise over run is slope. That's right.
Right, so if we're going to describe the slope, we need mile measurements of Earth in flat miles first to describe the horizontal miles with the deviating vertical drop. So Earth, third time, will be measured flat in linear miles to describe curve, that's hills, with. Won't it, Matthew?
It will. With those definitions, I can't argue against that.
There's only one definition of measuring curve. It's the deviation in the vertical from the horizontal. And if it's reference Earth and its curves, we've surveyed Earth to the millimeter accuracy. It's flat for the horizontal distance in miles. So if there's any curve, not contradiction in term level curve, because that's the stupidest thing anybody could ever say, Matthew. You said it, you idiot. I have to put this. What's he called? Sloth or Slouch or something like that. Do you know?
Sloth.
What's he called?
Sloth.
Sloth?
Sloth.
Got a picture of Sloth. It says, "The globe is level." No, we don't have contradictions in terms like levels that curve. That's stupid. Because as you've just conceded, describing curve, that's things that are globe-shaped as opposed to flat, would be a description in the vertical drop with respect to the Earth being measured flat with miles. So Earth's measured flat with miles to describe curve with. End of statement, end of argument, Earth is measured flat.
I'd just like to say, Nathan, as well. I mean, you can disagree with definitions, actually, Michael, but you can't disagree with the actual measurements of Earth that are carried out, using in practical applications, like in surveying or celestial navigation. That's how it's done. Forget your definitions. That's how it's measured in a physical reality.
Yeah, I see. I mean, if there's only one definition of sea level, then I can't argue against it.
It's a measurement. It's not a definition. It's not an English category. It's a measurement category. They measure this. It's not up for discussion. It's not Socratic. You understand? It's not Socratic. It's a measurement.
In which definition it's curved?
Hold on.
Can you find
it? Sasha, shush. It's not you're in a category error. How it's defined, it's a measurement. We're measuring mean sea level. Cat got your tongue? You deaf? You need a few more seconds to think about it? The answer's yes. Okay,
Yes,
well, if you can't cope after 5 seconds of thought. Right, it's not Socratic, second time. It's been measured. There's little huts that measure mean sea level. They're not inside the huts arguing about the semantics of it. You understand that, right? You're in a category error. You think it's semantics. It's not. We're not going to have to go through the Socratic method. It's a measurement. You're confusing maths and English, Matthew. Okay, well, obviously it's the second time I've asked him and he needs a few more seconds to think about it. This is a maths professor, by the way. Hello, Matthew! You're in a category error. They measure it third time. Okay, well, I'll conclude.
People mean different things by sea
No, they
level.
don't. They're measuring it. Nobody's in the huts arguing about the definition when they measure mean sea level. They're measuring it with tools to measure. You think those tools are having a little argument about the semantics of it, do you? Sloth?
Sloth.
Got a picture of Sloth. It says, "The globe is level." Are you an idiot? Do you think the sea level measuring tools are having a little debate about it? What are you on? Are you on a different planet? No, they're not arguing about the semantics of it. They measure it. Fourth time I've said it. Category error. Hello? Maths professor, you're in a category error. It's not semantics. They're measuring it. Okay.
I respectfully disagree and use different definitions, but
they're not defining. They're measuring
definitions.
Sorry, they're measuring it. They measure sea level. They're not arguing in the huts about semantics. You understand that? Did he say they use different definitions? I'll play it once more. Level.
Nathan, he's looking for global mean sea level. You know that.
You're saying, the globe is level. Clearly not. Do you think they are arguing about what this is when they've got huts to measure it? You're just an idiot, Matthew. You're in a category error. 6th time I've said it. They're measuring mean sea level, Matthew. They're not arguing and debating about the definition. 7th time, you idiot.
Could he cite one time that they've ever measured a curved sea level?
Say again, John.
Could he cite any example of measuring a curved sea level?
No, it's a contradiction in terms. There's a Merriam-Webster definition that says level means having no part higher or lower than another and conforming to the curved parts of the sea level on Earth's surface, or something like that. That's not verbatim, but that's the general gist of the contradiction in terms that comes up if you type into a search engine, how does level work on a globe? And then it'll come back with the Merriam-Webster suggestion that level means a contradiction in terms where no part is higher or lower than another part, but is simultaneously having parts lower than other parts when conforming to curves.
That's correct.
But you can't measure it in that way. You can't measure... If you're going to measure something, that's what I was trying to explain it when I'm showing the audience with Matthew Learns actually having the conversation. If you're going to describe something... Let's just turn my fan off. If you're going to describe something as being curved, then how curved it is the deviation from the horizontal. So if you're surveying Earth, you're surveying it with flat Earth linear distances in the horizontal, and then curve would be described as the deviation in the vertical with respect to the flat Earth miles that you've measured in the horizontal. Therefore, to have curve or a globe shape with curves is to describe the deviation from the horizontal. That's the level bit that has no part higher or lower than the other. That's the horizontal axiom required to describe curve width. So when they say level means no part higher or lower than the other because it's not level, that's ludicrous. But if you're a dimwit, I mean, it's not like there's enough shorts videos where there's people going to AI and going, AI, can you time me running from here in Chicago to New York? And AI says, yeah, I'll set a timer. And he goes, okay, I've done it. How long did that take? It says, oh, wow, that was quite quick. It took you 3 hours. You're like, but I haven't left anywhere. It's like, so AI's dumb as shit? Yeah, it is. But people will go to AI and go, how does level work on a curve? Because I need to know how to square this circle of Earth being measured flat. So what do we get as a consequence of people going to AI and asking it how level works on a curve? The globe is level!
Well, it says here that global mean sea level has risen about 8 to 9 inches since 1980. How do you rise on a globe?
Well, that's the difference from a plane. The 8 or 9 inches is specifically tied axiomatically to a plane of reference to describe it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
The other hut's got the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Yeah. And the apparatus inside the hut is having a little argument as it grows a set of lips and has a little English debate, according to Matthew, as he respectfully disagrees that it's a freaking measurement. It is! They're measuring it, Athan. You think they're still trying to figure out what the semantics of what that measurement is, do you, Matthew? No, they're definitely measuring. We've had mean sea level quite some time. Anyway, in conclusion, while this little subterfuge offered up by Matthew's been thwarted for the 8th or 9th time, we can say we're measuring Earth with mean sea level and all elevations without exception, even the dumbass idiot bull-believing ones that are suggested to either be whistled past, completely ignored, been harped on about, or maybe we could suggest they come from a radial value in the centre of a ball that we're not measuring. I got quite a few emails and comments and such like about that particular little back and forth where I'm like, beg me to move past sea level. He goes, yeah, okay, fine. Can we move past sea level, please? No, absolutely not. But nice that you can obey orders and beg to move past this flat Earth prerequisite. And that's what it is. Earth's measured flat. Yeah? The more I listen back to the shows recently, the more I come to the same conclusion. The debate is utterly over, and there's no reason to sit other than pretty where we are with our understanding. We can just sit here. Doesn't matter. Now, when it reached points where, like, for example, yesterday, worldwide debates, there's a guy in there called Jack who's got the whole to a sphere from a sphere, which I'm not engaging in. I won't say the conclusion to it. He's suggesting that you can draw a tangent plane to a sphere that is automatically assumed. And I'm defining tangential 90 degrees perpendicularity as opposed to his assumption that there's a ball with his tangential plane. Now, when he's doing this, he's doing it so he can suggest I'm a liar when I don't say, oh, we can draw a tangent to a sphere, which I'm never going to do because it opens the door to introduce his sphere by assumption. And there was another guy there called Flat Earth Data, or Mr. Data as he went by now, or goes by now, trying to kowtow to this automatic assumption that there's a plane that we measure with a dangling dingleberry below it. Now, me wanting to engage with that is, or moreover, Mr. Data wanting to engage with that, is offering an open door for a baller, in this case a guy called Jack, to assume there's a plane being measured flat for perpendicularity axioms to hold true, but that's simultaneously got a ball dangling below it. Whereas I'm saying I don't need to make an assumption of a model that's also derived from a flat Earth measurement, because all it will do is demonstrate how we can now get into a discussion that assumes a spherical model below the flat measured surface level that you suggest is a tangent. Well, when this is happening over and over and over again, the justification by the ball side, in this case a guy called Jack yesterday on the worldwide debate show, whatever it's 2577 I believe, the show number FED, he's trying to say you're a liar because you won't concede the to a ball from a ball argument where I can draw a 90 degree perpendicular plane to a ball that only exists in maths, and I'm now assuming because you've opened the door to it. And because I won't concede that, he's saying you're a liar. Now, when that happened, listening back to it just today, driving back and forth to the trampolining class for my eldest daughter, it occurred to me that their only route is to try and discredit me, the messenger, in essence, when I deliver the message that Earth's measured flat. Now, that's not a open up the note and start arguing with the messenger or disagreeing with the note. The note that the messenger, me, brings and puts in front of these people is Earth's measured flat. Because it is. Well, what they want to do is go, you, messenger, you've bought us lies before. I've just shown how I got you to not confess we could assume tangential planes to a sphere. You just kept on harping on about 90 degrees with perpendicularity, part of the question. Therefore, you, messenger, are a liar. And my response then, reiterated now, is I don't need to be right. This has nothing to do with me. Same goes for the maths professor saying I'm wrong. Doesn't matter if I'm wrong. Perpendicularity is what it is. It's an axiom used in Earth measurement for heights off sea level. Doesn't matter if I don't say it. Doesn't matter if I get it wrong when I'm trying to describe it. And you say, ha ha ha, you described the word wrong. We're not actually parallel. We're perpendicular and you don't understand the difference. You're an idiot, Nathan. You don't understand these axioms and how they differ. All right. And that alters how Earth's measured from sea level? No. I have no arbitration in it. Therefore, if somebody tries to discredit me by saying, I've gotcha, with a clever question, it won't change Earth measurements. When you understand that, you sit back in your chair and go, they can throw anything they like at me. Doesn't matter. They can show that I'm a child-abusing, wife-beating, con artist, grifter, e-beggar, which is what they want to put to me. And I can go, okay, let's pretend all those things are true. Well, two of them are. I'm definitely an e-beggar. What was the other one? Grifter. If you want to suggest that e-begging's grifting, then that's the two. I wouldn't, but you can have it if you want it. The rest of that nonsense cockwaffle is only there to discredit me, the individual. Why? Well, because if you can show that I'm wrong, people won't believe my argument. There isn't an argument anymore. I don't have to put forth a convincing argument. I can state facts. Earth's measured flat. In this instance, when somebody comes to me, weather balloon with an altitude from sea level, I go, oh, thanks, an altitude from sea level? Don't mention the altitude from sea level. Well, why not? Well, because I can get other altitudes. There aren't any other altitudes. There's only the ones from sea level. What about the ones from the centre of a ball I'm not measuring and am now assuming? Well, that's not the altitude from sea level that we only ever use. This is the summary of a discussion with a maths professor who wants to simultaneously say, yes, I understand, perpendicular to a plane of reference sea level, end quote, him. By the way, that was lied about by a scumbag yesterday called Rob Noxious, like he'd somehow said that perpendicular was to a curve. He didn't. That was just a complete lie, just to summarise that from yesterday also. The point being... Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was about to say, isn't Matthew the one that conceded that in order to have a plane of reference, you must have a plane to reference?
Yeah, he concedes that in a minute. We might as well get back into it just to get to the end of this. These are the dumbass suggestions of bull-believing clowns, by the way. Here, you've heard them. But we do just measure Earth perpendicular to a plane of reference called mean sea level for all altitudes on the surface of God's green Earth. Flat for every single measurement ever made. Earth had to be flat.
I wonder if Matthew believes that you can measure a plane of reference without having a plane to reference.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's how we measure Earth, including but not limited to altitudes of weather balloons, satellites, aeroplanes, angles of elevation for mountains. Everything to do with altitude is all perpendicular to a plane of reference without exception. But they don't want to talk about it. The fact that they absolutely unequivocally require Earth to be measured flat in the last 10 years was always understood, accepted by both sides, and then immediately ignored. And that was verbalised by Professor of Mathematics Matthew Learns in this session. Please, can we just whistle past and ignore how flat my measurements for my satellites fundamentally rely upon? Can we just ignore it, please? It's like, what, you had it too well, too good for the last 10 years, where everybody on both sides just ignored distance being a linear measurement, horizontal. Not anymore. Yeah? And we get, well, you're just harping on about these devastating flat earth only measurements that are in your claims, every single one of them. So like I say, if every single claim being presented about any earth measurement ever is flat, you as a flat earther become completely redundant. But don't let that faze you like that's a bad thing. You can sit back and go, no amount of scorn poured on me as an individual to try and discredit me will ever change the measurement of Earth's flat surface, because it's measured as a flat surface. But you haven't measured it and you aren't consequential to it. So long as you can relinquish the desire to be the guru that sets everybody straight being a parallel perpendicularity requirement for Earth's flat surface, then you will always win. Because when they try and say, I've got you, you don't understand the difference between parallel and perpendicular. You're like, I don't need to. Earth's still measured flat regardless of my comprehension level in this instance. And same goes for your opponent. Them telling you you're wrong, like Matthew did. No, I don't fundamentally agree with Nathan describing flat Earth measurements from sea level that are in my claim, Matthew Learns is suggesting. All right, you disagree. It doesn't matter if you disagree. Because ultimately you still need flat Earth measurements from sea level, because every single measurement from anything ever that had a height ascribed to it was from a plane of reference called sea level. That's just true for every height ever measured on Earth. True for every distance, linear in nature and horizontal, ever measured on Earth. Every measurement of Earth's surface was on a flat Earth. So that's it. Earth is what it is. Now, 10 years from now, there'll be people who come to this discussion that are the nasally dweebs that are like kryptonite to women, that sniff and tell you how they've got no flat Earth measurements workable because it's all global. Those people will be replaced by people who go, yeah, I always knew it was a flat Earth being measured from sea level. I always knew that every altitude was from a plane of reference. I always knew that every map scale was flat and every distance measured was horizontal. I always knew it was flat. And the dweebs will have little meltdown spurg sessions where they can't frickin' believe their ears as normies start telling them how they always knew it was the case. Like anything that is difficult to accept and understand, it is initially laughed at like it's ludicrous, then braced against with the most vigour that can be offered, and then just accepted by the masses as having always been the case. That will be flat Earth. The masses will just accept it because it doesn't matter if they don't, it is inevitable because that's how it's measured. So the fact there's a overarching one world heliocentric religion that's been taught to you by your state that everyone likes to moan about. Oh, but they were true when they were telling us it was a big ball. No, that was in contradiction to the measurements of Earth that everybody's using always. And whenever you try and justify your ball belief, what do you know, like Matthew Learns? So they got weather satellites looking down on a curve. What, from sea level? The measurements off a flat Earth? Yeah, you've got measurements though, haven't you? Oh, can we just ignore those and look at curved lens pictures so we can believe it's a ball? No, we're not going to whistle past the flat Earth measurements because that's how Earth's measured. Maybe if we look at the Suez Canal, we can look at the distance, linear and horizontal, and then suggest that that horizontal linear distance should have, but hasn't got, drop in the vertical. Ignoring that to have a drop in the vertical and call it Earth curve, you'd need a horizontal distance in a flat Earth prerequisite format be measured. Yeah, we still measure Earth in that linear distance, though. That's how Earth has been measured. So it's an inconsequential argument that most people can start recognising moving forward. I don't need to have this argument. Just have to look at the measurements. And it's really basic. I don't have to worry about Keplerian orbital motion or radial
that's the
derivation.
problem, Nathan.
Go ahead.
That's the problem. Because what they do is they Google. This is from Colorado University. Okay? The term sea level has many meanings depending upon the context. In satellite altimetry, the measurements are made in a geocentric reference frame relative to the center of the Earth. Tide gauges, on the other hand, measure sea level relative to local land surface. The satellite altimeter estimate of interest is the distance between the sea surface illuminated by the radar altimeter and the center of the Earth, geocentric sea surface height, or SSH. So I got a special SSH, sea surface height. Figure that out. This distance is estimated by subtracting the measured distance between the satellite and the sea surface. In parentheses, it has after correcting for many effects on the radar signal from the very precise orbit of the satellite. At any location, the sea surface height changes over time due to many understood factors: ocean tides, atmospheric pressure, glacial isostatic adjustment. By subtracting from the measured sea surface height and mean sea surface, such as mean sea surface, and these known time varying effects, we compute the sea surface height anomalies, each point in the global mean sea level.
That's a contradiction in terms. So what it's saying is the mean. What's the mean? Oh, that's the sea level mean. But he keeps calling it the sea surface. It's like, okay. I mean, if in these very convoluted, contradictory definitions, it says that in order to get a distance to the centre, we need to first measure the distance from the surface to the item at altitude with a mean, but just not mention the word level. Well, what's the mean that you're averaging to minus from? So we're starting with a value that we're going to minus from to get us to the centre. Why would we need to get to the centre when all we actually need is the altitude from surface level with sea level? That's the mean average that's been measured. Now, like I say, if you're a dweeb, you'll look into this because it seems deeply fascinating. When you learn that you're going to measure your height off sea level and minus it to get you to the centre of a ball Earth, now that would be minusing the radial value. Oh, right, where do we get that? Because it didn't get a mention, did it? It said that we were mentioning the centre, but it didn't specifically say, yeah, being at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth in a global system is a radial value. Oh, where do we get that from? Well, yeah, if this was being presented me by some clever dick fart-sniffing dweeb, some golem that'll never breed, I'd point out that, well, to minus the value you've measured off a flat surface level to get you to the centre of a ball will require you include a radial value. Where do we get that from? Doesn't seem to mention it. Should we have a little look? And what we're going to find, Neil, when we dig into this value that we're going to be minusing the measured height of sea level with? Where would we get the R value from, Neil?
Well, you'd have to get it from a flat Earth.
Right. So like I say, this has been made intentionally cognitively expensive. So that when someone looks into it, oh, wow, I heard Matthew Learns explaining that there's multiple definitions and Nathan just wouldn't accept it. Well, I've looked into it and it turns out that when we measure our height off sea level from the mean average of sea level, and I just ignore the word level and call it surface, I can suggest that if I minus it from a radial value, that gives us the distance to the centre, which is how we're really doing it, after we minus it from a measured height from sea level. Right, well, that sounded like a very convoluted, nonsensical, contradictory explanation that wasn't necessary. We just need the height off sea level. Why would we be minusing it from a value that's also derived from a flat Earth measurement? Oh, to make it cognitively expensive for numpties. Meanwhile, this is for radar, right? Radar uses flat horizontal linear distances. So to suggest that radar's working in some global context, no, it uses distances. They're flat. They're horizontal. They're measured. So no, we don't have global radar. We have flat linear distances, though, and altitudes from sea level. They're all described horizontal and perpendicular for altitude when you're measuring planes height above the ground, so they don't crash into each other. You have parallel flight levels if you're using radar, and the distances are absolutely, without question, flat and horizontal. So why would this be an inference? Oh, because you need to convolute the complications of this very complex thing called radar with its global necessity, obviously, because we're minusing the radius that we took from a flat Earth from the measured altitude from sea level, therefore radar's global. No, it's not. It uses linear distances. But that's why you need these overcomplicated, cognitively expensive explanations, so that your average normie doesn't look into them. Meanwhile, if we dig through them and start looking at the primary sources within the statements itself, we've got a mean, end quote. What's that? Well, it's a measurement of Earth with sea level. its level, having no part higher or lower than another, so it can work with the radar and its linear distances. So we got there in the end, the flat prerequisites, the Earth's still being measured with, height off sea level and linear distance. Those are the actual only input values. Suggesting that there's an input value from a centre point in a globe Earth? How do you measure that? You don't. But sea level, you can definitely measure that. Yeah, it is being measured as we speak. It's averaging levels. That's what it is.
Well said, Nathan. But this is like Neil's just said out there. Michael Learns tried it yesterday, and the other guy wanting to, quote definitions. And if you ask Google this is the answer you'll get when it repeats it. But they don't want to. These things are just words and definitions. What they're explaining cannot be demonstrated in physical reality.
That's
For
correct.
example, you can't demonstrate a theodolite, measuring a perpendicular vertical angle from a curve. It requires a horizontal to do that. It will always need the horizontal. You can't demonstrate a theodolite doing that. But
So you're
they'll say
saying
the word.
everything with measurements can be done in practical way. This is just whatever they Google. If it says globe in front of it, yep, it's a globe.
Yeah.
But in practical situations, it's being measured flat.
Exactly. If you rely on your suggestion of validation of Earth and its surface topography being spherical by way of Google search, then yeah, your average dumbass pleb will find his way to a search that says, okay, of course it's global. Yeah, but the arbiter of this is measurement, not Google search. It's not semantics, not English, not defining things.
Exactly.
It's measurement.
That's what I was saying earlier, because they've said for the longest time, everybody knows it's a globe, or everyone knows it's a globe. Well, if to measure is to know, and they measure it flat, everybody does, whoever does anything, then everyone knows that Earth is measured flat. I think we need to change that.
Yeah, everybody already knows fundamentally how distances work, how our height is described, how sea level is axiomatic to distance measurements in the vertical, that distances themselves are linear. People understand these prerequisites. People understand how flat Earth is being measured fundamentally. And whenever a ball believer comes along and tries to suggest that they've got proof of sphericity, they immediately lean into their flat Earth measurements that they're reliant on, because that's the only way it can be measured. That's why it's like shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. People come to us and say that they can prove a ball or that we're wrong. You go, well, why are we wrong? You go, well, because you've got different faces of the moon that illuminate themselves. You go, okay, which direction are we looking at? And immediately they've scuppered their own argument, because they know that to describe any of these things requires a flat Earth directionality in horizontal azimuth, or a height off a sea level that's perpendicular. All of these things that are leaned into by our opponents when suggesting that they're proving sphericity. Even with that citation that was long and cognitively expensive, within the citation you've got descriptions of measurement to acquire means. Means being an average of a sea level. That's what you're describing. The differences on a datum that's vertical, axiomatically requiring those differences be the planar description of the sea level on that vertical axis. So that's what they're measuring to get a mean. So when you actually break it down in terms of what we're actually measuring, same goes for their description of the height thereafter. You've obviously got to have an established zero for sea level, that's mean sea level, if you're going to describe an altitude with respect to it. But then you're describing perpendicularity in the vertical for altitude. Again, a flat Earth prerequisite measurement from surface level. So all of the measurements, when you actually look at them, but most of these are put with what seems like a surface level in the discussion that's convoluted enough that people won't scratch the surface away. It's just a long gaggle screw that seems complicated about radar, global this, sea level, average distance to the centre point that. And you're like, no, this all seems a bit complicated if you're a normie. You know, that's the point. Because they're trying to brainwash you into your ongoing belief in a ball that's based on flat Earth measurements. So you need to make any measurement of anything ever that's related to Earth seem more complicated than it actually is. It's not complicated. We're measuring a mean. Right, say we add together a load of deviations in a horizontal. They're all flat. So we've got flat averages. Okay, that gives you 0 points, so you can describe vertical altitude. Yeah, that's right. What for? Well, for radar, so we can describe how far something is away in a horizontal distance. But if I pack a load of global and centre of Earth descriptions around that simple measurement fact, it'll seem complicated to your average brain-dead pleb. Simple. So that's why. Well, that's the world we live in. But for me, I'm like, now I understand this stuff. Throw it all at me. If that was being presented by a baller, I'd go, okay, your average is from a flat Earth measurement, your altitude's with respect to that perpendicular, like I did with Matthew. It doesn't matter what even the people who've seemingly invested the fart-sniffing, boring time into this cognitively expensive garbage that's worthless, because all we really need is the distance from the radar. That's all we need. Elevation as well, because that also factors into the distance if they've got to take a descent with respect to a plane as they calculate it. As in, the descent path is their drop over distance, calculable with a triangle and a flat Earth linear value for the distance and a flat Earth perpendicular value for the altitude. So these are fundamentally reliant on Earth being flat, even if you pack a load of globe nonsense around it that contradicts it. Any other comments? If not, I'm going to do a bit of e-begging. For the 60 people watching live, I survive here on YouTube with minimal views and minimal ad revenue because of the generosity of people who watch the show. So if you're watching this, there is links below this video in the info box to PayPal and coffee. And like a lot of the YouTubers e-beg for, buy me a coffee. If you can afford the couple of bucks, maybe $5, $10, whatever it is that you can afford to buy me a coffee if you were physically in my presence, and you're, oh, Nathan, really good, I love your show, let me buy you a coffee. Then do that metaphorically via the Buy Me a Coffee link, and that literally keeps the lights on. It keeps me going as a YouTuber, and that's been the case for about 10 years. I've never actually reached a point in YouTubing where the channel itself is large enough to sustain the mortgage and the electricity bill. But the people's generosity via things like PayPal and coffee is what keeps the lights on, is what's kept the show going for about 10 years. So if you're like, oh, I can spare £5, then please do so via the PayPal or the coffee link, as it is exactly that keeps the show going. So thank you very much to everybody who has recently paid me via the PayPal or coffee link by buying me a coffee. I am extremely grateful to all of you who do that. Obviously, I shout out the Patreons at the beginning of each of the Uncut and After shows, and I shout out Super Chats as and when they come in during the live shows. But if you're watching after the fact, or indeed if you are watching live and you can afford to do so, please support me via the Buy Me a Coffee, or in my case it's just called KO-FI or coffee link, and PayPal links are also below this video. If indeed you do not have the means to support me, which is also perfectly understandable, times are tight for everybody, then please share one of the videos. Either smash the share button if you're watching this live or watching after the fact on this video, or better still, go to the Nathan Oakley 1980 homepage, go to the section that says Shorts, go through one of them and find a 2-minute video and just stick it on your Facebook. They're all sanitized. There's very little, if any, swearing in the Shorts videos, so they're very shareable. So obviously I'd prefer you to just give me cash and that keeps the lights on, but also it'd be nice to eventually reach a point where the YouTube channel potentially does keep me going through ad revenue, and I don't have to do so many e-begging campaigns and like this, an e-begging to camera campaign for you to actually hit the PayPal or coffee link. So yeah, share the videos if you can't afford to support me, which is totally understandable, but if you can, buy me a coffee, hit the PayPal link, smash the super chat, all that good stuff. Right, any other comments? We'll round out the live show. Hey, Eli. Okie dokie then. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
It has become so simple now, this topic, as Nathan's just eloquently explained in the show and demonstrated with Matthew Learns, that in every instance, and it always has been the case, that they will only offer you flat Earth measurements, and that's all we have to stick to. It's all we've ever had to stick to. No nonsense waffle, just measurements of Earth, starting from sea level, of course.
Yeah, It is dead easy. And initially, the people who braced against Earth being measured flat, which it absolutely is, because it took away their guru status, will start to realise that potentially you can still convey this information and recognise your insignificance with regards to it, and therefore the insignificance of your opponent, and therefore when discussing it, for the fun of discussing it, because there's, it's not going to change because you haven't discussed it. The person opposite you not being converted won't matter to the surface level measurements. But when you understand all those things, you can sit pretty and go, it don't matter if this guy tells me I'm a child abusing, wife beating criminal e-beggar. Doesn't matter. It's like, it's still measured that for you and for me and everybody who ever measured Earth ever. So who cares what you call me? All right, you've shown that you win, I lose. Okay. Earth's still measured flat from sea level. Distances are still horizontal. What did you achieve by suggesting with an ad hom that I'm wrong? And the answer's nothing. As long as you stick by that, rather than feeling that you've got damaged pride because they show you where you've got ignorance, inconsistency, a lack of credibility, a former history that's petty or heinous or whatever it is they're trying to discredit you with. Like, if you know you don't have any bearing on this, you didn't create sea level, you didn't measure altitudes, you didn't measure the distances or map the terrain, you didn't produce the map scales, you didn't do any of these things. So don't worry about them discrediting you. Your pride can wait. It's inconsequential to the actual facts, not discussion points, not debating points, the facts that it's measured flat. And if you give it enough time with any opponent, they'll always take you to a flat Earth measurement for every single claim to be globe proof ever. Just wait, just let them talk long enough, just let them explain it, or just ask them where the measurements reside, and they will give you flat Earth measurements every single time.
Yep. And using flat Earth elevation measuring pieces of equipment like featherlights and sextants and levels all the time. Because they have to, like we all have to. Because Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured. And the Greeks all knew that.
Yes. Well, quiet from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
I found that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying this. I found that the globe is flat. When I first read it out on the show, I was trying to get the show number. I couldn't work it out. But it's funny because I was obviously in the Discord when I did it, and I did sound a little bit sort of quieter than I am now. Like me, I was a little bit. Can I read a poem, please? And the way I read it was a little bit like, sounded a bit scared. It was funny to listen to.
I especially like when we get to the flat Earth measurements, how they really, really want to whistle past them. They'll bring it up and then they'll want to change the subject because their own words betray them. Couldn't think of the right word for a second there.
Yeah. It must be like the switch has just switched, the red flag, the penny drops, and the phone has just, for an instant second, you're using sea level and altitude is from a level plane. But let's not, what about the moon phases? Just get away from this demeasurement, for God's sake, isn't it? That's what's happening. That's what we've been saying, the measurements. It is a measurement. That's all it's ever been, a measurement. That's all we ever talk about.
Yeah, as we do the tours of the various different servers, it's going to get quieter and quieter as people recognise the futility of trying to argue for a ball. I can already sense it going back a couple of days later with some of the people in these servers. They're, getting tuckered out really quick because they can't cope with the mental input required to keep asserting veracity. It's really difficult for them. And you can hear it. They're getting more and more despondent as time goes on.
Yeah. But like you gave the example with, well, there's a few examples the last couple of weeks. We're not skipping past it. We're going to stay right here on this levelness. That's where we're staying, and you're staying with me. Not skipping past nothing, pal. Been so used to skipping past the angle. Been doing it for years. Used to try and skip to dip, didn't they? Which is skipping to dips is still the same problem for them, but they thought, oh, if I talk about dip correction, that gets me out of a bit of a predicament. No, it doesn't. That's what they thought back then. Let's not talk about the angle. We'll talk about what height do we have to deduct from sea level to get the elevation angle. Everything they say is wrapped around flat Earth. And, but I said it last week, it's a lot more chilled out when you get to this pardon the pun level. And Nathan's demonstrating it on the shows and going to these servers. Yeah, it gets a bit rowdy, but that's because he's been overtalked and mocked and ad hom attacks. So you've got to shut these clans up a little bit. But on the whole, and I can remember years ago being in the servers, with your Xanax, and there'd be me and 4 or 5 other flat earthers all screaming at the Globers. Can't get a word in because you're going to tell them about this and tell them about that. Like Nathan's saying, it doesn't matter what you say. We can't change anything about this place and how it was always measured flat from 0 degree baseline sea level. That's all we've got.
Yeah. Well, we'll do the tour.
Like I think the last few just in the last show, we've been demonstrating it very, very nicely. Like you say, people, even flat earthers have, fought against the, just sticking to the simple fact that it's measured flat, and all this terminology that we'll be using and descriptions and the equipment we'll be using is designed to measure level, horizontal, vertical, flat. It's just simple, but some, they fought against that because they still want to argue and have the debate because they've been doing it that long. It's like it's a change, and a lot of people don't like change.
Change? One day. We've been trying to say debate's over for the longest time, but yet you keep hearing people say that word, debate, debate, debate. Getting very frustrating.
Well, the guy,
what are we going to debate? Tell me what we're going to debate.
Yeah, but it's like that guy when Nathan got put on mute, was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember, 20 minutes. That guy there was trying to organise an event where
that was
you're going to have a debate.
I was working that day. I couldn't get involved. But if that's not telling you what's what, I don't know what is. If I was Nathan, I would have been, all right, I'm done with you guys. I'll see you later. Call me when you realize that there is no debate.
Well, it's gone in one ear and out the other, what Nathan was saying. Nathan was explaining at the time, it's just always measured flat. This is how we do. There's no debate. There's no argument. Doesn't matter what you say or what anybody says to you. It's always been the case that Earth's measured flat. And instead of like the penny dropping and thinking, wow, yeah, I might not have to organise this event, really, because there is no argument. There's no debate. Nathan, tell me more. He put Nathan on mute for 20 minutes and talked about the debate that he's going to organise so they can argue with each other about things not probably associated or relevant to a measurement of Earth. Sorry, I'm just driving at the moment. But again, just to go over the guy yesterday, Jack or whatever he was called, he wanted Nathan to repeat something in a certain way and Google it, so that, like Neil explained before, that the response Nathan would have got would be that you can perpendiculars related to a curve or whatever the guy was talking about, which is nonsense, which doesn't prove from AI or some Google metric model would demonstrate that in reality. No tool will do that. Like I explained before, the theodolite measures vertical angles, but it must have a horizontal to do that. It can't do it from curved. It will need the horizontal or the vertical angle. So if you're suggesting that this can be done and perpendicular from a curve is possible, show that it's done on a satellite, please.
Yes, I agree. I agree with the sentiment of the current discussion or topic.
Well, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Well, Steel Man, you'll argue for the ball even though you're a flat earther, and they have to argue for the flat earth even though. What the hell is going on here? And then, because they're promoting it, they got to shut you down and allow this guy to promote this nonsense when you're trying to end all the nonsense. It's very weird, the things that are happening in this flat earth supposed debate.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Hopefully start promoting a book.
Well, I haven't heard anything from Chuck for about 2.5 weeks. I can only assume he's on holiday. I sent him an email a couple of days ago and he'd normally reply within a day, and he hasn't. So, like I say, I assume he's on holiday. As people are at this sort of time of year. Makes sense, right? Not that I mind it being quiet. Especially when we're in some random server. So at the moment, being in 24/7, which, although not unfamiliar to us, isn't the one we're most often in. Therefore, at some point, somebody will wander in and start telling us how Earth's a ball. And for whatever reason, the G Plus panel's a little bit quiet at the moment. You're working, Len's working. Liam occasionally pops in. Don't know what Adam's doing.
I'm just thinking. I'm just sitting there talking on the chat a little bit, but not to anybody particularly. Just thinking about Buck yesterday. Thinking, he goes, what's the point? And it really hammered home like how defeated he must be feeling, because what is the point? Anything he can say is going to either mean or need horizontal, and horizontal can't bend. If it ever bent, it wouldn't be horizontal. It gets real simple.
Yeah, I got the total same impression. There seems to be an air of defeated tone in all of their demeanours. Like, they'll try and non sequitur away 2 or 3 times, and then they'll just give up. Like, oh, talk to someone else. And you're like, yeah, that's because you're completely defeated now.
Hold on, I thought
Just
everybody...
think about if they're...
Go ahead, Adam, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, give me 1 minute. I was going to say, think about if they're trying to defend this global sea level. They're trying to defend a line that has no part higher than the other, but is always going down from your position.
Don't fall for it, Adam.
It was quite amusing listening to Icy Ben trying to tap out for the next wave to come in.
Yeah. That's what I mean. They're all getting tuckered out at a much quicker rate than they did previously. Because obviously if they feel like they're in a position that can show their opponent is wrong, up until now that was enough, because your opponent being wrong invalidated the argument. Well, this person doesn't have credibility, therefore, if they're wrong, then Earth's not flat. Whereas now it's like, no, it really doesn't matter how right or wrong an individual is when the argument isn't an argument. It's just a statement of facts about how Earth is measured by everyone. And if they want to disagree, it's like, well, why are you appealing to this particular measurement then? If you don't agree, don't use the measurement. But you can't do anything other than use flat Earth measurements. That's the only ones available.
I have got some curve measurements on the black market, Nathan, if anyone's interested.
And that's the dilemma. All they have is flat Earth measurements. What do you expect them to do? And you're mad at Matthew Learns for saying, let's just get past that. Come on, you did it for 8 years, 9 years. Can't blame the guy for wanting to go back to the old ways.
Yeah.
Let's just get past the measurements. Let's talk about global mean sea level. How we get that from satellites.
Yeah, for 10 years, they've got away with using the measurements without anybody noticing. Like, okay, so we're going to talk about how far away things are going to happen. Yeah, and we're going to use the linear horizontal distances to suggest how far away things should be or shouldn't be, or too far, not far enough. It's like, okay, yeah, let's all do that. But doesn't that mean we have to completely whistle past the flat Earth prerequisites? It's like, yup.
So they know that we know that, and they know that we know how to, step around their bull. And now they're focusing their attention on others that don't.
Well, look, you can't blame them. They want to go back to when things were fun for them, where they could use the flat Earth, but we were recognizing it. Now we're recognizing it. They want it to continue on, so just forget about all the measurements. Somebody else did it the other day too. They wanted to just forget about something. I forgot what it was. and just move on from there. Well, we used to do it too. How many times was it right in front of our face and we didn't see it?
But when they could use it, it was a lot more fun to interact with us, wasn't it? When they were getting away with using flat Earth measurements without them going unchecked, like you say, for them, times were good. Because seemingly, they could put what seemed like an argument together with the flat Earth measurements that they absolutely required be used. As long as nobody mentioned it, everything was good.
They really should be upset with conspiracy cats.
Well, I'll give you a flat Earth for that.
It was the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get back to what John said a while ago. If you want to keep talking about this debate, well, maybe we can get somewhere in a debate. Show me where the point of contention is, and then we'll happily have a debate.
There is no point of contention. If we're all using the same measurements, then there is no point of contention. That's the point. All that
And
they
there
can do
will
now
be
is
no happily
non-sequitur.
having a debate then.
Yeah, so all that can happen for moving forward is the person suggesting there's a debate needs to non-sequitur away from their own suggestions when they bring them up and we point out how flat Earth is being measured in them. Then they need to say, well, I don't want to talk about maps anymore. So why'd you bring them up then? Well, because previously when I brought them up, I could tell a flat earther that they didn't have one, and then all the flat maps and the flat distances and the flat measurements became global, and I won. And then it was really good. Times were fun. Now, you point out how flat all the measurements are on the maps when I bring up the maps. So I don't want to talk about maps when I bring up maps. Let's talk about the horizon for a bit.
Well, who was that other guy the other day that kept demanding that you give him a map?
All of them?
Yeah.
Well, there was one guy in particular, and no matter how many times you mentioned the OS map, he just didn't want to hear it. What's your map, Nathan? A good trick to try to make the audience feel like he's winning. But I don't think he knew what you were talking about.
Just spurging out like they all do.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, no flat Earth map. Yeah, Nathan in the background, all maps are flat. I used them when I was a rep. Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
I think it was the same guy who wanted him to ask Google a certain question in a certain way. So Nathan would have to say, perpendicular from a curve. And then obviously the Earth is a globe. If Nathan says it and it's been in a Google search, well,
It's a globe?
It's a globe.
Well, he's the guy, if you listen back, it's like he's listening and listening and listening, and then he can't take no more. And then he just has this outburst.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It's really when you just, like the past couple of days, I can only really listen, right? Because I'm working with this guy that's hard of hearing, but he hears the show. It's so faint in my back pocket, I can't even hear it. And he's like, what's that? What, do you have something on? What's that? Can you please shut that off? Oh, my goodness. Meanwhile, 2 seconds ago, I'm screaming in his ear, and he's saying, I don't have my hearing aid in. What are you saying? Very strange, man, what this topic will do.
Well, all the globers are hard of hearing, aren't they? They are, aren't they?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, they don't listen.
Well, it's not that they're hard of hearing, they're ignorant to what's being said, and they choose to be ignorant. Rob Noxious chooses to be ignorant. Icy Spin chooses to be ignorant. Matthew Learns chooses to be ignorant.
I mean, the one thing about Matthew, he does sort of tell you that. I mean, he's said it for years. We've had this conversation. He told me with the Eratosthenes discussion that he realises he was measuring angles and the distances are linear, but he just wants to stick to the metric. So that's what he wants to do. Well, that's fine then. You do that. But it doesn't change how Earth's measured. It won't for anybody. So you can have that belief if you want, but just keep the belief. You don't have to come on then trying to argue the toss about it. if you realize that, well, yeah, it is being measured flat, and the Greeks was also doing that. But I realize what's happening, and I know what horizontal is and elevation angles and sea level. But I want to believe I live on a globe because I just like that. Well, that's fine, but you don't have to come on here now then and start. You've already accepted that fact, so just go about your day on your globe that you can't measure.
By the way, Nathan, before we get started, I know John Franks personally. And, by the way, your tactics.
Hey?
That moron didn't even know what docs meant. I didn't give anybody's phone number out. Yeah, well, you know what? He's a liar, too, because he's the one that gave Toon my phone number. All right? So he's a liar on top of being stupid. That's Mr. Buck Sodbuster. We will mention your name when it's to mock you, Buck, because I know you'll be listening on the Uncut and After Show. We're mocking you, Buck. Does anybody buy that bullshit that he's an engineer? Does anybody buy the bullshit that he knows the same guy that Nathan sued however many years ago? Do these people think we're stupid?
It's like him, innit, with his reciprocating zenith angle. They're just measuring. It's a zenith angle is an angle. That's the measurement. You can infer whatever you want after that. Yeah. About an observation or an optical situation, but you've just measured a zenith angle. You've not measured curvature. Because they have to. That's all they measure.
Say, well, with this particular guy that I'm working with, he's an older guy. He's in his mid-70s, and he just can't wrap his head around the fact that I believe that the Earth is flat. Not that we even talked about it, except that one time when I worked with him probably a year ago. But it's still in his head, because he'll throw little things out there. And it's not like, I don't think you are a carpenter. You do contracting work. You work with tape measures. You know how to measure. So when I tell you Earth is measured flat, this is not no revelation. Just go look at a map or hold a compass in your hand. But now I hear they got these global compasses. They're called a ball compass. I think Craig put one in Master B. It's called Campus Strong Ball Compass. There you go. It's the sphere.
What's it called? At the moment, we're just telling everybody our Earth's measured flat, which was the intention, and that's how it's done. And then when Nathan's going to the shows, all people are doing is asking Nathan questions. I want to go back to giving them the mic and let them explain how the Earth curve is measured. Who's ever done it, how's it done, and what equipment's used. And let them talk for a bit, and we'll just note down everything they're saying and keywords, and then because none of them
they should take us to Alberoni and Eratosthenes. How come they don't do that no more? One deck.
Yeah, but they're not doing it, are they? it's like even though it's difficult for them, they are happier when asking questions. Yeah, I want to ask you a question. Why are you asking questions about the flat Earth that we're telling you how it's measured? Why don't you just put your foot down with us and embarrass us and tell us how the curvature is measured?
Because they're telling you how the curvature is measured by 24-hour sun in Antarctica. What's wrong with you, on deck? Can't you put two and two together? Why are there certain observations that are going on? Tell me, how does that work on your flat Earth?
Yeah, well, exactly. It's a measure. That's not a measurement. Although you can measure the angle to the elevation angle to the sun over a 24-hour period if you want, which will require a horizontal plane. So there you go with that one. It's if you're measuring the angle to that over 24 hours, that's not a curvature measurement. So that's not. We'll cross that one off the list. So you failed there. What else? So there's your first evidence of curvature failed. I think it'd be nice just for them to embarrass themselves. Just let's let them talk more about this curve instead of asking questions to us about what we're saying about how horizontal and level it is. That's all they're doing at the moment. Questioning perpendicular, questioning what level means. Where's your curve measurements, by the way?
Well, forget about them. Go ahead, Craig.
Sorry, I was excited when I found the ball compass. I thought, a compass is a floating ball inside a globe. It's going to point up and down for north and south, but it didn't. It just points north.
Yeah, but that's all it has to do, Craig. It just has to have that spherical shape, and that's it. That's all ballers need. That's all they need.
I haven't seen this yet. Is it basically just a round spherical compass that's floating in something to maintain horizontal level?
Yeah, it just maintains a horizontal plane so that you can decide where north is. I was really hoping it would say south, point downwards, or north, point upwards, but it doesn't. Which, if it was about to match the Earth, you would have thought it was real.
You talking about one of those compasses that's spherical, contained in a liquid?
Yeah.
Listening from the kitchen while I was washing. I have a relative that's got a 4-wheel drive car. I think it's a Mitsubishi. And in the upper part where you'd normally have your sunglasses, like the little flap down bit that you put your sunglasses in that, he's got various different, I think you call it an altimeter, where it shows the tilt of the vehicle. Well, that device has next to it a compass that's in a ball, so that even if you're at a 45-degree incline, it self-corrects and you can still see which way in the horizontal north points, while seeing the angle of your vehicle with respect to a hill it's climbing over, if it's like doing some serious 4-wheel driving.
But it points north.
North, it's only in a bubble to correct for the fact that the device that's holding it might be tilting at an angle, so it self-corrects itself to the horizontal, so you can still see the degrees with respect to the horizontal, regardless of what angle the vehicle is at.
It's like having it. Well, your compass is flat and horizontal, so it's just like it's basically the celestial sphere, and the compass is the equatorial plane with a ball wrapped around it, but you're still using it horizontally, flat and level. I think because there's a ball around the horizontal plane compass that you use your horizontally parallel to the surface of Earth, that it's a ball because there's a ball wrapped around the horizontal plane that you're utilising.
I quite like chastising them for suggesting that they're inside a ball. I really enjoy that. So, in some ways, I'm trying to force them to suggest that they're inside it by asking them how azimuth works. Because at some point, I should just say this on a recording, I doubt the person that ends up falling into the bear trap will end up listening to this particular after show. But I'll be asking where azimuth works on a ball, And they'll be taking us inside the glorified protractor to the equatorial plane with azimuth in the horizontal with degrees from north written on it. So I can get back to chastising them for suggesting that they live inside their ball model, which that's where they're appealing to. At the moment, they don't know where to go. If the horizontal acquisition is what's required, then the only place to go is inside the ball, isn't it? Wonderful.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, EC, Earth Senate, EC.
Yeah. You can do a search on it. You just do a bit of a search on that, azimuth and, from a horizontal. I did it the other week, and it does, Earth-centered. You have to be inside the celestial sphere on the horizontal plane. And then it reverts back to some globe garbage. It tells you, then it contradicts itself again back to a globe, but the information's there. But yeah, you've got to take yourself inside the ball on the horizontal plane.
You can do it mathematically. You don't have to go inside. You just do some maths. That's the problem. Nathan doesn't know his maths.
Yeah, you don't know your math.
Imagine what it's like to be Bev. Every day you wake up to see how you're going to defeat Nathan Oakley today. And every day you walk it like those cartoons. Foiled again. Welcome to the contradiction, Nathan. Horizontal distances prove a globe.
Professor Phil, I must have commented on something on a tune thing. I can't remember what I said, but he's put back to me, Professor Phil Bellend. How do you get a globe to measure flat, level, and horizontal? Question mark. I'm not replied. I don't know what he's talking. How do you get a globe to measure flat, level, and horizontal?
Well, you tell it, listen, globe, go measure yourself, flat, level, and horizontal globe, right now.
Yeah, go and do it, globe. Mm.
They like bringing these things to life. What is that called again? What?
Anthropomorphization.
Yeah, they love doing that.
It's easy for you to say.
Anthropomorphization? How do you give me one more time?
Anthropomorphization.
Anthropomorphization.
Correct.
It's easier than Premiere.
And then the other tune, I think it was, I've just put meanwhile, tune measures azimuth. Tune's replied, azimuth angles only work on the globe.
Globe is level. The globe is level.
Nathan, you got to play that every time you're in there and somebody says something stupid like that. You got to put them on saying that.
Got a picture of Sloth. It says, the globe is level.
Well, to keep saying it, it'll come true.
That's what they're going.
Sorry, mate. Go on, Adam. Sorry, mate.
I was just saying you're right. That's what they're going off of. They're just trying to fake it till they make it.
Yeah, but they're never going to make it. It's futile what they're doing. They're actually in agreement with us. Not that it's a agree, disagree, because it's not, but they're actually, it's like not even a war anymore. It's like peacetime. You measure it flat, they measure it flat, everyone measures it flat, it's flat. Oh no, it's a ball.
Well, I was just going to, I will say something, but then I had a little thought because I was going to say, did you ever envision we'd be here now in this situation where It's just nice and easy, like you're saying, Neil, Nathan, and chilled, and it's just come down to the simple facts of measurement. But then I thought to myself, I'm talking about us on here, the panel and this show, but then, because we all sort of feel that way, and that's what we've realised how we're here now and what the situation is. But I don't know. There's these flat earthers obviously who are not feeling this way yet.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Feeling.
Nope.
So then, feeling.
Yeah.
Well, what he's saying is that they're still arguing. They're still in an argument, Nathan. Come on, you go to the other servers, you hear what's being said before we go in. We spend 5 or 10 minutes listening, and it's like I went in a time machine and went back to freaking 2015.
You want everybody to simultaneously recognise that the debate is over and everyone's using flat Earth measurements. Therefore, any appeal to any argument that involves Earth measurements will be flat. Therefore, there's no debate. So when you go to what you've called another server and hear people offering up arguments about their opponent's presupposition of a tangential globe plane, etc., that's ridiculous at this state or this stage of the game. There we go. Because we've already recognised how flat everybody always measures Earth. Therefore, there is no argument. Therefore, why are you arguing?
Exactly, because it's not like it's not been heard. You've been saying it from this FED channel, Nathan Oakley 1980, for how many years now? At least 2, probably longer, but we'll say 2. And I know it's being heard because they say, that's your mantra, that's your mantra. Earth is measured flat. Listen to Bev the other day. You say Earth is measured flat, but you've never measured it.
Yeah,
For yourself, Nathan.
Those are the pain-addled ballers, though. The flatties are less engaged with me than the ballers are at the moment. Like, as I doom scroll through shorts, I get presented with this same guy, mid-30s, short beard, and he offers up literally nothing but the feast of nonsense. And he's getting 10, 20,000 views for each of these little shorts videos. And I look at it, I just roll my eyes. I'm like, what are people hearing? Are they hearing the reality of Earth being measured flat by? No. We've been censored to the absolute nines. You couldn't get any more censored. And what's being promoted is feast of nonsense. So what people on our own side are hearing is an affirmation that they're on the right track when they hear some guy talking about, I don't know, gravity not being real, or whatever the feast of nonsense had to. Oh, well, we can see this mountain at X distance away. It's too far. That's what's being fed to the people on our own side, not arguments that are congruent with the opponent requiring flat Earth measurements, which are non-arguments, as you pointed out a minute ago. No, we're far from in front of anybody, right? And the only people who are going out of their way to pay close attention to us are our opposing side, if you want to call them that in name only, who want to come and tell us that it's just a mantra in their mind, saying, you just saying Earth is measured flat is just Nathan Oakley's words, therefore your mantra. That's what they want to convince themselves. I'm saying I have no bearing over this. Earth's measured flat, whether I was here saying it or not. And they're like, no, we will turn it into it just being your words. And if no one else is hearing them, to a degree, they're correct, aren't they? Now, they don't realise that that's self-defeating when they say, oh, here's him saying Earth is measured flat as a mantra again. You're like, yeah, but people who hear you hear that as well. So the opposing side, and half the time that's people's general view, they want to communicate and convert the opposing side, not their own side. Now, in order for me to, if I wanted to, achieve that to a greater extent, I'd need my own side to hear it. The problem is I'm completely apathetic to it. I don't care. When I hear my own side, half the time they irritate me. They have done for 12 years. So I don't feel like I need to go out of my way to convert those who want to argue, because half the time they want to brace against me anyway. When you get to the point that you've got a completely conclusive position to offer, they want to shut you down and tell you you're wrong. You can't just say it's measured flat, for example. You're like, yeah, well, so you're fighting an uphill battle with people who want to be fart sniffing on the flat Earth side. The people who what you want to communicate with them, they're paying very close attention to us. Like very, very close attention to us, while simultaneously telling us you're insignificant and irrelevant. Really? Why are you sat here communicating with me, recording me, broadcasting me, talking about me, discussing me, suggesting how effective you chanting the word mantra through me is? Like, your words defy your actions, my boys.
Only 3 people watching.
Say again?
Yeah.
Only 3 people watching. What, all 10 of them? It went from 3 to 10 real quick. But anyway, that's my point, Nathan. The opposition is hearing it, and these same people in these other servers are debating with the opposition that's hearing it. So they're hearing it. Well, I guess you answered it. They're bracing against it because they want to just be gurus, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but
like
even
anything, it's a question of time.
the mantra bit. Sorry, Nathan.
I was just saying, it's a question of time, Neil. Right? It's a question of time before people see how effective what we do is. And when they observe how effective what we do is, often it will just be absorbed by osmosis. You know, people just take it on board through repetition. So, yeah, sometimes you have to turn it into a mantra of sorts and say, yeah, this is how it's just dealt with by everybody on all sides. And you being inconsequential in the discussion is your advantage when you know your opponent's going to be offering you this as their position, because they need to retain it as a position as well as you do. But then you recognise you don't need to retain anything. You can just sit pretty and wait for your opponent to bring you a flat earth measurement, which they absolutely will.
That's why I want to hear their mantra, because we have got a mantra. We explain all the time how it's measured flat. That's all we do, which is great. But they haven't got a mantra about a globe measurement. And if they do try and explain the globe measurement, we'll just point out how they're measuring it flat, actually, with the altitude from sea level or the elevation angle from sea level.
So their mantra is our mantra. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The mantra is, we'll use Earth measurements to suggest our position is true. What are those Earth measurements? Well, flat ones. And what's your position? Well, the Earth's a ball.
That does not even make sense.
No, because it only relies on you understanding the start point for every claim that has a measurement attached to it. At the point that you recognise that you're going to measure Earth with linear distances, well, that's the end of the discussion. Every single claim will be attached to this linear distance that Earth was measured with then. Yup. Okay. So moving forward being an orientation in the horizontal, we can't do anything other than measure Earth flat. Well, what if you start asking me about moon phases and self-illumination? Like, if I put it to that person that there's no claim, there's no proof attached to that claim, they're going to say, yeah, but it shows that you're wrong. Like, yeah, that might have worked in years gone by where people had to trust my credibility. If I wasn't a university professor saying Earth's flat or a pilot saying Earth's flat, I didn't have any credibility. I didn't have any, I didn't have a horse in the race. No, we've subverted that by pointing out that all measurements are flat. Now, you want to say that I'm not credible, so you can come along and offer your measurements with your highly credible, I'm an engineer with no name. Therefore, when I say Earth's a ball, you can trust me, bro. Because I've got these here flat Earth measurements that suggest it's a ball. Trust me, bro, my flat Earth measurements prove it's a ball. And then you get someone like Buck a couple of days ago. What's the point if all that's ever going to happen is my suggestions of ball proof get pointed out where they've got flat Earth measurements? What's the point? Yeah, you're right. What is the point?
Well, here's the thing. He's so stupid. I said it on the show the other day. This moron docks himself by coming out with that guy, whatever his name is. Because I know you don't give a shit, but if you did, you could very easily find out who he is. He's so stupid you don't even realize that. But we don't care. They care who we are, though. They got to look into our family lives, or what lifestyle your brothers are leading, or how many freaking lawsuits you had against employers.
Exactly. If they can make it about how credible we are. And again, in the past, it's been, you had this girlfriend that you were engaged to. You sued your old employer and won. You're like, do you think you're going to take these things and make them into me being less credible? Because I had beautiful women on my arm that wanted to marry me, or that I sued an employer because they were a prick. You're like, no, those aren't really things that make me less credible. However, I don't need to lean into my credibility here. My credibility is inconsequential. I'm not measuring Earth. I'm a YouTuber. So who cares who I've dated or who used to employ me or how scummy they are or whether or not they lost in court to me? None of those things are consequential to how Earth is being measured. But they used to get away with just, look, this person's not credible. So when they say Earth is flat, as opposed to pointing out that Earth is measured flat, those are very different things. If Nathan Oakley says Earth is flat and Nathan Oakley's not credible, then Earth is not flat. If Nathan Oakley points out that Earth is measured flat, well, it doesn't matter how credible he is. It's either true or it isn't. And what do you know? The reason he's saying it is because you've come to him because he's not very important. Why are you in front of him offering him flat Earth measurements on a pillow then? You know what I mean? This doesn't make any sense anymore. And they fucking know it too. They know it makes no sense. That's why they're all spurging out at the moment. And spurging out is absolutely what they're doing. They're all going bonkers.
Yep. Just listen to the past couple of shows.
Yeah, they're going nuts. It's either complete spurg meltdown from loads of ballers simultaneously or total silence. There's no in between. It's either mental breakdown or can't cope, won't talk.
Then after that total silence, you'll have the guy come in demanding you to give him a map. See, he couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
You listen,
They come in and go,
get to the point.
Give me a map. And I go, what, so it can work with azimuth? I don't want to talk about maps. Let's not talk about maps. Horizon. Hilarious. Very funny watching them all spurg out at the moment. And I thought it would be short. I thought it would take a couple of months, maybe 6 months to get to this stage. When I'm like, no, we'll just go back in. Like, I'm saying the debate's over. And at first you think, well, it's self-contradictory if I go in and entice debates when I'm saying there isn't one. But then you go, no, it's a demonstration to anybody watching. There isn't any debate. All that's happening is our opponents are having freaking mental breakdowns when their own claims get used against them because they're reliant on Earth being measured flat in their own claims. They cannot cope with them. You want to ask me about a map? Well, any map ever's got a azimuthal direction. Oh, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about the moon. What direction's it in? Oh, let's not talk about that. It's not relevant. You're like, what are you guys on? You don't know where to turn, do you? Turn being a flat Earth orientation also. And the one guy yesterday was classic. He said, he's just going to bring you down to his mental level. And I was like, yeah, don't get down to my mental level. That'll be perpendicular to a plane.
So funny.
But yeah, they've got nowhere to go. And the mental breakdown is the only where to go. Now, I thought inevitably that would happen about 6 or 7 years ago. I was saying, look, all that's going to happen for our very despondent globe Earth opponents, when they seem to be genuine opponents, like I say, about 6 years ago, I said all they've got is mental distress ahead of them, and it'll just get worse. Now, again, I thought the time frame for that would be shorter, but now we are reaching it. We're seeing it happen before us on each and every one of these shows. They're having mental nervous breakdowns before our very eyes, spurging out, going bonkers.
I think, like you just said, I did notice it myself. I might have even mentioned it. Going back in and doing this, for one, it's good promotion for the book, and it's demonstrating how the opponent is measuring Earth flat, and that's absolutely fantastic. The more people who are observing this and witnessing it happening, the better.
You know what it is too? If you listen back to the past couple of days, if finally, you know it's over when the last thing they got is, how's that book coming? That's their last shot. Yeah, what about your book?
Yeah, but they don't even, like I said before, they don't even talk about Earth curvature ever. You know, you can talk about Sodbuster.
The globe is level!
You know, Sodbuster wants to talk about the, you know, get into a little bit of a tangle about how the theodolite works. And are you actually using the ground or just, you know, a horizontal line of sight? Let's just talk about that. Not like how's Earth curvature, your circumference measured that you claim. They don't go there. Talk about the theodolite and did sextant and what does perpendicular mean? Sea level. Let's define that. They're not talking. They never come in to us with any curvature proofs. If they are,
No.
horizontal measurements.
The best they got is if I measure 1 mile and it's linear, it doesn't tell us anything about the shape. Agree? He doesn't realize that flat is not a shape yet, I don't think, unless he's willfully being stupid.
Well, if the suggestion of linear miles spherical and the Earth's a sphere, just please, there's the microphone for 3 minutes. Tell us how the circumference of the Earth was measured, and then we'll point out how you're measuring it flat.
It's like if you're going to be ignorant to height over distance, then I really don't have no time for you. You got a certain height over a certain distance. What are you measuring it from? And it must be flat.
Yeah, what a
it
turnaround.
It must be horizontal.
It used to be that drop over distance was Earth curve mathematics being looked at, and the assumption automatically of ball Earth being the prerequisite for the drop they called Earth curve, with the ignorance of the flat Earth distance and the flat Earth altitudes and the flat Earth eye levels and the flat Earth sea levels and the flat... Yeah, it was all geared towards ball belief when they described drop over distance. Now we are going, hang on a second, distance? It's flat and measured. Step one for assertions that we've got a distance, flat, to a geometric horizon, which is a suggestion of Earth curve in the Earth curve mathematics. When you measure your height off a flat Earth at sea level, for a parallel eye level, for a distance to a geometric horizon in flat Earth linear miles, right, how times have changed. Now we just get people spurging out the minute anything to do with any distance or any measurement at all off sea level for altitude gets braised. We get people like mathematician Matthew Learns literally begging to move on from the heights off sea level.
Yeah, let's ignore that.
Yeah, you harping on about the heights from... Yeah, what, harping on about the flight levels, the surface levels, the sea levels, the distances being linear. Yeah, harping on about all these flat Earth measurements. It was much more fun when you guys could come along and say, our height off sea level proves there's an Earth curve. Then heights were very important, and they wanted to, quote, harp on about them all day long, didn't they? Oh, well, how high are you? You must go to St. Bees and measure. Oh, really? So height's critically important to the point where you'll demand that we go and measure it, right up until the point that we recognise how high it is off sea level, fundamentally proving Earth's flat. Suddenly mathematicians don't want to talk about height anymore. Can we move past this, please? I beg of you.
A good example, that Matthew Learns bit that you played today. It's a good example of maybe just it's a good clip that you played. I enjoyed it.
If you think about the hierarchical examples that I've been given recently, right, I've been describing fart-sniffing dweebs here, right? Now, they are, in terms of the pecking order societally, naturally as low as you can get. Therefore, for them to have a little bit of confidence and feel like they can argue for their bull, which is boring, they have to have an engineered group of hippies and fart-sniffing dweeb gurus just a little bit below them by societal standards, which is forced heavily through propaganda. Flat earthers are stupid, flat earthers are idiots. So that gives the confidence to the dweebs. Well, if we look at that societal structure a second, you can understand, we'll disregard this in a minute, how flat earthers want to retain their guru status. We talk about that quite a lot at the moment, so let's just disregard that. The dweebs have got this idea in their mind that because they do have information that your average Joe Blogs normie public plebeian doesn't use, didn't see value in, and hasn't studied, this low on the societal pecking order dweeb suddenly has something that he can feel intellectually superior to your average common man. Now, that is a feeling that they do not want to let go, right? That gives them superiority. So they're not a fart-sniffing, neckbeard dweeb. No, suddenly they're the guru in the room if suddenly heliocentrism comes into the discussion topic. like that happens all the time when people are out partying and pulling women. Suddenly the ladies who are on the dance floor boogieing with the men they want to pull and go and sleep with, they're suddenly having a discussion about whether or not heliocentric orbital motion's relevant. And when that happens, in that single instance, in the mind's eye of these dweebs, they'll be the god amongst men, because they'll know how orbital motion works. So they've got this low-status male with a fart-sniffing dweeb understanding of heliocentric motion that they can just about prop him up from the you're an idiot and unworthy of being bred with. So the low-status male has something that they want to retain because it offers them the semblance of having societal significance. They don't want to give it up. Now, at the moment, given that most of the people we're dealing with are inconsequential, fart-sniffing dweebs, low-status males, beaters, basically, yeah? They don't want to give this up when we come along and go, well, you don't even have that. You're just a neckbeard. You're just repulsive to women. It's not like there might be a circumstance 1 in a million where you're on the dance floor, the music cuts out, the DJ stops playing, and then what do you hear? Somebody going, well, I don't really know how orbital motion goes. And you can step up with your Batman logo and go, I am the hero of the moment. I do know how heliocentric motion works. All on your knees while I regale you with this very important stuff while the DJ finds a new stylus.
Yeah, but Nathan, neckbeard, Max gets more pussy than you.
Yeah, he definitely does. Like I say, he's a good example. He only has societal significance because of his understanding of heliocentrism. The reason they brace against us so severely, so strongly, is because we're taking that away from them, basically, aren't we? The one thing they had to cling on to raise them at one rung in a society that, in sincerity, couldn't give the tiniest of shits about this stuff. That's why they didn't look into it in the first place. So because the General Joe didn't look into it, and they did, in the mind's eye of the people who did, suddenly they've got society. No, you're just overgrown 12-year-olds, still obsessed with rockets and going out to space. It's just sad. But they don't see it that way. They're like, no, there'll be a circumstance where most people don't know this stuff, and I do, meaning I'm special. We come along and go, well, who cares? It's just measured flat. It's incongruent with the actual reality. And that is a knowledge that not only do you not have, the general normie public who believes as you do anyway definitely don't have, and it fundamentally undermines your advanced knowledge that's reliant on these measurements. Meaning that what's the best form of attack when that's presented to them? Attack the individual, attack me, attack you. Like, we've even advanced beyond that, us. We've gone, well, now it doesn't matter if you discredit us, because we're just pointing out where you rely on these flat earth measurements. So who cares if we're having an argument or I don't have credibility? And you can try to lower me in social status so you can feel like you're raised above. Raising above being a flat earth perpendicularity.
It's like you say, though, the heliocentric, it's great when you use that, like on a quick search here. Does the heliocentric model explain how Earth is measured? Yes, the heliocentric model, the sun-centered solar system, explains how the Earth is measured by providing the baseline distances and geometrical context needed to measure planets, stars, and Earth itself. The Earth's sun distance as a cosmic ruler. To measure the solar system and beyond, astronomers use a base distance called an AU. 1 AU is the exact distance from the center of the Earth, that'll be on a horizontal plane, to the center of the sun. In a heliocentric model, this distance allows scientists to use parallax. Parallax is the shift in the position of an object when viewed from two different angles. So, and it goes on and on and on. Measuring Earth itself, while the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus and Kepler focuses on how planets orbit the sun, the physical measurements of Earth sizes use the same geometry. The method, around 200 BC, a Greek mathematician, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. So the heliocentric model is based on flat Earth, I'm afraid, guys.
Those two separate angles, where did they get them from?
The heliocentric model is flat. And we didn't at first know that. It uses angles and shadows and parallax and that. Well, that itself is a killer. Now we've got to a point where saying the heliocentric model is flat.
Yes, because
big statement.
It's flat to the middle of the Earth.
It has to be flat. The heliocentric model can't exist without a flat Earth.
Yeah, we can just ignore the round bit that goes around. Because you can't have round bits without the flat bits.
So the more we can get them to talk about their heliocentric model and how the measurements was, measured, because we'll go through them angles, or the two angles from two different points and parallax and orbital mechanics. We could talk about all that. Let's talk about the heliocentric model and how flat it is. That would be salt in the wound.
Yes. I would say, is that a poem that you wrote?
No, I just made that up. I was just trying to make it
At the
up.
end, your voice got real melodic.
Yeah, well, I was trying to do that, and I was just trying to keep the same tone as the globe is measured flat, but using what I just read about the heliocentric model when I just Googled it then. Yeah, and I think it worked a little bit, but that was just me improvising.
Nice.
I like that. And Nathan's been using that a lot, the orbital and Kepler, Copernicus, and how it requires a flat Earth anyway. Sure, we could go into more things than just that by the sounds of it, if we looked into all the heliocentric models' measurements. Because I used to think that the heliocentric's got nothing to do with Earth measurements. That's what I used to think. It's just all like, to do with space and the moon and the sun. But you've got distances to them things and parallax and angles and, yeah, as I've just read out. So, yeah, there is measurements, definitely, in the heliocentric model, Earth-based measurements from a horizontal plane.
Hey, what's wrong with India?
No, I never got to the bottom of that. I don't know.
He has late-stage cancer, and he's in intensive care at the moment.
Say that again, mate. Missed the first bit.
Yeah, he's got... right, it started off, I think, as a cancer in his esophagus, and then it spread... This is from what I heard, right? It spread to his brain, and then it spread to his lungs, and now he's got like a big giant cancer. I heard it was like 20 centimeters in size and in his lungs. And yeah, he's been in hospital, and then he left for a bit, but now he's back. He's in intensive care, and Dandelion's with him at the moment. But his family's there and stuff, and basically they told him that he needs to get his affairs in order because it's not good.
That sucks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's been battling it for years. He just, he only told a couple of people because he didn't want people to, be feeling sorry for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's he's been battling it, trying to fight it. He had some success and it started to reduce and go away, but then it came back with vengeance. So,
do you know if he did chemo?
Yeah, he did. I think he did do some rounds of chemo, but I think he's too. They wanted him to do it again, but I think they said he's too unwell to be able to go through that again.
Yeah,
there it is right there. That's the killer right there once you start. But I listened back in 1987. The guitarist in my band's father died of cancer, and his mom has been putting into research for cancer all that time. And then when my mother died of it in 2014, she said, that's enough. I'm not giving them another dime because they haven't gained any ground from 85 to 2014, probably even before that.
I mean, they have. They just don't. Like mainstream doctors aren't going to tell you about that because they can't profit. Like the University of Toronto, they were shrinking brain tumors in mice in like 48 hours, like completely shrinking it using the E. coli, the byproduct of E. coli in feces. So literally, they're saying like eating feces straight up just shrinks tumors, but people think it's weird.
Yeah, I can't get down with that, my friend. You got to show me some more information on that.
It exists. There's articles.
Eat shit, drink piss, and die. But now you're telling me it's eat, drink piss, and live?
Yeah, Yale
weird,
has
isn't it?
this whole document, and they called it "Eat, Poop, and Live," and they're talking about how they're just going through the whole thing. But yeah, they talk about how it's really beneficial. I mean, it's pretty obvious people do fecal transplants and have like all these crazy benefits. But
there's a reason why it comes out in the drought. You know that, right?
Huh?
There's a reason why it comes out of your body, right? You know that, right? So to put it back in kind of seems retarded to me.
I mean, I'm not really into any. I'm not really into any of that myself, and it does sound disgusting. But I did watch something once, and they did. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm not promoting anything or agreeing with anything, but it was the about drinking, taking the piss, and they did offer some documents with the minerals and the vitamins and everything that was in the urine, and I don't know. They was giving examples of how this had cured one thing and another of certain people, that your body is doing this, and you're supposed to save it. It's your body, and it's got when I listened to it, it did, providing it was the real documents. I thought, bloody hell, that's amazing how he's presenting this, and how your human body is sort of giving you this as in your waste products to use, but we're all been sort of told that's absolutely disgusting and absolutely stupid. But like the other guy said, I don't know. There's people who've looked into it apparently. But I don't drink my own piss or eat my own shit. By the way, just talking.
Yeah, I mean,
where the term comes
you
from.
wouldn't want to be having your own generally. But
again, was it I something or other? Say that again.
What?
We just didn't hear you. He didn't catch that you'd started talking, so he carried on. Just can you repeat yourself? What's your name?
Yeah, I wits it. No. I level up. Generally, you wouldn't want to have your own because it's like toxic waste from humans. Like humans are so toxic that their waste products are all toxic. But yeah, it's like why dogs eat their own or eat other dogs' feces. It's like pre-digested materials that it's much easier for you to digest. And there was an experiment that this guy who studied enzyme, he was big on studying enzymes, Dr. Edward Howell. He did an experiment where he took rats and he had two groups of rats, and he had one group, they ate only cooked foods that are deficient in enzymes. The other group ate only raw foods. But he based this experiment off of an experiment that someone else had already done using cats. And the guy who did it with cats had shown that the cats that ate all cooked foods, they all became degenerative. Their lifespans were much shorter. They all had, they were riddled with parasites. They had skeletal deformities, all this stuff. But when Dr. Edward Howell did it with rats, there was no decrease in lifespan. And he was like, oh, that's weird. And he noticed that the rats that were eating the cooked food, they were actually eating their feces too. So he did it a second time, and he put a screen so that they couldn't do that. They couldn't eat their own feces. And they lived the amount of the 1/3 less. Their lifespan was 1/3 less, which is what it should have been based on the Pottinger's cats experiment. So eating feces, if you're eating a terrible diet, will extend your lifespan. That's why dogs do it. It's for the enzymes in it. But
dogs live freaking 14 years.
Freaking gross.
This is what I got.
Yeah.
The process: doctors take stool from a meticulously screened, exceptionally healthy human donor. Labs freeze dry and process the material into odorless, tasteless, specialized oral capsules, colloquially called poop pills. The goal is to transplant a thriving ecosystem of healthy gut bacteria into the cancer patient's digestive system.
yeah, you wouldn't want to even do that. What you would want to do is get like a farm animal that hasn't been injected, uninjected animal. And you would want to eat it, the feces, like super fresh, right out of their intestines. Like you would almost want to like kill the animal, cut it open, and squeeze the feces like into your mouth from their intestines.
Like Bear Grylls.
You're making me hungry.
Sounds like Bear Grylls.
We'll have to get F Daddy to try this with his sheep.
Right, the opinions of the panel aren't necessarily shared with FED.
I could drop Yale talking about it. Harvard.
I don't dispute that. It is freaking gross, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
How about Dr. Sabi?
You are.
He's a full blown clown. Riri.
I don't know. 500 people came forward, won his court case by treating them with naturally, by changing their diets, things that cancer can't survive with.
When you understand the cause and like what cancer is and all this stuff, really it's just like the body is unable to get rid of dead cells. So you have like tissue that's poisoned, and when you have cells that are poisoned, they will commit suicide. They call it apoptosis. Like a cell will just basically explode and die, and that will facilitate detoxification. Like that cell that's very poisoned dies, and it dilutes the poison throughout your whole system. If a cell is so poisoned, it's basically clogged up and it cannot carry out that process. And that's where all the genetic material is located inside of a cell. So when the cell is very poisoned and clogged up and it can't carry out that cell death process, it will mutate and become cancerous. And basically cancer is just like a tumor is a collection of poisoned tissue, like collecting itself in an area so that it can be dissolved. And basically the only way to actually deal with it is you have to put on, like there's certain things you can do, like the eating the feces and stuff like that, which are, they can be helpful in shrinking the tumors. Like there's things you can do that will eliminate tumors, but not necessarily detoxify the body. So you can get rid of the symptom.
Or eat nothing.
It's like, yeah.
Just saying, or eat nothing.
You said he did an experiment. Who is this doctor? What's his name?
The one with the rats?
Yeah.
Dr. Edward Howell.
Dr. Edward Howell.
Howell.
They say like long-term fasting also kills cancer cells, don't they? You know, for long periods, obviously. You know,
fasting is
you're just digesting everything that you have in your system. So yeah, fasting is good.
Well, what it's going to do is, say you got a really toxic system. When you stop eating food, your body doesn't just stop metabolizing Like you need energy all the time, even if you're not eating food. So what's going to happen is your body is going to start to metabolize all the stuff that you already have stored on the body. So the problem is like people say, oh, my body's really toxic, so I want to detoxify it, so I'm going to fast. But what happens is you just metabolize your own toxic system. You actually concentrate poisons because...
Are you a doctor?
I'm a medical expert, yeah. I mog everyone on this. But basically, you weaken your own system and cannibalize... You cannibalize your own system and concentrate poisons. This is what actually stops symptoms. Like when you have inflammation, that's actually a beneficial process. The body creates inflammation for a reason. Now, the thing is, if you fast, it will stop these symptoms, but the symptoms are actually your body detoxifying, attempting to deal with poisons. When you start fasting, you poison the system, you create vast toxicity throughout your whole system, and it doesn't even attempt to detoxify because it can't. So fasting just literally the purpose of fasting is to shut off detox. That's what it does. The only way to deal with a cancer really is you want to store as much energy on the body as you possibly can that is clean. So basically what you do is you eat the healthiest, like all raw foods, and you want to get as fat as possible off of those raw foods. It's like if you got a dude who's like 300, like two guys that are 6 feet tall, one guy's 300 pounds, one guy's 150 pounds. If you give the same amount of poison to each of those people, the guy who's 300 pounds, you're going to need much more of the same poison to achieve the same effect. This is known in toxicology. They talk about how the body fat literally dilutes poisons. So body fat is protective, and the quality of the fat that you have is based on what you build the fat with. So all you do, you just eat like, raw meats, eggs, milk, like raw dairy, raw animal foods, certain vegetable juices. Like there's all this stuff. You just put on as much weight as possible and then, sweat, detoxify, and basically that's it.
What's a medical expert?
Well, if there's any effect I want to achieve, I know how to achieve it.
No, I'm just asking, like, what does that mean? So you're a doctor?
Not officially, no.
I don't think doctors are medical. Well, doctors seem to go through tick lists, don't they? Doctors go through flow charts.
Yeah, they're retards. Yeah.
All doctors are not retarded. That's retarded.
Best medical advice in terms of dieting ever came from anybody's lips. Wasn't from a doctor either. It was from Jimmy Carr, and he explained that there's a simple understanding that you need to hold if you're ever going to understand weight problems, and that is this hole here, pointing at my mouth, is bigger than this hole here, points at asshole.
Well, I mean, the problem with gaining weight is really like people are unable to metabolize what they're eating. So like if you eat a bunch of McDonald's, right, the body can't, like when you store that McDonald's on your body as fat, it's not easily accessible to the body because it's all toxic. But if you eat a lot of like raw foods, it's very easy for the body to metabolize that and use it for energy. And if you want to dilute toxic fat on your body, the way you would do that is by eating like a lot of like raw butter. Like raw butter, even though it's fat, if you eat a lot of it, like 4,000 calories worth every day, it will actually help you lose weight. It seems counterintuitive, but it actually makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I had a book called Eat Fat, Get Thin, or Get Slim once, many years ago. And that was explaining that sort of thing, yeah. Eat the good fats like butters, avocados, and meat, steak, stuff like that. And that's how you lose weight.
The psyop, though, is people thinking that they need to be thin. Like, where is this at? Who determined what the healthy weight is. Like, where are we getting the standard for obesity and a healthy weight? It's coming from these medical experts who have failed to figure anything out. These people are all retards, and they're telling you, oh, well, if you're over this weight, you're obese. Don't listen to any of this stuff. You got to just throw it all out the window.
Eat
It's
shit
all
and
garbage.
get fat. Oh, that's real good.
Literally, yeah. That's how you heal. I know it sounds crazy, right?
Have we used any flat earth prerequisites during this conversation is what I want to know.
I'm still looking up this doctor to see if he had a naturally observed phenomena when he did his experiment with rats.
Yeah, meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
Yeah.
I am sorry to hear that about India.
Hey, there's earth in your food, bud. There's minerals in there.
Yes, indeed.
Everything we have is earth. That doesn't take a medical expert to break that down.
You know, it's kind of well known. I mean, if you're a farmer, there's a point in the year that you start spreading the muck around. What do you think muck is?
Yeah, manure.
Yeah, right. So this is a well-known established
and it's
principle.
good for vegetation.
Right. So the decay, the rejected parts of the food that the animal digests is very useful for the plants to digest. The circle of life.
Mm-hmm.
No, I won't.
It's interesting how the metallic minerals, they are what conducts electricity in the body, like your nervous system and brain. And then when you got like heavy metals, like all this toxic metal from pollution in people's bodies, it creates like, people don't think properly. They'll get like muscle twitches. Their nervous system is doing weird stuff. It's kind of interesting. It's like, where do these things come from? These unique minerals. It's like, I don't know.
Noticed another flat earther. I told you I met the guy. He's a flat earther, and he's gone into telling everyone that the continents were humongous dragons that once roamed this place. I mean,
you're talking about Pete Shea. Somebody told me he died. Is that correct?
Well, he came back to life.
I don't know, but this guy, he did show me like in the gym a few months ago, and he said, "Look at this." And I was just about flat Earth, but he had a good point though, not about the dragons, but he said I kept going on about flat Earth. He said, "Well, you know Earth's flat now, don't you?" I went, "Yeah." He went, "Well, you can stop going on about that now." It reminded me of Nathan. He said, now you know that. Stop arguing with people. This is what he was telling me.
No, hold on. Sorry. That's monumental. That's the equivalent of the bus stop conversation I've been describing over the past few years. They'll reach a point where somebody you speak to as a flirf, like a well-established, knowledgeable flirf, having done it for a few years, is having a conversation with someone, and they just turn around and go, "Yeah, well, I know it's flat. Yeah, stop harping on about it. We all know that. We've always known."
Yeah, he did. And it's not a lie, Nathan. This is the God's honest truth. This is what he said to me. And I'm thinking, God, it just sounds like Nathan talking. And then he wanted me to sit down and look at his phone and zoom into somewhere near Mexico, I think it was. And he was showing me the scales of this humongous dragon, which was it was thousands of hundreds of miles. But when he was zooming in on it, I'm thinking, I can see what he means. I mean, I'm not fell for this. I'm not promoting this, but you can see.
You're talking about the guy that comes on here, right?
No, I'm just talking about a guy I met in the gym who was a flat earther, and now he's just moved on to like talking about the Earth is covered with humongous dragons.
You could You could insert
What's
random
interesting about that-
conspiratard, though. You are right, guy from Discord, whoever that is. Yeah, it sounds like random conspiratard.
No, there's like he showed me the Eye of Africa, which is those rings in Africa that people were saying was Atlantis. He showed me how that's actually a dead squid, like a giant squid, and like his evidence was irrefutable.
You sure you're not thinking of the plot of the Disney movie Moana?
No. Hey, they put it in movies, dude. But they put it in that Marvel movie with the where there's like a creature in the earth called Tiamat, and literally one of the kids of these creatures like turns into stone, and that's the exact Babylonian creation story, which the Bible actually talks about in Genesis. It's but anyway, what's interesting is you got like all these different groups of humans, and there'd be different creatures that have different minerals in their bodies, and depending on the location, like where a group of humans exists, they would be eating food growing from different creatures, and they would have access to different minerals, and it would basically explain the different abilities that seem inherent to the races. Like you got say a group of people living on like a giant turtle, right? And they're eating the food off of this giant turtle, and they create this one certain type of society. It's the same thing as like you feed a society poison, like McDonald's, and they're all getting injected and all this crap. And the society that they create is literally comes from what they're metabolizing, what they're converting, the energy on their bodies that they're converting into thoughts and actions. The quality is based on what they're eating. So I think that like intelligence, athletic ability, creativity, all of those things would be coming from the different types of creatures that they're feeding on.
What a load of bollocks.
Yeah, it's a load of bullshit, man. I don't know how long he's going to deal with this.
Okay. All right.
No, I wasn't promoting. I'm just saying
Dragon energy.
That guy in the gym who showed me that. But then I know there's another guy on the Instagram that is still got. It's not too bad, but it's the first time I've just looked at a post of his this morning, and what's he talking about? And he's zooming into he's showing a dragon. I think it might have been the Grand Canyon. It's a dragon, apparently, or something. It was a humongous dragon.
This whole thing is just muddying the waters of the silicon trees, as far as I'm concerned.
But what I'm saying is, when they zoom in and you look at it, it does actually look like what you'd call a dragon. You think, well, yeah, I can see a tail there, and I can see the head and the wings. It does look like it.
Yeah. Have you seen Tabletop Mountain? It's basically just a giant tree stump.
Oh, God.
Hey, you guys know how so this is my theory. I think that
theory.
You're gonna get Neil having
There's a lot of science
using these science words.
All
Anyway,
right, guys. All right.
Let him go. Go ahead. I just used the science words and
it's
Neil's
not
all
a
over
scientific theory, okay?
Fine.
No, but I think that so there's this movie about the history of skateboarding, and they talk about how like surfers, they were surfing, and then they had just invented skateboarding because they didn't want to deal with the territory disputes over the waves and stuff like that, the beaches. But basically Noah's Ark was the first like giant surfboard. He surfed a massive wave. I think that the giants actually were cutting down these massive trees, and they were skateboarding, they were surfing. I think skateboarding is like a ancient, like you look at the Grand Canyon, right?
Let him finish.
The Grand Canyon.
Shh, let him finish.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
The Grand Canyon looks like a gigantic petrified skate park. Like there's ramps
that's what
everywhere.
it is, yeah.
We're looking
Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk wrote it.
Yeah, dude.
No,
But
it
it's
wasn't
not a
Tony
dragon.
Hawk. It was Evil Knievel.
Well,
Christian
that's the
Hosoi.
thing, dude. They're telling us these people invented like kick flips, like Rodney Mullen invented the kick flip. That's just more fake history. It's like everything else.
Everything's fake. Everything's a lie. I see where we're going. Eat shit, drink piss, live long, and be fat.
Right. Now,
Your fucking
what would
mind.
you rather? Would you rather somebody talking straight through the middle of you or someone talking about the Grand Canyon being a skateboard? Which would you rather, Neil? Pick your poison.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually being entertained. Continue on.
All right, let's go to viruses. So, this is, you probably haven't heard this.
Just be
the
careful.
body has a bioelectric
Bear in mind that I'm
field,
recording
right?
this. There are, as much as it's fun to talk about viruses, unfortunately, there are actually YouTube terms of service that guide me in this. So if I stop you, it's not because I don't want to hear it. It's just because I value my channel. That's all.
All right. I won't bring it up, the virus thing specifically. But basically the body has this bioelectric field. Now, there was all these colleges that did experiments where they were manipulating the bioelectric field of like frogs and stuff when they were in their infancy, and they changed the shape of these organisms. Like they would alter the bioelectric field and literally alter the shape of its face. So basically the biofield produced by the body is what creates the shape of the body. Now, the body also is able to recognize like a cell when it's dying. What happens is you have like a UAV system, like a scanner, and the body can recognize that there's a cell that is dead and it's no longer a part of this living system, so we're going to get rid of it. We're going to eliminate it. You have a scanner that can identify microscopic structures, okay? The lowest, smallest scale. And it's like there's something called digestive leukocytosis, which is anytime you eat a cooked food, the body recognizes that the food that you're eating, because it's cooked, the structure of the food is destroyed. It's disorganized at the smallest scale. The body will flood the bloodstream with white blood cells. It actually recognizes cooked foods. The body recognizes cooked foods as a toxin. And if you eat a cooked food with a raw food, it can reduce the amount of white blood cells in the bloodstream by like 50%. Depending on what you eat, it can reduce it up to 100%. But if you eat a raw food, there is no white blood cells entering the bloodstream. So what you need to consider is that these bioelectric fields between humans, they connect. Okay. So like say you're living in a house, all the biofields are connecting, they're touching. And it's so intelligent, it's like freakishly intelligent, that it can acknowledge microscopic structures, it can acknowledge a dead cell, it can acknowledge a tiny plastic particle in your system. Now, when it comes to certain detoxifications and detoxification processes, people talk about the timing, like, people get sick, and then, a week later, someone in the same house, they get sick. But basically what's happening there is these biofields determine the timing at which someone can go through a detoxification. Like say you got a family and there's a dad, he has to go to work. His body knows that he has to take care of his kids. His kids know that they need to be taken care of by the dad. So basically the timing for when the dad is going to get sick is based on when he can be sick, and it's not going to affect everyone else's lives around him. And it's literally all connected based on these biofields, the timing at which these things happen. This is a big thing that people bring up, like to try to dunk on terrain theory. Like, I was sick and then I went home and then a week later, everyone else is sick. But they don't understand that it's actually an intelligent process based on bioelectric, like fields linking up. But I guess we can't go too deep into it.
I'm laughing because there was a point in time where I just did not get sick. I refused to get sick because I had to work. Everybody else
Exactly.
around me was in the hospital. Hold on. Everybody else was around me in the hospital with pneumonia. My one son. Then it went through my whole family, and I did not get it. But that will not work with chicken pox. I'm sorry. You are getting those. I don't give a shit if you have to work or not.
Dude, say you got like 2 days off, right? You'll start to like get sick and you're like, oh shit, I got to go back to work. And it'll just like go away instead of getting worse.
And I was just going to say before Neil started, I was coming in to say, I've not been sick for, I don't know, a good 18 months. Not that I'm a sicky person anyway, but I've not had a cold. I know, yeah.
You should not have said that. I was going to tell you, don't do it.
But I've also been quite busy and with family and looking after my dad and other things going on, and work's great. So I haven't got time to be ill, I think. Like what you just said.
Yeah, like Jesse Ventura in Predator. I haven't got time to bleed.
Yeah, exactly. I ain't got time to get sick. But here's the thing. That whole COVID thing, that ruined my youngest son, man.
Right, let's change the subject. Right, we are getting dangerously close to us recording something that I can't broadcast.
Oh, I thought that was all over with now.
Yeah, there's still rules and regulations. I just don't want to have to enforce them. So at this point, let's just change. We've talked about it. I haven't tolerated it this much. But we are getting dangerously close to me getting in trouble.
Sounds good. I was just going to say that it destroyed my son, so...
You know, if you take someone who's very, I won't use terms that will get you in trouble. If you take someone who's really sick and you start to give them like very healing food, right? You give them like raw liver, stuff like that. Like, say you had some old guy who was not doing too well. If you give him like raw liver, he's going to get sick from that. And this is the thing. Giving someone like the most healing foods that provide the most vitality, the most energy, can actually trigger sicknesses, because what happens is you start to alter the frequency of the body. So you're going to start to raise the health level of majority of the cells, and you're going to create a polarity between the health of the cells and the toxicity that is within the body. So you got to consider that there's like a scale, there's like a slider of the health level of the cells and the toxicity within the system. Now, if you abruptly raise the health of the cells, you're going to create polarity, you're going to create awareness in the body of these poisons. You're going to give them what they need to get rid of them. They're going to become opposed to the poisoned tissue, the poisons themselves on a frequency level. So you can actually trigger symptoms and problems by giving people healing food. And that's actually what happens when you start to heal. You'll be getting sick.
Frequency, man. It's all about the frequency.
Look, Harvard has a study where they're talking about how if you have a cell that has very low voltage, it's very susceptible to life-threatening bacterial infections. But if you raise the frequency or the voltage of the cell, it lowers the susceptibility of life-threatening bacterial infections.
So how do you raise?
Let me give you an example. It's simple. It's like this.
No. Give me an example. Just tell me how I raise it, so I don't have to get these diseases.
The way you raise it,
I'll tell you what,
is basically it's you're supposed to be eating all raw animal foods. You're supposed to be eating like raw meat, raw cheese, butter, milk, cream, eggs. Certain plant foods are very good at increasing the intelligence of the system. So like, for example, you have celery. Now, if you eat whole celery, you can't digest it. You can't break down the plant cells. But if you juice celery, you can get all the nutrients out of it, none of the indigestible plant fiber. Now, celery has a compound in it, flavonoids, called apigenin. And apigenin prevents the body from metabolizing and utilizing plastics. So if you want to detoxify plastics, drinking celery juice is basically one of the only ways to do it. And what happens is, like, say you got all these plastics in your body, they're estrogenic. So if a cell has microplastics, it has basically this estrogenic compound in it. And because it has this estrogenic compound, it tricks the body. The body's like, oh, I'm supposed to be a girl. So it starts making more estrogen. It creates like a feedback loop. But if you start taking this celery juice that has apigenin in it, what happens is it prevents, it's called aromatase, where the body synthesizes estrogen from testosterone. It's an aromatase inhibitor. It prevents the body from metabolizing and utilizing plastics. It prevents the synthesis of estrogen. Celery juice is one of the most potent testosterone boosters. It also naturally detoxifies plastics, and there's other things it does, has digestive enzymes as well. But that's one of the things where it's like, it's a plant food. It doesn't actually have vitality in it. You can't just subsist off of celery juice, but it will help. It will help you digest and absorb all the raw animal foods. And it increases the intelligence of the system. Carrot juice is similar, but carrot juice does something with minerals. So it has fulvic acid in it. Carrot juice is able to, it basically improves every single interaction with minerals, whether they're beneficial or heavy metal poisoning. It can create complexes with heavy metal poisoning, detoxify heavy metals. It will also make metals that are beneficial more absorbable. So what you do is you use these certain plant foods to increase the intelligence of the system while providing vitality using raw animal foods. And it will increase the efficiency of those raw animal foods. The funguses are the most insane, like certain mushrooms are the most insane at doing this, but you got to do something special to
just to go back, just to get back to me for a minute. When I said before about me not being ill, the other thing, because they say like high alkaline in your body's quite good. I've been eating the juice of a lemon every day for at least 2 years.
How are your teeth?
I think my alkaline. Pardon?
How are your teeth?
All right. They're not yellow.
No problems? Okay.
No.
Yeah, lemon juice can mess up your teeth. Look, the thing about the alkaline is it's a complete psyop. Okay, here's why. You have an acidic digestive system. The body's actually meant to be acidic. If you overly alkalize it, it's going to impede digestion. So like with the celery juice, right? If you're going to drink celery juice, you have to wait 1 hour after drinking it before you start to eat raw meat or drink raw milk, anything like that, because that celery juice is going to alkalize your digestive acids and dilute them. It will prevent proper digestion. So this alkalinity, it actually impedes digestion and your ability to be strengthened from food. It's not good. You're not meant to have an overly alkaline bloodstream. The body will leach nutrients into the bloodstream if it's overly alkaline to rebalance it. So it's not actually what you want. And none of these, like the alkaline diet, right? There's nothing in it that is providing vitality. Like meat is acidic. It's one of the most healing foods. Milk is acidic, raw milk. It's one of the most healing foods. All the most healing foods are actually acidic. You have an acidic system. You're meant to be eating these things. The alkalizing plant foods, they can rebalance the pH in your blood artificially, because when you have toxins in the blood can become overly acidic, and the body will have to leach nutrients to rebalance the blood in the opposite way. So there's meant to be a balance of pH in the blood. If it gets imbalanced, either acidic or alkaline, you're going to be leaching nutrients to either alkalize or acidify.
What would be the best red wine to drink health-wise?
Anything that's unpasteurized and doesn't have additives. You want unpasteurized wine, and what you want to do with wine is ideally you would be having raw cream, like before, like you take a sip of cream and then you take a sip of the wine. It's going to prevent, what happens is with fat, this is what you want to do with fruit as well. When you have something alcoholic or a lot of sugar, you take the cream, like raw cream. You can have milk or butter. Cream works the best though. The wine will get into the fat in your digestive system and slow down the absorption of it. And cream is the best thing at nourishing the brain and the nervous system. So it's going to prevent dehydration in the brain and nervous system. So that's what you want. And that's how they used to do it back in the day. But you want raw fat basically before you have alcohol or fruit.
I think that'd curdle a bit, wouldn't it, though, if you're having a glass of wine and then a bit of cream? Would it not curdle in your stomach?
Nah, it doesn't.
Well, I'll give that a go then. Thanks for that.
I'll give you a pro tip here. Raw cheese is the most detoxifying food. It's the best thing for rebuilding the teeth, strengthening the bones. And it's also by like thousands of times the most detoxifying. It's the only way to detoxify these metals that are in the injections. The only way to detoxify it in your lifetime is using raw, unsalted cheese. The only way.
Well, talking about metals, I felt like I was talking about dragons before and all that, but something pops up today, you know, metals. Because people are now apparently using some sort of crystal. They're getting copper pipes with crystals in them and burying them in the ground with some sort of resin and then watering it. And then all the chemtrails above this disappear.
Oh, yeah. Cloudbusters.
I can't remember. Yeah, Cloudbusters, that was it. Never heard of that one before. You know anything about that? What do you do then? How do you make one of them?
I don't know. There's like tutorials I've seen, but I haven't really attempted to make one of those. It'd be cool though. I'll tell you this as well.
So I just got to jump up for a minute. So I just got to jump off for a minute.
Yeah.
The problem with sugars is they form something called advanced glycation end products. Basically, anytime you have something sugary, even a ripe fruit, it forms a waste product inside of a cell that you can't actively detoxify. You can't really get rid of them. So they're called AGEs, and they literally age you. And this is like all sugars. Now, the thing is, when you eat like raw meat, when you cook a food, by the way, it forms advanced glycation end products in the food. So whenever you cook a food, you're forming a toxin that you can't even detoxify. And you eat it, it's terrible. But when you eat raw meat, the body will synthesize sugars from that. And it synthesizes a type of sugar called pyruvate that forms 0 advanced glycation end products. It doesn't age you. And also, honey, if it's never been heated up, it's never been warmed up, has an insulin-like peptide in it. It's called AMILP1 and 2. Basically, honey is the only like sugary food that does not form advanced glycation end products. And it'll actually help you break down sugars, but only if it's truly raw. And it has enzymes in it that can help you digest fats and also animal protein. So what you can do is put raw honey like on butter, and it will help you digest it. It will help you break down sugars. It's an excellent combination there. So the metals in these injections, right, they store in the stomach, majority of them. The majority of the metals in these injections accumulate in the stomach. Now, the problem there is the stomach is your food processing system of the body. It's going to impede your bacterial activity, your digestion. It's going to impede your ability to be strengthened from food. The only way to detoxify it, you have to take raw, unsalted cheese, and you got to make it yourself because all the raw cheese that you can get in a grocery store, it's always salted.
Oh.
So you take these.
Hello.
Yeah.
Just interested. You say injected metals
Mm-hmm.
end up in your stomach. How does that happen?
People have theorized that stomach is basically some of the most durable tissue in the body because it can secrete hydrochloric acid that can dissolve bone.
We were talking. Thought you said you were.
Well, look. I don't have a. If you want to know how I know that, I can tell you. But the theoretical explanation, or the explanation that is given, which isn't necessarily the case, is just that the stomach.
The stomach straight out doesn't necessarily mean you're going to digest them.
What?
So how do the metals that are injected in your body suddenly appear in your stomach?
Well, they get injected into the blood, right?
Yeah.
The blood goes all throughout the body. People say that it's because the stomach, it's able to secrete hydrochloric acid that can dissolve bone, but it doesn't damage the stomach tissue. It's very durable tissue. It's highly intelligent. They say that that's why the body puts it there. But if you use iridology, which is the only way to analyze the tissues of the body and the toxicity of them, you basically have spots that show up in your iris. Okay. So if you go to an iridologist, they can analyze your eye and tell you your history. They can tell you had this injury at this time. You took these supplements. You have these this many injections. Blah blah blah. They can tell you. Like I can look at someone's eyes and determine if they've ever had a injection or not. And what happens is there's always spots coming. Basically, there's you can identify that they have these metals are in their stomach. Okay, based on iridology. Now, so the way that you detoxify it.
So your theory goes, you get an injection with metal. The metal goes to the stomach, and you can see it in the eyes. Sounding better every minute.
Yep. So you got to take raw unsalted cheese. It has to be completely dried. So you got to let it dry out. And then what you do, and you got to make it with milk that's never been frozen.
Is salted, is it? Cheese isn't salted anyways. So
no, it is like every time. If you buy it in a grocery store, it's always salted.
You just
and it has to be raw. It has to be unpasteurized.
So the milk is raw that you make the cheese from.
Yep. Add no salt. Let it completely dry out. And what you do is you eat sugar cube sized pieces of it in 15-minute intervals. So like every 15 minutes you eat a piece of the cheese. What it does is, because it's dried out and unsalted and raw, it goes through your digestive tract undigested. And the cheese is like a perfect sponge. It's basically you take all the water out of milk and you're left with this condensed block of fat and minerals. So it's a perfect sponge. And it goes through, and these metals are essentially tattooed onto your stomach lining. And the cheese is the only thing that can grab them out and sponge them. And you'll pass it out your digestive tract. And there's no, it's not like other detoxifications where you have to ingest a food, absorb it, and then utilize the stored nutrients to then break down the poison. That's not what is happening. What is happening is you're straight up using the cheese like a sponge to absorb these poisons and pass it out undigested. So because the metals are so difficult to detoxify, you cannot absorb enough nutrients in your lifetime. If you say you've had like 12 injections, right? You wouldn't be able to get enough energy from food to detoxify the metals in that many injections. The only way you're going to be able to do it is with this cheese method. And another thing is, sometimes you have to facilitate movement of these metals. Sometimes they're not in the stomach. Majority of the time they are, like over 90% of the time. But sometimes you got to use certain things that can move metals around and then eat the cheese. So once the metals are moving, the cheese can grab them more easily.
Just eat them. Sounds like utter bollocks. if you ask me. But you don't have to ask me, but it does. I think you're making half this up.
Should I be writing this down?
This doesn't come from me, bud.
Do I add that to my notes?
Precisely. You're just repeating somebody else's garbage then. I mean, if you've got some facts and interesting information, great. But it just sounds like you're monologuing it.
Your skepticism is noted, bud.
Metals appear in your stomach. Give us the process by which they appear in your stomach after you've been injected. They end up in your brain because they're in your blood. They don't end up in your stomach.
How do you know they end up in the brain? Why would they end up in the brain,
Well, they're in your blood, aren't they? Your blood travels around your body. You're saying they just sit.
So why does it go to the brain? Why does it go to the brain, bud?
Because it travels in the blood, which you've injected it into.
Okay, the blood goes everywhere. It doesn't just go to the brain.
Yeah, but why? So you get blood in your stomach? Then is that what you're saying? Yes, the blood passes through cells, but it doesn't actually go into the stomach. You can eat stuff.
Oh, you don't have
to end up in the blood. But I'm not here to claim anything.
You're showing your.
There's no basis for you saying that all of a sudden these metals you inject can only be removed by unsalted raw cheese. I mean, it's
based on decades of experiment.
Information,
So
but you're not bringing any.
You're just
you're not bringing any. Whoa! You're not bringing any substance. You just, I don't know.
Actually, I am. You're not.
What?
You're just saying,
what is the process by which the blood, which is injected with these metals, ends up in the stomach? What's the process? Tell me.
Travels through the bloodstream and ends up in the stomach, bud. Just like your example with the brain, you just said, well, no, it goes to the brain.
Yes,
you just basically asserted that. You don't have any evidence of what you're saying.
To the brain, you become brain
Actually, you're right, though. It does end up in the brain to some extent, but majority end up in the stomach.
Well, then you just reverse rolled the stomach.
Maybe it's because mercury is one of the most neurotoxic metals that exist. Why would the body put it in the brain? That would be stupid.
Sorry, who put what in the blood?
Doctors.
That was the whole point. You were talking about a jibby jab and how it ends up in the stomach. So it doesn't end up in other parts of the body.
I said majority. Majority of the metals, majority of the time.
Well, then it'll sit in the stomach. It's not being digested. Therefore, it'll just pass. So therefore, the reason for eating
it tattoos into your stomach.
I mean, I appreciate raw milk, raw cheese. I appreciate what it is, but you've just turned it into a miracle drug. I don't think it's that either.
Well, let me give you another thing.
No.
So the liver secretes bile to break down fats. The liver is part of your digestive system. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So when the liver is very toxic, the bile that it secretes is also going to be toxic. Now, there's only a couple ways to detoxify this toxic bile, detoxify the liver, which is if you eat raw potatoes with raw butter mixed together, the body will trigger, the raw butter triggers the bile secretion from the liver to break down the butter. And then the potato is undigested and it will absorb the bile, and then you'll pass out that potato that's absorbed the toxic bile. Now the raw cheese does the same thing.
And then you can feed that to somebody to cure cancer. Am I right?
As long as you put it in a pill.
Right.
And then you have to actually use it as a suppository.
No, you swallow it as a pill. Poo pill.
Yeah.
I've been writing this down.
Take notes. Yeah, no, so raw unsalted cheese and raw butter mixed with raw potato, some of the only ways to detoxify the liver. Now, if you got metals in the liver from these injections, which you're going to cope and say that they're all over the place, you don't have any evidence, dude. You're not identifying toxicity in different locations of the body using the iris. I do. Okay, so you can just cope.
It's hard to get
You're
this
getting
raw
schooled.
food, though, isn't it? I've noticed I can't get any raw food anywhere, really.
Yeah, no wonder.
Grab it.
It's like you just research the biochemistry, and they'll tell you like, yeah, when you cook a food, it becomes insanely toxic. It destroys all the enzymes, the bacteria, creates advanced glycation end products. The body recognizes it as a poison, floods the bloodstream with white blood cells. Turns out all these raw foods are great for you. And you just look around, you're like, wait, why can't I get any of this stuff anywhere? Like, oh yeah, okay.
God, I'm surprised we managed to survive this far.
Well, this is what causes the collapses of society. All throughout history, there's books about it, where there's one book called The Disease of Kings, the rise and fall of civilizations, nutritional basis for the rise and fall of civilizations. And it talks about how like you'd have this group of warriors, like the Mongol warriors as an example. They'd be eating all raw, and they would just dominate every single tribe around them that ate grains and cooked foods. It's like the German barbarians that would just dominate the Romans. The Germans were eating all raw food. The Romans are living in this civilization eating cooked foods. And the Germans would come down from the mountains at will and just fuck them up. Now, the same thing was true with the Mongols. And then what happens is these Mongols, Germans, these powerful tribes, they take over, right? They conquer everything. And then they start living in these modern societies with pollution and cooked toxic foods. And then their genes start to degenerate. Their genetics start to degenerate. They become smaller, more infertile. And this cycle just goes on and on. What's happening is people's bodies are being filled with energy that is very toxic, and it's not being purged from the system. So these people have kids. Their kids grow up in the same environment. They get more toxic energy in their bodies. And then they have kids, and it just keeps going on and on like that until everyone dies. Look at China, right? They're all 5'1" and effeminate. And people are worried about China, like, oh, they're going to try to take over the world. Everyone in China's dead, guys. China's over. They've been eating rice for 1,000 years. They're finished. They're finished. They're done.
Look, on a daily basis, mate. What do you have to eat, say, for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or your 1 or 2 meals a day? What do you eat?
So the best, most cost-effective way to get the most calories is a raw milkshake. That's what I have every single day. I have multiple raw milkshakes. Put like 6 eggs in a 32-ounce jar. Then I'll put milk, and I'll put either fruit or honey. If you put fruit, you don't put honey. If you put honey, you don't put fruit. I have like 2 of those 32-ounce milkshakes, and then I'll have.
Don't go with the fruits full of sugar. It'll age you. Don't forget.
It's fine if you have enough fat with fruit. If you have enough fat, it slows down the metabolization of sugars and prevents. Yeah.
How tall are you, and how much do you weigh?
I don't know how much I weigh right now. Maybe like 190 or something. But I also have raw chicken with raw butter, and then I'll have celery juice an hour before I eat that.
Raw chicken? What about salmonella?
No, you get it wrong. Salmonella is a bacteria. It's not bad. All bacteria is good.
Look, anyway, all the cases of food poisoning from chicken comes from cooked chicken, dude. Like, it's always a guy at a restaurant who eats chicken that doesn't serve raw chicken. And they're like, oh, I got food poisoning from raw chicken. They don't even serve that. What happens is it's undercooked, and you got bacteria eating cooked chicken. So there's some bacteria in the raw part of the chicken, the undercooked chicken. The bacteria starts feeding on the cooked chicken. It produces toxic byproducts. That's what happens. That's why bacteria can be detrimental. Bacteria eats things and produces waste.
So you could eat raw chicken and be fine, you're telling me?
Huh?
Too much of a particular bacteria is the problem. And if the chicken's old and dying, it's got more bacteria of a certain kind that is decaying the chicken. It's eating it up and recycling it. That's what it does. But our bodies don't like that amount of bacteria, and it'll make you sick. Sick being the opportunity for it to eject what it feels is a toxin. That's what being sick is.
Yeah, but what if the Earth was a big roast chicken?
So you eat raw chicken and you're fine.
Yeah, been eating it for years. It's actually the only time you start to heal is when you eat these foods. So these retards that tell you, oh, you can't eat raw chicken, it's dangerous. You start eating it, you start getting healthier than everyone around you. That's how it works. Shocker.
And how old are you?
I'm mid-20s.
Mid-20s.
At the height of his.
So you can't even, like, you have to wait to see where you're at. So how do you judge that?
What do you mean?
You in your 20s. Can't say, well, if you eat raw chicken, you'll live into your 80s.
Well, people say I look like I'm 19 and I'm visibly healthier than everyone around me, just on sight. Everyone tells me that.
At the peak of physical age.
Come to work for me doing flooring, and I'll let you know if you're in better shape than anybody else.
I mean, I don't think I could eat raw chicken, but I mean, I could probably, if I was going to try and eat a piece of raw meat, I could probably eat a bit of steak.
One deck. Don't even waste your freaking time. You serious?
That's what everyone does. Everyone starts out, they're like, oh, raw chicken's too weird. They start eating raw beef. And this happens 100% of the time. People, they start out eating raw beef. And then eventually they try raw chicken. And 100% of the time, they're like, oh, raw chicken's way better than beef. Way better. It tastes better, feel better. Everything about it is better than beef. And I used to eat raw beef too.
Watch your chicken.
And I used to eat rotting raw beef. I would intentionally let it rot. It would be coated in microorganisms, and I would eat that. It's just pre-digested, easier to absorb, digest. High meat.
Or if you want to go the whole raw route, you know, we could be a little bit more normalized, everybody, and try some sushi or sashimi.
Fish is all terrible quality, though. I would. But
unfortunately, we're not going to know what this guy until he gets past 30.
Well, I'm a mogger. So
beef is one thing, man. Do you eat raw chicken too?
No, I don't.
Please go ahead. I'll cook my food.
I don't really do that anymore. I could. I just kind of lazy. So
I'd like to hear a little bit more about why you think sushi is so tainted everywhere when the Japanese are like world renowned for their food prepreration.
Just because
I can't wait to you know, this restaurant, man, they sell raw chicken. You got to taste this shit, boy. It is the rawest of raw.
Great. Yeah, they did a test with freshwater lakes in the United States, and they found that they tested like over 20 lakes. They found that 100% of the fish they tested all had mercury poisoning, and it's from burning coal. So coal, when you burn it, it releases mercury in the smoke, and it gets into the environment. And generally, it's like all the sources of fish are coming from very polluted, like the oceans, even freshwater lakes. It's all extremely toxic. And even something like salmon, Monsanto released GMO salmon into the oceans, and they all mixed. So when you're eating salmon, it's all GMO, even if it says non-GMO, like wild caught. All that shit's GMO.
So I would eat like coal? Hold on, what's burning coal?
Before we get into burning coal, I'm a little curious because there's all different kinds of fish that are, you know, served as sushi, and the fish have all different levels of mercury content, and you're placing this like highly generalized blanket over all of it. I mean, there's high mercury content fish and there's low mercury content fish.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
how
true.
much
It depends on where you are.
Yeah, man,
Like,
you
I
just
would
gotta
eat,
chase that sushi with a piece of cheese that's not salted and raw, and you'll be okay, I guess.
Based. No, if you eat raw fish, most of the mercury, like raw meats, most of the metals in them do not store in the body. Because the digestive process when you eat a raw food is highly intelligent. It's all bacterial based. The body doesn't break down and absorb these metals that are stored in the fish when you eat it raw. They pass out in the feces, majority of them. But if you cook fish, it destroys the intelligence of the digestive process. So
I
you're going to store way more of the metals.
And I recommend to the room, if you want to go raw, I recommend sushi.
Nah, I would eat like swordfish. If it was caught off the coast of Florida, but in general, just don't mess with fish. It's not ideal.
I recommend Wensleydale.
Hey,
I can't believe
Manly
I'd
P.
rather
Hall,
hear
he
from
talked about
Bev
this
right
guy,
now.
Paracelsus. Paracelsus was known as like the greatest healer of the 15th century. And Paracelsus, he said that there is like a fundamental life energy. He called it archaeus. And then he said that this fundamental life energy, it exists in different structures. He called that the mumia. There's like these different arrangements, like, like a tree, a hummingbird, a fish, all these different structures for life energy. He said that if you got a problem in a part of the body, say you got a problem with like your heart or whatever, what you would do is if you eat something that has a structure that mimics the heart, it will actually use that.
Thank God.
What happened?
Yeah, many.
No, don't even worry about it. He's gone. That's all that matters.
He could. Don't say he could have had a heart attack or anything. You don't know what's happened to him yet.
Exactly. And let me know. He's in his 20s. Let me know when you at least reach my age before you tell me how to eat.
I got no objection. He can eat whatever you like, chicken, meat, raw, it doesn't matter. But the point was, he was trying to tell us that these metals that you inject in your blood end up in your stomach, and you have to eat these things to get rid of them. And then in his next breath, he says, well, if you eat the metals in the fish and they're in your stomach, it doesn't matter because you're not going to ingest them. You'll just pass them out. Which one?
Little contradiction, huh?
Yeah, no,
My two cents is you are what you eat.
You calling me a cunt?
So,
oh, shit.
So if you eat beef, that's... Sorry. Go ahead.
It's a shame because there are some good points that he may have brought up, but at the same time,
Really?
I think it was like, I've heard this good story, but then I'm going to add my own interjection and string it out a bit, and then he's worse than me.
Adam said exactly how I was feeling. He says, I've never heard so many true things sound so trolly before. That's what I was thinking. This guy trolling us or what? Give me a freaking break. Anyway, Earth is measured flat. And how much charcoal or coal is being burnt?
What?
What burns coal? Am I missing something?
There'll be lots tonight burnt when they're all put the tellies on to watch the football.
So you're saying when you're watching TV, you're burning coal?
Oh, yeah, in this country, definitely. Half the power stations still run on coal. Every time they turn those stupid panels on, they break, or they can't get them to work, or there's too much wind, there's too much sun, and so they have to switch back to coal. From what I understand, we actually import quite a lot of coal from China nowadays because they closed all our coal mines down.
Yes, that's what it is. Chinese are poisoning us.
Oh, I think we do that ourselves.
China is poisoning us.
On a different
You sounded
subject.
like, who's that Donald Duck dude?
Sorry to change subject.
Listen.
Did anybody find out what happened to Indio?
He's in bad shape. That's from what this guy was saying. Not this guy, Morvis. The other guy was saying that he's got cancer, and he's got to get he's got to get things in order. And when they tell you that means they're telling you you're going to die, and that sucks.
He's got terminal cancer. Holy shit.
Yeah, the guy was saying that the doctors basically said start getting things in order.
Send him
It sucks.
20% of the electricity in the United States is produced by burning coal.
Apparently they get a fair chunk from the ether. It's amazing.
We're not allowed to talk about that one.
No, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah. I was going to get the guy onto that free energy after we'd finished the digestive, raw food talk.
Yeah, well, after you've eaten all those raw products, the poo you comes out like so rich and healthy. You can burn it for fuel.
I've suggested that there's a group of people that are set up as flat earthers, and they've always got this high degree of importance to the particular conspiracy that they've come into the arena with. So for me, it was psychopathy and subliminal messaging. For other people, it's Mandela effect. For other people, it's 9/11. In this case, obviously, raw foods and medicine to a certain extent. Those are the subjects that people have got a high degree of interest in, have researched thoroughly. Then they come to flat Earth, so that they, as an individual, can be mocked and discredited, and therefore their flat Earth information is also discredited. That's how it was geared, and unfortunately, these well-paved roads are still leading people like that to the subject all day long, every day. So it's just a swell of conspiratards and people talking about 9/11 and Mandela effect and whatever else people are interested in that prop up this subject, rather than geography teachers or some other fart sniffers that have got some boring investigation methodology into Earth and its measurements, which is equally boring. It just contradicts the one world religion of heliocentrism.
The flat helio system.
Flat what?
The flat controller. No, the flat heliocentric system.
Yeah, like on screen.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the flat heliocentric system with the glorified protractor known as a globe Earth wrapped around you at a centre position.
Which, well, I couldn't see a globe if I didn't know there was a flat bit in the middle.
Well, even when they show you a globe, like with this system on screen, it's still showing you the flat plane. It's just not immediately obvious. You can see that there's an angle terminating at the centre of it, but to the untrained eye, that just looks like it's a globe. So this would be suggesting validation of a globe. You're like, well, no, not unless you believe you're inside that globe. All we're slowly doing is transitioning out of a conspiratorial subject called Flat Earth and into a boring subject called geography. That's all we're doing at the moment. Because Flat Earth's about this, isn't it? It's about eating raw foods, saying 9/11 was an inside job. That's Flat Earthing in reality.
I used to hate geography at school. Only because I didn't get on with a teacher, but I just used to hate the subject.
It's boring.
It's boring.
Sorry, go ahead,
Geography dictates.
No, it was great. Geography was all about platelets floating on magma.
It's freaking boring.
And volcanoes and weather systems on a globe. It was amazing.
Yeah, science, heliocentrism in that subject category is boring. Unless you're about 12 and then space and rockets and stuff is very interesting to your average 12-year-old boy. But to everyone else, it's just tedious, boring. Same goes for geography, it's boring.
Two things I never was interested in. Space and what was the other one you said?
Geography. Just general geography. Like you said, tectonic plates.
Oh, yeah, dinosaurs. What it is about kids and dinosaurs, everybody's like, oh, dinosaurs. I never had interest in those things.
It was dragons, mate, not dinosaurs.
Now that's different because dragons, again, let's go fancy. They are real.
What, Komodo dragons?
Well, they're just what's left. I mean, how many people around the world have pictorial images of dragons?
Well, on the old maps that Martin used to show me, they used to have them on the outside edge of the known territories before we expanded into the new worlds. So the way they'd deter people from exploring when they had known territories already that they wanted to expand into, conquer, fight within, they suggested that the outside boundaries were guarded by trolls and monsters, bears, dragons, things of that sort of nature. So before you see the maps with the new worlds on, that's what you see. Dating right back to the very earliest maps, like the Mapper Monday, they're always trying to deter you from going beyond the known limits that's on the map with monsters. Saying, I don't want to go to this bit. You'll encounter a monster.
So the modern day equivalent of that would be having a video that says, if you fly this aeroplane, look, these people come over and tell you they're going to shoot you out the sky because they don't want you to go there.
Excuse me, where are the guns, Craig?
That is the modern day story.
But it's like you say, Nathan. Like with that, there's nothing else to explore on Earth. It's all been discovered, and that's the end of that. But we've got space exploration now. Now, the human mind must have a thing for discovering new things embedded in it somehow. We need to discover new places and discover new lands, and that's why we've got to continue the space crap of discovering new rocks and pieces of land in the sky, because that's what the humans are always looking for: new things, new discoveries. But Earth's been dealt with now. It's been mapped. We know where everything is on the Earth, so we don't need to look any further with that.
We know we're explorers. Anybody who's been on a beach and wants to walk to the end of the cove, and they'll go, I just got to go around the next cove, just see what's there, and they'll walk down to the next one, and they'll see the end of the cove, and just got to walk around the next one, see what's there. That's because we're natural explorers.
Yeah.
Or
so let's just wrap the globe up. No more expeditions or discoveries. But what we're going to give them now? Let's give them space exploration.
Yeah, because they ain't going there, are they? How are they going to get up there? But they know they can't go, so they know we can't go there.
From a horizontal plane, maybe.
We'd have to invent a rocket or something. Or we could just float up there in a balloon and float out like the air does or doesn't. I'm not quite sure. Hang on. Yeah, just float up there like a balloon and see when it stops. But technically, it doesn't. So we should just be able to escape when we get to the bit that, what do they call it? The end of atmosphere.
The Kármán line. Great.
Is that it? Where space begins, where the gravity says to the air, "That's it, boys. Just don't go any further." Gravity comes in and goes, "Lads, I've let you wander around all this sphere, but you can't go beyond that."
The space thing, though, it's not discovering. We know what the lights in the sky are called, and we can see them. So it's not that we don't know these things are up there, pardon the pun. It's the excitement of these 12-year-old adults of getting to them. Can we get to these places and build homes on there and have visits and holidays on these lights in the sky? That's the dream.
For me, it's a bit like shopping at IKEA, just wandering about, looking up all those pretty lights in the sky and choosing which one you want.
You've not even looked into anything of the Archimedes mission, mate. What's your view on that? That was funny. That was funny. That.
Oh, was that the one where they slung shot round the big light ball in the sky?
Yes, I don't know what altitude it was at, but I think they did start from a level plane.
How far away was it?
I'm not sure of the distance, but it will be a linear distance.
I mean, you know, we've got some brilliant technology that can make cables that can run from one side of England to America under the water. So why don't we just make a long cable that reaches the moon? Be easier then, wouldn't it, to send stuff up and down?
Yeah, we haven't got the technology for that, mate.
Oh, did that go with the last moon landings technology that we accidentally threw away? Yeah, I remember.
I wanted to ask the nutritional guy, the medical expert, how he got into flat Earth. I didn't quite get around to that.
I didn't hear him mention it.
Well, he did agree with when somebody said, you know, the Earth's measured flat. He did agree that it was. So I presume he was a flat earther, but I was just interested to see it's about that. I like to hear different people's views, how they came into it, and what's like when they're talking about it and telling somebody how the Earth is flat. But how do they explain that or demonstrate it?
Some people are quite happy to. I know a few flat earthers. I think I know them because I've never heard them say it, but I know everything else that they talk about would indicate that they're a flat earther, but they never. I don't think they have the. Especially people who have credentials or, you know, who don't want you thinking that that one subject, flat Earth, which is so ridiculous, so ludicrous, that they just it.
Yeah, but they don't want people. Yeah, they don't want people to, you know, label them as a conspiracy theorist, do they?
Yeah, even though they believe in a lot of other conspiracies.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther. I just know my geography.
Yeah, well, it's only a label, isn't it? Does it matter? Am I a flat earther? Well, if that's what you want to call me, because I believe that the Earth is, I don't believe. Sorry, slip of the tongue there. I don't. You know, I know that it's measured flat. It is flat. We wouldn't get around it. If it wasn't flat, we'd be crashing all over the place. If it was not flat. So if you want to call me a flat earther, that's just, you know, that's just a label that goes with the territory nowadays, isn't it? But if you want to call me a flat earther because you think I'm stupid, well, then let's talk about the realities.
Hey, say Click. Then how did you get into? Obviously, Nathan knows you through the Click computers and everything else. So, were you a flat earther before you met Nathan, or was it Nathan who got you into it, or was you thinking about it before you met Nathan? What's your story?
That's a good one. I don't know. I would say I remember back in about 1994, and we first got the internet. And blimey, we looked at everything. But what I remember about Flat Earth back in that day was this idea that there was people trying to shoot you because if you got to the edge, they didn't want you to see the edge. That was the gist of it at the time, I think. But I was always open to everything. I was always questioning. I'm always getting into trouble for questioning things. But I suppose the idea of viruses actually sort of, when I figured out that there weren't anything called viruses, and then that allowed my brain to suddenly go, so all these other things that I've been thinking about, maybe I need to readdress them. And yeah, so that's the way it came about. And then knowing Nathan was a funny one because he was a customer before we ever discussed Flat Earth. But obviously, how did I start? I don't know.
It's because I came in with a desperate need for something to be repaired quickly. And I'd explained to you that the reason was because I had to broadcast or I couldn't pay my freaking mortgage. So I needed the computer done yesterday. And I stressed the urgency. And then you were like, well, what's your YouTube channel? So I told you. And then when I came back in, you were like, oh, you're a flat earther. I'm like, yeah. What of it?
I said, that's no problem. I actually did. Do you know what? I think I saw your name on the app, Dave Wise's app. And I thought, I wonder. But I always remember your computer, the first one, you used to have that little space sticker in the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Click, would you have been sort of, before that happened, was you like was you listening to like anybody in particular about Flat Earth, like, or reading any books about it, or you just sort of, you just sort of thought about it, like you said, on the internet, and it was just there in your mind, and then obviously with Nathan and that situation, you thought, wow, yeah, I want to look into that again.
I think it was, I sort of decided it was flat again, or flat. And then when I saw Nathan and we discussed shows and that, then I just said, oh, I don't know when it actually clicked, but it was, I was looking at lots of things, as you say, lots of conspiracies, and that was just one of them. But that was quite a big revelation, I suppose, isn't it? To find out that, it's not a ball. I didn't really ever think it was a ball. I never questioned it. But it was just, I'll be honest, I ignore a lot of shit. And until somebody brings it to your attention, you think, oh yeah, I didn't realize. So there's a realization for a lot of people about things, but then you just have to investigate for yourself, don't you? So I did investigate. I even have a P1000 camera, Nikon, which I've took down to places and looked at stars and all sorts of shit.
It's like Nathan says, though, you deep down, everybody's always known it's flat. And when it dropped for me, the penny, I think it's hard to describe when so many things happen in a split second. That I thought to myself, in a split microsecond, I've actually always known it was flat. Without knowing it was flat, I knew, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. What you're saying is, instinctually, you recognise the flatness of the world that you inhabit. You recognise the nature of what you're existing within. And you're told something contrary to that leaves you with a feeling of dread and disbelief that you have to suspend based on the information you've been told that's incongruent with your experience. So even though you might have been a trained heliocentrist, even though you might be quite fond of those notions and a space addict and looking at space sci-fi and very into it, deep down there's a feeling of unnerving realization awaiting to blossom. Therefore, you suggest that you've always known. Well, yeah, I can kind of agree. That's how I felt.
I've always thought of the globe as a prison in my head. I just thought this is a prison because you can't go anywhere, can you? You can't leave this realm and go off into this space. And so I thought, well, if that's true, then it's a prison. It's a well-designed prison. Maybe we are a virus and they've put us in this prison. Now I don't believe in the globe even more, and I don't believe in viruses either. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you can't get past the dome, can you? Either.
Well, I think from a heliocentric standpoint, they want everyone to be nihilistic.
Say that again?
It's nihilism. The suggestion that you're insignificant is a worldview that you hold if you are heliocentric. So nihilism is to suggest that your life has no meaning or purpose, right? That's nihilism. Well, if you describe heliocentrism with you being on a tiny little dot in an ever-expanding soup of nothingness, that encourages you to have a nihilistic outlook on life.
Yeah. A lot of people wander around this place going, well, I'm not worth anything. And you can see where that comes from. But they do teach you, on one hand, well, when I was at school, there was a lot more biblical stuff that we were taught, but nowadays I don't think they really do they? Unless you're Muslim. Oops.
Well, everybody still says it, don't they? You know, little things like, I'm not suggesting I know what happens after death or anything like that, but, you know, oh, you only live once, and, you know, when you die, you die. It is what it is. You know, all these sayings that people say. It's just like, well, yeah, what doesn't matter? Nothing matters. If you die tomorrow, you die. You know, it's like, well, yeah, this is it. You know, we're just a speck of dot on a fucking ball spread around space, like Nathan's just explained, and, you know, once you're gone, you're gone.
Yeah, well, they reckon they make you feel insignificant. It doesn't really matter. I think that's why a lot of people scramble for a voice in the world, because they think, well, I'm here. I want to be somebody. I want people to remember me. I want to be the voice. Because ultimately their idea is they are insignificant. When they're gone, who's going to remember them anyway?
But even now, talking about this, I mean, it's treading on eggshells, because even though I don't mind talking about it, but like you say, you'd get into these conversations, and nothing wrong with you know, Genesis or the Bible, not anything against that at all. But you start talking about these things about life, and yeah, there's more to this life, and there's you know, that, you know, we're not just dead. And then you're making claims then, and when this is all a flat Earth conversation, by the way. Now we're talking about, and it's delved into, you know, the insignificance of having no creator, and once you're dead, and there's no life after death. And then Globers will just laugh at you, you know. But all it should boil down to is, where we are now with it, is the actual measurement. If we're just talking about the shape of the Earth, it's measured flat.
Do you think
the rest of it?
Yeah, but do you think that's by design?
I think so, yeah.
So therefore, we come back to the idea of, was somebody designed it? Somebody created that then, surely. Because they wouldn't be, you know, if they could create a ball that's spun and done all those things that they say it does, I mean, kudos to that, because, you know, we see the impossibility of it, but ultimately, yeah, that's why I think it does matter, because that's why a lot of people go to the Bible when they realize that the Earth is flat.
But I mean, you just look, knowing what we know now and what we've been talking about, and what Nathan is now with how this discussion's being discussed, and how Nathan's presenting how Earth has always been measured flat. You know, and we're talking about when you boil it down to, like, the globe's just like a glorified protractor, and, you know, you're inside the globe to measure it, and there's no possibility that this place is a globe. But but then you just look at the TV, and you've got this globe everywhere. It's the biggest blag of all time, isn't it? I mean, it's a terrific lie.
It's a construct to keep control. So many things, and Neil, if he's listening, will hate me, but, you know, all religions and Bibles and books and stories, whatever truth there might be in it, like that chap earlier who might have had an ounce of truth in what he was saying, they like to embellish and add their own stories. And
not true. The Bible has the prophecy. That's a book that separates from every other book. Hold on, is its prophecy.
Okay, but ultimately, most of these things are designed for control. What do you think? Well, why would somebody want to control you? Well, the one thing that was a part of the creation.
If the Bible was made to control people, I don't think it worked.
So why don't go there, Neil? Because, you know, we'll fall out.
You go there. Did it work? Come on, that is the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard.
If I ask anybody about some of the things in the Old Testament, they'll remember that God gave you 10 commandments. If that's not control, what is it? Control.
Moral. That's a moral way of living. What are you talking about? Thou shalt not kill. I mean, that makes sense, right, Craig?
Well, you don't need to say don't kill. Just treat everybody with respect.
Oh, yeah, you don't know that until you get a moral code, and that's given by the Creator. Come on, you're right. Let's not get into this. Earth is flat because it's measured that way.
Yeah, we wasn't getting what we're saying. I think I was sort of saying, and I can't explain it. Like, you know, I mean, I'm just pulled up now. I mean, I'm looking. I'm just doing some people watching at the moment. Just walking around the streets, going in and out of the shops, and not one of them will be thinking about this place where they live and about the shape of the earth. They're just getting on with the day.
They're just wondering if McDonald's is open.
Hey.
They're just wondering if McDonald's is open.
Yeah, but you know, whoever's put this globe in place, that we live on this spinning globe, yeah, and the heliocentric idea, that they've just accepted that, and people, like we've discussed before, like deep down, you've always known it's flat. It's the biggest. To get away with this lie, and I mean, it's a very, very clever lie until you realise that they're actually telling you it's measured flat. When you realise that, you're thinking, God, they're telling you it's a globe and it's spinning, but all the measurements are telling you it's flat. It's the whole. But I mean, this is the human race we're talking about. It's not like just a group of people I mean, to have brainwashed this many people for so long is unbelievable.
Because they get people at a very young age when they're still innocent. They just persuade you that the powers that be have got better information, that they know best for you, and that because you're just this speck of dust and insignificant, you could be wiped off the face of the earth by anything. So you need somebody to look after you.
There's that, but then when Nathan explains, and I also agree with this bit where it's like, you know, because you can look at the information on the heliocentric model, and you can compare the geocentric and the heliocentric. Sorry, they'll tell you they both work. The geocentric one's a bit more complicated to work with and explain. So somebody's come up with this idea that if we just move that around there and say this and say that, it just works a lot better for describing and explaining the cycles of things, which is fair enough. That's what we've had to do to make it simpler for humans to understand, because this is creation, and we don't, you know, the Creator is, you know, we might never understand this creation. But why don't they just say, well, listen, we can't work this out. So we know this place is horizontal and sea level and flat, but just for the sake of it, we've got, you know, we have to do this for ease. So as long as you're all aware, we're going to say we live on this globe because we can predict things better and explain cycles better, but it's actually flat. But that's just the way we've had to do it. And we're going to agree, like they did with WGS 84. It's just an agreed mathematical model that they've said, well, yeah, we'll just use this because it's easier to do this and that.
It's done out of necessity.
Instead of saying,
it's out of necessity. The church required it. You know, their desire to understand the motion of the lights they were calling epicycles is the reason for heliocentrism. That's it. Better at explaining why those lights move the way they do. That's it. It's out of necessity.
Yeah, well, why don't they just admit that?
Well, I'm sure at the time, when they were giving this information to the church, when they were forming it, like your Keplers and your Copernicus and your guys that are coming up with orbital heliocentric motions, they're not intending it for it to be reified by the public. They're offering it up as the mathematics of the highest pinnacle of understanding governed by the church. So, you know, that's where, even to this day, the telescopes are generally owned by the church. They're the ones investigating this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but like you say,
it's just
but if
retrograde motion. That's
if that was the reason, if that was the only reason that it was, which I agree with, I can totally see that. You know, for the epicycles, it's just easier. We can't explain the proper way that it was created because it's out of our, our understanding. We can't explain it. We haven't got a clue. It's above our level, pardon the pun. So we have to change it to this level to explain it. But just tell everybody that. And then we'll all know why that we've had to say it's a globe just to explain these things clearer.
Well, you don't know that they didn't. I would suggest, pure speculation, that upon presenting this out-of-the-box mathematical extrapolation based on flat Earth-derived elevation angle movements of stars logged, and then put into a motion that is with respect to the sun at the centre of a system with us moving around it rather than it moving around us, those sorts of out-of-the-box mathematizations probably would be explained to the people who've commissioned them, whoever the priest is that said we need to explain this better or have a better way of determining when Easter's going to be. They're not necessarily saying we want this so we can tell the general public that this is the world you stand upon. You'd hope that these greater minds understood the out-of-the-box maths not being the actual world, but to suggest that it is being a reification. Now, it might be that once you've got that explanation, you just, as a governing body over any general mass of people, want to let them know that you're all knowing. You want to be omnipotent, or whatever the word is, omniscient, I can't remember the word, omni-something, omnipotent, whatever it is, all knowing, so that the public don't question you. Your authority is absolute because you know how the stars move and why they move the way they do. Like when Truman's being told that he doesn't need to go out and become an explorer because they've already figured it out. Well, if you declare to the world at large that you don't know something, you seem weak. So I would think that when people have strived to suggest that they do understand the world because they're telling the people beneath them that they're better than them, then they would pull from the highest authority in terms of who's investigated it. And the best that they had on offer is heliocentrism. Now, it's very out of the box, very outrageous in terms of its delineation of how the world is suggested to work mathematically, and beyond reification because it violates the base measurements. But who cares? As long as it's complicated enough for the average Joe not to know that, you can suggest that you're all knowing, putting you that step closer to God that you need to be if you're putting yourself in charge of other men. That's what this is. So just the need to know over and above other people. It's the same thing I was explaining earlier when our opposition, the dweebs, have the same exact thing going on. They're utilising this information like it's sacred knowledge, putting them above the people that they are suggested to be inferior to on a societal level. The dweebs and fart sniffers are considered the lowest that society has to offer. This elevates them one rung higher because now they're purveyors of worldly knowledge about the way the world physically works. And in some ways you could say, well, knowing how the world works is the most important thing in the whole wide world, right? Well, it is to these fart sniffers. That's why they brace against us so vehemently.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is rather than just say, well, yeah, we've just had to lie and make things up to make it easier, they've had to do the heliocentric model just for better understanding and ease, but also to keep that then yourself in power, you have to keep that lie going, and that's now the lie, that's why you've got, because we've got NASA lying, haven't we, and pictures of the globe. So I mean, now they're committed in that way now, where it's not,
They need to wait for that generation of people to completely die out before they can make any sort of abrupt changes. It's like a big ocean liner, it can't just start steering in a different direction. But yeah, I absolutely think that it's the desire to elevate yourself above the next man with so-called profound knowledge of the world and how it works. If you're a mechanic teaching another mechanic who's your junior how things work, and he looks at a bit of the engine and goes, well, what does that flappy thing with like a valve affair do? And you, as the superior mechanic, go, I don't know. Then the junior goes, this guy's no guru, this guy's no expert, he doesn't know. So I could investigate and find out and quickly have more knowledge than he's got. You might find that you're insubordinate decides to levitate himself above you. That's the last thing you want if you want to keep him in check.
Yeah. So you cut it. You cut all investigation off. Is that, don't they? You take ownership of something and cut all investigation off, or try to.
You realise what somebody else has done and jump on the bandwagon and use that for your leverage, and then you create your new system based on the old one. And this is where you get the onion, the layers, different people using that system to bulk up their ideas. And it's very hard to break down when you get to the outside, to go backwards in time to break all those nuances down.
The thing is, though, I mean, I don't, without just dipping into it, it's like, it's probably not that hard to explain, is it? The star movement and the cycle of the sun and the moon. I mean, because that's just happening anyway. I mean,
but you
what was so difficult?
If you're going to elevate yourself above other people, you need to be able to explain. You need to explain why. I just looked it up. It's omniscient, right? Which means all-knowing. So an omniscient being, like the supreme creator, described in many religious traditions, has perfect and infinite awareness of the past, present, and future. And that is men wanting to convey the idea that that is them. And if you've got gaps in your awareness about the fundamental reality we inhabit, you will look weak. Nobody will respect you and do as you tell them. So you need to have these bases covered. And as I say, the pinnacle of understanding, if you want to call it, with out-of-the-box thinking that violates its own axioms, heliocentrism is at the top of that pile. So to maintain the status quo, to maintain the idea of all-knowing men, they have to maintain this position of heliocentrism, as that is what the men of power have believed in, like any other religion going back through history. Whatever the religion is, in this case, heliocentrism specifically, a sun-centric religious view, that is what the people in power must abide by. Now, it doesn't matter if they know that it's not true, so long as they abide by it as far as the public's concerned, and there's severe consequences if they don't. That's where we come in.
You're saying they were freaking devout Catholics, Christians that could read the Bible when other people couldn't, and it clearly tells you in the Bible, right? It takes Job by the hand. It says, "Pull up your pants, boy, because now I'm going to speak to you." And then you tell me, where were you when I did this, that, and the other thing? And the answer is he had no answer. He was ignorant to everything. And you're telling me that these guys that knew that word decided they were going to come out with a heliocentric system?
Yeah.
Because it better explains something?
Yeah, because they were charged with the humble ambition to find out where Easter is, right? In that book that I was reading about 5 years ago, The Sun in the Church, it's explaining that this is the literal desire when they want better predictive capabilities when it comes to Easter. When's Easter going to be? Well, it's based on star alignment. Well, we better understand the stars. Well, let's get the best mathematicians available and get them on it. See if they can explain it. And that's what you end up with, this out-of-the-box, sun-centric thinking. That's how it comes to fruition.
That doesn't line up with Scripture. Okay.
Let's go back to...
Hold on a second, one day. Yeah, that's correct. But if that's not what you're charged with doing, you're charged with extrapolating out a system that better explains these movements of the lights that the current system that you have, incongruent or congruent with the Bible or otherwise, doesn't satisfy when you've got epicycles. You need better explanations for the movements. So therefore, what can you offer us to better suggest where these lights will be and why? Why is this motion occurring? Go and do your thing, Mr. Mathematician.
Well, one thing on that, or two things. First thing is, you don't really need a heliocentric model to explain when Easter is. It's just where the angle of the sun is at a certain time of the year. Yeah, when it's moving back into a certain position over the equator, which is an elevation angle measurement to polarity.
The other thing is what we were talking about was if, like Copernicus and Kepler had to come up with this heliocentric model for the Roman Catholic Church for some reason, and they said, well, this is what we've got to do, but we're going to keep that there because we're going to be in control now. Now, there must be some sort of agreement then that's that this is carried down between. I mean, who's involved with this? You've got
you got the order slightly wrong. So you want to explain better why the movement of the lights at that point described as epicycles functions, because epicycles aren't doing a very good job of predicting where what we now call planets will be, as they are looking for these star alignments to tell the people with a calendar that's also incongruent with the actual light movements on that calendar when Easter will be. Yeah, there's a certain alignment with the moon. I don't know, I'm not a devout Christian in terms of these predictions, but that's what heliocentrism's offering the church in the most specific way. The ability to better predict those alignments of those lights, now called planets because we're sun-centric after the fact. But if that is, at that point, the best explanation, let's say it's 400 years ago, right? And that's on the table, or on the highest table, metaphorically speaking, of explanation for the lights, right? Now, from that point forth, unless something comes along that does a better job, that just is the pinnacle. So if you're a man who seeks power and control, and you are ultimately going to be asked, what's the reason for the alignment? You go to the highest table available, go and grab that book, and read from that book. That then becomes the world, because a person in power has told you that's the world. Now, the fact that initially, I would imagine the people coming out of the box with this idea recognised the mathematics of their own invention and didn't necessarily sniff their own farts to the point that they thought that they could reify the maths of their own invention. They're just trying to better predict where the lights will line up, on what day. That's it. So they've got a convention that already exists with a calendar that already exists, and they're trying to square the circle at the behest of the church. That's what they come up with. That then makes its way to the highest table of understanding, and then over time it filters down to the point that nobody's telling anybody else, well, you can't actually suggest that we're standing on the curve of the protractor described in this centre point system with you on an equatorial plane described with the degrees of a ball that's sun-centric, because that isn't possible when we're measuring the world flat to describe that system and then working outside of the box to have that mathematically in a movement function explain epicycles with what we call planetary retrograde motion. It just means that planetary retrograde motion became the pinnacle of understanding, right, wrong, or indifferent. So that is all. But what else are you going to pull from? If you pull from something that's older than that, you'd have people go, well, the church has got this heliocentric explanation that seems better than yours, so you must be an idiot. I'm not going to trust you or do what you tell me. So they just pull for the highest possible source.
But surely, I mean, just a couple of things. So on the Easter one again, the Easter is just when the sun is in the east, which is a horizontal direction, and it's 50% on the equator.
No, there's far more to that. There's planetary alignments and the moon in terms of its phase on the last weekend after a full moon. I'd have to go back to that book.12 got it. I'll dig it out, The Sun in the Church, and dig out the section on where it explains what the alignments are doing for the church's Easter. I also had it explained to me about 12 or so years ago when I first got to Flat Earth by my uncle. I'm like, how can you believe this heliocentric motion? And he was like, that's what gives us our predictions for where we have our events. Like, we use this system. It's practically usable for us as Christians.
Yeah, but Easter's always on the... sorry, Nathan, my apologies. I'm thinking of...
Christmas?
Passover.
No, yeah, I'm thinking of Passover and that, yeah, sorry.
Passover and Easter are always
varies.
on the same time. You know why? Because Jesus is the Passover lamb.
Forget about the Christianity aspect of it. It's just about the date aspect of it. You're trying to square a calendar with the movements of the lights that have derived it with averages that don't line up. But then you've got a date that is for your celebrations, specific to alignments of the lights, as opposed to the arbitrary structure you as a man have come up with. It doesn't matter which calendar you look at, the Gregorian calendar or any preceding calendar. Those are what you've got, and they're imperfect. So you've got to then try and get something that actually gives you dates. Well, the source of the calendar is the lights to begin with, to start averaging it, but it doesn't necessarily give you the alignment that results in Easter. The problem they were having, again, this is back to the Sun in the Church and its explanations, this is where I've got my understanding. They were getting it wrong. That's the bottom line. With the current system that they use for the predictions to match up with their calendar, and utilising epicycles, they were getting it wrong. They'd tell the congregation when Easter would be, and then the full moon wouldn't come on that date. So it would be the following week. So they got it wrong. So that's the necessity driving the system. Make sense?
So, yeah, it does make sense. So the system that they, created for the heliocentric model gets it right for whatever reason. They've had to do what they had to do.
Well, it gets it closer to them being able to say it's going to be on this Sunday. Yeah? Because, again, what's a Sunday in a 7-week cycle that we've arbitrarily constructed? And it means nothing when you're trying to put a date in a pin in a calendar that's imperfect, that's derived from the averages that have come from the lights in the first place. You just want to be able to tell the congregation, on this day, be at church so we can celebrate this event. And if they're getting it wrong, that's embarrassing.
But it's weird because all these, like you talked about Easter, all these events and celebrations on Earth are all to do with where the lights in the sky are, apparently then.
Yeah, it goes both ways. To derive the calendar for it to be wrong, you first start looking at the lights to give you a calendar. When it doesn't match with events that in your biblical cosmology are suggested to be celebrated at a certain time with a certain star alignment, you need to know when that alignment's going to be. And if you can't correctly predict it and tie the two together, you'll tell the church to turn up on a certain Sunday and the full moon hasn't occurred. And you go, shit, but it can't be this week. It's got to be after the full moon, so it must be next week. Bloody hell.
Sorry, Nathan. I do apologise.
It's complicated stuff. It's just I'm getting frustrated because I'm pulling from a book that I read about 6 years ago.
No, you're not getting frustrated. You're getting excited, and I'm getting excited because it's good to talk about these things.
I'm even more excited. I just seen a trailer, and the movie's coming out called "I Play Rocky."
Yeah, but Easter, when you brought up in a Catholic school, is nothing to do with the lights in the sky. It's a religious event.
Yeah, but the date of it is determined by star alignment.
Yeah, so it's all to do with the lights in the sky, and that's it.
Yeah, so that's what Christians use heliocentrism for, specifically. That's what it's useful for. Otherwise, why else do you need it? The lights move around, we've got a calendar, why do we need it? Well, it's got to match. We've got to celebrate these things at specific times. Times, you say? Well, yeah, we've derived conventions for it, haven't we?
But
they said springtime is coming out.
If you wanted to infiltrate, so you've got this massive power over all these people, or influence, we'll call it, and that's where you need to infiltrate, so you can get your point through. So people who believe in the church, who believe in God, are then converted into heliocentric, which says, well, there isn't really a God.
Go figure that, right? That's what they did, though.
Yeah, but if you were the devil, I'll use that word loosely, the opposite of God, good, then maybe that's the best place for you to go to do it.
Yeah, you know what they say, the devil is in the detail. Well, in the case of where the devil resides for heliocentrism, it's in the man trying to mathematise God's handiwork. That's where the devil's got an opportunity to step in and fuck the whole thing up from the inside out.
Yeah, hold on. I read Isaiah chapter 14 all the time. I will be like the Most High.
So hence all deception, and then obviously other people see the advantages, and there we go. Anyway, football's on in an hour or two. I've got to go and cook dinner.
You know what? This freaking guy called me into work. I missed yesterday's game because I didn't think it was a game on yesterday. And now I'm going to miss today's game because I got to go to work.
Put it this way, we're going to have a repeat of the European final, but this time we won't lose on penalties.
Well, just hope it don't get messied up.
Boom, boom.
I think somebody will messy him up.
Boom, boom.
Neil, if you download ITVX from your app store, you should be able to watch it on there while you're grafting.
Oh, I could watch it on my phone. I got YouTube TV. But this guy, he's freaking deaf and hard of hearing, and he hears the slightest FED I got on in my pocket. You think he's going to let me sit there and watch the soccer match?
I don't know, maybe.
I will put it on and have it. Well, I think what we did was we put in a bay window. So I think now we just got to paint like around it, all the trimming we put up. So I'm putting it on. I don't care.
So you say a bay window. How do you measure that?
I don't know. I wasn't there when he took the measurements, but I'm sure he had to square everything up.
Yeah, so he squared it up and worked out the bay from the square.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's kind of the edges guy. They work good. It's amazing, Nathan, how he hears the slightest, like, I was in the truck with him yesterday. He said, I don't got my hearing aid in. What did you say? So I literally yell what I was saying to him. And then a couple of seconds later, a faint voice in my back pocket of the show. He was like, what is that? Do you have that show on? I can't think when you got that show. Oh my God, this guy's got selective hearing.
I can't think when you've got that show on. My brain's
because
occupied
he knows
with
where I
flat
stand. Yeah, he knows where I stand. I told him, I said, you use tools. You're not ignorant to measurements. You know damn well Earth is measured flat. How would you have any heights over distance? You're taking a plane, right? You said you're going to visit your daughter? What do you think? You're not flying level?
Indeed, Rooney. This has been the quietest visit to any of the servers thus far. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, because it's not. You're in freaking live stream too. There's nobody in there. And I'm very disappointed that you allowed Edibear to kick you to the Coliseum.
What difference does it make? Who cares?
Was he shouting victory? All right?
I couldn't give a crap. I've said this yesterday as well. To the guy, it wasn't him, it was a different guy called Jack or something. He's like, I've demonstrated the to a ball from a ball argument is incorrect from your perception based on a very carefully phrased question that you must answer the way I want it answered. You haven't, therefore you lose, therefore you loser, shut down your channel, Earth's not flat. That was kind of his logic, right? Okay, my response, okay, take it as a win. Okay, say that I'm wrong. Does it change anything that we do? No, absolutely not. So if someone comes along from this point forward and goes, I showed Nathan was wrong, I'll go, I couldn't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm not the arbiter of how Earth's measured. You know, I haven't come up with these things. I mean, at the moment, that particular individual, his only shtick is to try and make the globe Earth claims that are using flat Earth measurements Nathan Oakley's claims that use flat Earth measurements. And if therefore Nathan Oakley's demonstrated wrong, the globe claims, Nathan Oakley's claims that use flat Earth measurements are wrong. They're like, no, nothing could be further from the truth. The globe's using flat Earth measurements. They're not mine. It doesn't matter if I'm shown to be right, wrong, indifferent. If all the shit that people make up about me, the criminal stuff, was all true, it wouldn't make any difference to the argument. At which point, it's quite freeing. You're like, oh, so it don't matter. Do your worst. What's that? You won? Good for you. Well done. Oh, no, that means you're going to shut your channel. Oh, you think that means I'm going to shut my channel down? Or the Earth's not flat? Oh, no, you're barking up the wrong tree. Yeah, you think that by fighting the fire over there, you'll keep the water supply clean over here. You're like, no, those two things are mutually exclusive of one another. You know, you discrediting me won't change the outcome of a flat Earth and how it's measured. You know, it's fundamentally required by all people who ever measure Earth. I have no arbitration over it. I can step back. I mean, it's at my detriment at the moment because people on my own side find me very irritating because I'm taking away some fart-sniffing perceived power that they've gained because they've learned a bit about heliocentrism and can show how it doesn't work. You know, okay. But you weren't the arbiter of it anyway. I wasn't the arbiter of it anyway. That might make you annoyed from the flat Earth side, but it means that you could actually recognise how freeing it is. That suddenly it doesn't matter if you know what you're talking about. As long as you understand how Earth's measured, you'll never go wrong. But you won't ultimately take some glory away from it. That you were the all-seeing, omnipotent being that managed to convey this information to next man who didn't know it. When you understand it's just measured that way anyway, regardless of your viewpoint, regardless if you want to take the Roman Catholic heliocentric worldview, the one world religion of Lite, and accept it as being reifiable and real, well, you still need flat Earth measurements for that too. So it is literally inconsequential. People discrediting me, saying that you've won. Okay, what are you? Some faceless name, Elder Bear. Yeah, that's a nobody saying they've won on the internet. You're like, is that your standard? That's pretty low. But well done.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is you don't let a piece of shit like that treat you like that in any way, shape, or form.
I don't care. Do your worst. Treat me like I couldn't give a crap.
I'll deal
nothing.
with this dumbass.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean anything. Now, they might take it away, but like most things in life, frankly, without sounding nihilistic, and I don't intend to if I do, you know, most of these things don't really matter as much as you think they do.
It's the perception. If people perceive that you got your ass handed to you, then you got your ass handed to you and got kicked to the curb by a guy named Bear.
Okay, I'm willing to accept that perception. Okay.
I'm not.
Fine. You've got too much pride then, in my humble opinion. Because I'm saying I'm inconsequential to the argument. I said it to the Jack guy. I know it's not Bear, but it's the example I've got in my mind, right? He's like, I demonstrated that you can have a tangent to a ball. Not from a ball, but I wasn't going to go into that argument because then we've both got an introduction of a ball below a plane, tangential to it, when he's trying to redefine the axiom of perpendicularity. As long as I stick with, well, perpendicularity is at 90 degrees. No. He's never going to say, I want to beg the question of my ball dangling. He's never going to say that. So we go round and round in circles with him saying, you refuse to answer my very carefully phrased question the way I want you to answer it, therefore I win. And I went, okay. Does it change azimuth? Rah, 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 rah. They hear it because it doesn't change anything.
That's different. That was a good move by you. I got no objections to that, yeah. But when you got a schmuck like Elbear come in and saying, what are you doing here? Get to the Coliseum. Who the frick is he?
Well, he appealed to the moderator to save him from having to talk non-stop. What the problem was with Bear, right, in that particular circumstance, he was running out of steam quickly. He was getting gassed out because he's having to talk through me continuously to avoid any flat Earth evidence coming out from me. Because literally, I need 5 seconds tops of unimpeded air, and I've proven Earth's flat. So he needs to literally continuously rumpus. Now, in the open forum, that takes almost no energy for me. I'll just sit there and go, okay, let yourself tucker yourself out. Occasionally, I'll attempt to get a word in for 2 seconds before he realises he's got to gas himself out again and yak for another 5 straight minutes. He can't do it indefinitely. So eventually, he goes, moderator, move this somewhere where I can blame a mute button quick. So that's what happened. And I'm like, okay, well, I do actually have a live show to carry on with. So if the fact that I've got the opportunity to shut you up, I will. Now, if he goes, yes, I managed to get muted so I didn't have to continually interrupt him, therefore I win. Again, you're taking this victory from who? You're a faceless nobody on the internet suggesting that you've got to win because you had a random person nobody knows either, that's me, move to a different room where you got shut up because you couldn't shut up. That's a win. Again, have it. It's on me. Welcome to it. What's that? You're better than me because of it. Again, have it. What, Nathan's a poo-poo head and a criminal as a result of this? Okay, have that too. Again, doesn't matter. When I then say, after giving every single one of these concessions to some nobody that wants to take a perceived win from this, well, what about azimuth still being flat? It then starts again as a cycle where he needs to then continuously talk through me and never hear the devastating reality being laid out by me. Well, I'm still going to have a show 5 years from now. What's he going to do? Come in every single day and go la 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 for 16 hours straight?
My issue is with them too, because they allowed it. So they would rather hear some bullshit by him, because once he moves you to Coliseum, then he doesn't have to deal with it no more.
Yeah, because he's going to get shut up because I want to run a show. Now, in the public bit, I win either way, Neil, as far as I'm concerned, if you want to look at it in these terms. Either I'm in the public bit, where the only tactic to win is to never let your opponent speak, or get moved to a bit where your opponent can shut you up because you won't shut up, and then blame the fact that they've muted you. You're like, okay, that's the shallowest, lowest hanging win that you could declare. You're like, okay, well, should you not win by offering a decent argument? No, because the minute they do, like Edibert does, what's he shutting me up for? Let's rewind to before he had incessant verbal diarrhea. Well, it's when he said, you're trapped in the north. You're like every flat earther, you're a prisoner of the north. You haven't got any explanations beyond the north. I go, north's flat. Oh, shit, I need to launch into verbal diarrhea for the next 20 straight minutes. That's what he's done. And he can't fucking cope with it. So, I know, I'll launch into verbal diarrhea as long as I can cope, then appeal to the mods to move me into an area I do have control of. Because then he can calmly take a step back, because he can blame a mute button and go, ha, I didn't lose. I was shut down after verbal diarrhea for 20 minutes. Why? Because he couldn't cope with north. Like, if you go back far enough into the discussion, why did the verbal diarrhea... what necessitated the verbal diarrhea from Edibert? Well, him saying the word north. That's it. Well, do you think verbal diarrhea or declaring victories is going to change? It's on screen now. Do you think that's ever going to change what azimuth is?
Well, I think he started with south, and then he went to how we're prisoners in the north.
Yeah, both are flat earth directions. As soon as I started saying that, he needed to interrupt it continuously from that point till the point he got muted. But he wants to get muted so he doesn't have to concede a loss. Oh, so what? I couldn't give a shit. I literally couldn't care less anymore, Neil. Some pathetic no-name troll on the internet wants to declare he's won. What did he win? Did he win a speedboat? Did he get a holiday? Did he get cash prizes?
It's
I'm
just
asking, that's not rhetorical. Hold on, Len, sorry. I'm being sincere. What did he win?
He won my anger.
That's not his win, that's your loss.
Go ahead,
I'm being dead
what
serious.
were you gonna say?
This isn't a joke. My question stands. What if he's saying, I won, victory is mine? Okay. I mean, when I win in Fortnite, right, I get to shoot the last shot in the game. It still resets again afterwards. Like, it means absolutely nothing, doesn't it? A bit like the football. Like, it literally means nothing.
But yeah, the way that we're going on, it's just all confirmation bias. Then I forget the username of which one. No, it was fucking Icy Bin. He just kept scattergunning with loads of straw men to burn. But he keeps moving the goalpost. It's obvious with the measurements, and no one's drawing an imaginary plane line into space and then adding calculations afterwards for it to fit reality. Reality is just the way it presents from the original measurements. But it's hilarious. It's like we say everyone's a flat earther. Some just don't know it yet. But they need more and more information to I don't know how to verbalise this. Sorry.
Yeah, they're seeking higher degrees of confirmation bias each time, and if something stands in the way of their cognitively dissonant position, they need to shut it down to keep the balance of cognitive bias on one side. And in order to do that, they throw out straw men, red herring fallacies, ad hominem attacks, personal attacks.
Right, like you don't know what the South is.
Yeah, exactly. And then when it boils down to, well, let's get back onto the actual discussion at hand, South's flat. Well, no, you are a criminal. You are a child abuser. You are a con man, a grifter, a used car salesman. You are a liar.
The North.
It's like, okay, when you're finished spurging, Earth's still going to be measured flat with north and south, isn't it? But if we can put enough distance between those facts, or ideally hide them from the people around me who might shame me for not recognising it, that's, they're masking this information. When they're in Discord spurging out over the top of me, it's not because they don't want to hear it. They have heard it. They know what's coming. They know what's come previously. It's them stopping the people around them hearing it so that they don't get socially in the hierarchy they find themselves in shamed for their own ignorance. So they're defending their social stature and social position. And if the people around them don't hear it, they can't be shamed for it. That's it. It's really basic psychology.
I know, and that's what pisses me off about it. He got his freaking way, like a little child.
I think you've worn them down to a certain point. It's like Rob Noxious. The first few times you started going in these, he was excited. You could hear it in his voice that you were there. But the last visit, he didn't seem as excited. He seemed a bit worn down, like.
Very disrespectful, too. When he was respectful before, now he's worn down, and Nathan's a grifter again. He's a liar, child abuser, all the other things. I heard him yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I say, at the point that you stop caring, you can carry on through that without giving a tiniest of shit about it. Yeah, used car salesman. How do they sound? They sound mentally deranged, don't they? Like, all I said was south. In fact, half the time it isn't me saying it, it's them saying it. All they said was south. Then they're scared of their own fucking words. It's amazing. Maps. Maps have got... No, not maps, not maps. You're like, what? Well, you brought it up.
You brought up maps.
Yeah. Well, they're scared of their own words. Well, it's mentally exhausting. And what you're seeing as we do the rounds is that level is depleting, that they're getting gassed out because they can only engage in this high degree of cognitive dissonance for a certain amount of time. Now, me, it's not that I've got good stamina. I just know that Earth's measured flat and nothing's going to change it. Like, I've reached a point where I cannot have the measurements violate. They are what they are. Once you know, you can't not know. And there isn't going to be anything that could alter the axioms that we measure Earth with. They are what they are. They're flat for everyone. They're always used in the same way, like that chick yesterday. She's using linear distances and then superimposing ball Earth ideas after the fact that are incongruent with the measurements that are appealed to in the first instance, but just not recognised as being flat Earth measurements that every single position thereafter relies on. Now, if you've got a different example, let's not use her. Let's use, as we were already talking about him, icy spin. As soon as he needs to appeal to something like azimuthal directionality, a principle that is fundamental to most claims that they will ever present, they will require Earth be flat for it. So there's me, I just sit around until they tucker themselves out and then go, right, so azimuth's still a flat Earth measurement then. That's all I need to say. Now, if that takes 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, I can sit here the whole time. Half the time, it's like my wife brings in a couple of drinks. Sometimes when she's working overtime, I'll get a pizza brought to me. It's wonderful. But what am I doing? I'm sat in my lounge, in front of the computer, playing on computer games, just talking shit with people on the internet. For me, it's easy, because it doesn't mentally drain me. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes there's a bit of sport in it and you have to use a bit of mental energy to overcome their seeming position that might, for the very uninitiated dumb people watching, be recognised as a claim to be and therefore ball-proof. And you might have to unpack that for 10 seconds. But that 10 seconds can be dragged out for them for 20 minutes, can't it? If they can obfuscate that 10 seconds of, well, this is still a flat Earth measurement, you're measuring a degree in the horizontal from a plane of reference. If that sentence doesn't make it to air for 20 straight minutes, in their mind, well, that means that I can't just repeat it again once they've all spurged out and tuckered themselves. Yeah, I can. It's really easy. That's why they're all getting knackered out mentally and starting to fall apart at the seams mentally. And we're seeing it. Now, I didn't know that would be a byproduct of, Chuck disappearing on holiday for a couple of weeks. But it's like, well, I've got to keep my audience entertained. I still do want to pay the bills. And I've been doing this for 10 years. After people who are up against us currently, fly-by-night glurfs. It's like, Rob Noxious has been around for 12 years doing this. No.
I'm going to tell you something. What I'm feeling a little nervous about, that these pricks are going to go to this guy that's your publisher, who's Christian, and try to play him some of their little clips of you saying certain things with the hopes of this guy stepping away from you and not wanting to publish your book.
Number one, if Chuck did happen to do the dirty on me and say I'm not going to actually publish your book after all, I'd go, okay. Well, then I'll have to self-publish like everyone else does. No hard feelings. Why? Well, because I've described metaphorically fisting people with their own flat Earth measurements. Now, Chuck knows exactly who I am, as did 10th Man, who's the guy who introduced Chuck to me. Do you think 10th
that's true.
Do you think 10th's unaware of what I am or what I do? Absolutely
not.
not.
I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah.
Well, don't get me wrong, people have betrayed me, and that, is always an option. But you just generally have to be trusting in people that offer you assistance and trust that they'll actually do what they say they'll do. Now, don't get me wrong, that might not always work out the way you'd hope it will. Not all men are honourable men. But as far as I'm concerned, the people I surround myself with are trustworthy. The people on the fringes will be like the devil on someone's shoulder. Of course. How is that any different to anything that I've encountered over the last 10 or 12 years? Even sometimes from within, internally, with people that are suggesting to be your friend. It happens all the time. So what? Water off a duck's back, thick skin, that's all you need. But none of this will change. The book is a means to an end. It's a means to keep the lights on. At the moment, it's a means to have to prevent me constantly saying, can you hit the PayPal and Patreon link? Can you hit the Ko-Fi link or send me a coffee? That would be negated if I had a book income stream. But the fact that people around me are just as generous as they've always been and highly value what I do, again, that's what cracks me up. They're like, people are deserting you and saying you're a this, that, and the other. And you're like, no, wishful thinking. I get emails every single day from people telling me how much they value what I do and praising me and giving me money for it. They keep doing what you're doing. I really value it. I'm going to give you money and support for doing it. Thank you. And then you go into some troll room where, they're suggesting that their flat Earth measurements prove a ball. You offer them their flat Earth measurements back to them. They run away terrified and tell you that everyone's deserting you. You're like, this is called wishful thinking. You hope everyone will desert me. Like, I've been here 12 years. How many times do you think I've heard people saying, this time next year you won't even have a channel? In fact, I'm going to proactively have it off you. You're like, okay, other than you being a complete cunt, that doesn't change what I've been doing ever since everybody has been saying they'll have my channel off me, they'll have me shut down, I won't have a YouTube channel. People do it every day. And they think they're original. The most recent being Wayne. You think you're original with your copyright strikes? No, not in the slightest. You won't be the first. There's been 30 plus of them over the 12 years of doing this. No, you're not original. No, you're wishful thinking that I wasn't here pointing out how flat you measure Earth. But when that happens to them, they find it so enraging that they don't deal internally. They have no introspection about it. They go, I need to get rid of the messenger. And it's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Now, they will be the people that the public reflect upon. And they do.
Nathan, how about putting together your own soundboard with stuff like Michael Learns, his concessions, so whenever people, the other anti-flirts go against stuff, you play those sound clips and they've got to go against one of their own.
Because they will. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'll acknowledge you. Yeah, a good idea, maybe. Because there's certain concessions that would be nice to press a button and just have Matthew Learn say perpendicular to a plane called sea level or something like that. So I get what you're saying. But these people will drown their own high priest, right? It's like you think they'd throw Matthew Learns under the bus. Yeah, they'd throw Tyson under the bus. Let alone Matthew Learns. If it's incongruent with their argument in that particular moment, not only will they throw their own priests and mathematicians under the bus, they'll throw their own rhetoric under the bus. Quote, Sideman Dan, you and your reference frames have been ruined. End quote. What, so you're willing to literally dispose of the entire basis of the heliocentric two-reference frame rhetoric because I've described how wrong it is? So you're not only willing to sacrifice everything about claims of proof of Earth turn, just so you can get one over on me. As in, yeah, that's what they'll do. So, like Matthew learns is sacrosanct to them. No, au contraire. They'd throw him under the bus in a heartbeat if it meant getting one over on a flat earther for 25 seconds on a YouTube-based podcast. These people are pathetic.
But hearing it enough in familiar voices, it'll cause infighting between them and divide them then to the other one, to any rational thinkers amongst them, if there are any, they'll just see it as ludicrous.
I kind of get you. Without being mean to you, Len, it sounds like that's a vindictive streak in you that comes out. And in sincerity, as much as I might sound absolutely vicious when I describe metaphorically raping them with their own azimuth, that sounds pretty brutal. But in reality, once I finish this show, I stop thinking about it. Like, I don't care after that. So to muster the energy to go, I'm going to go and gather up a load of bits. I like getting the clips together for the shorts videos. That I do like doing, but that's because it's videography and it produces an outcome that I can see gain views, ad revenue, potential support from people because they like the material. Whereas a soundboard is a bit less like that. It might produce entertainment, but then it reminds me of like those crummy 80s and 90s radio DJs that would play bits out from their soundboard, like their sound effects and little clip-its, and I never liked that. I used to moan at QE about him doing it when he would dig out little clips and play them into the show. Like, it just sounds like a cheesy DJ. That's my opinion of it. So I get what you're saying, though, when it's particular sound bites of particular people that they are familiar with, and then I've got to explain it sometimes, and I don't know why I'm so negative.
Then we'll be copying what they do to you.
Again, that's maybe what they do, but even when they do it to me, I still view it the same. It's like, this is some 80s cheap DJ that hasn't got much to say. He leans into the soundboard because he hasn't. I can talk indefinitely. I don't need a soundboard to fill the air. I mean, I could, but then I'd start deteriorating into that cheesy 80s DJ that hasn't really got much to say. So he keeps playing clips of other people. Like, I just don't want to seem disagreeable. Like, I get what you're saying, and it is. Sometimes I do lean into that idea. Maybe if I just had a whole load of clips, if I could produce a whole new channel and just have nothing but concessions from ballers, make up the videography on it. But I'm like, when you say, well, that would cause internal fighting, it's like, well, not only do I not think about it, I don't care enough to want that. You know what I mean? I don't want them to fight. I couldn't give a crap. I don't care if they're fighting internally, if they all are a complete come-by-our group. I already know they're not. So this became apparent. Go ahead.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I could take that as an insult. You're saying I'm not entertaining enough and I need sound clips.
No.
The entertainment is how you handle these ballers. That's what everybody likes. They like the bloodlust, you know?
I don't care if they dislike me anymore, let alone if they dislike each other. But back in the day, I can't remember who it was, somebody came out with a video that was moaning that they hadn't been paid for making some Fight the Flat Earth backgrounds, right? They hadn't been paid as they were agreed to be paid, and they had gripes. They tried to resolve them. They couldn't resolve them, so they went public and started moaning. But they didn't stop at, I didn't get paid. They started detailing the bullying that went on behind the scenes if they didn't follow the rhetoric the way it was intended to be followed as far as they were concerned. The hierarchical system. Now, further down the line, like in more modern times, you have these people telling you that they've got a little number in terms of their perceived rank within their, like, glurf hierarchy. When I see that, I'm like, oh my God, the dweebs have decided to come up with a hierarchical system with numbers. Like, oh my God, I couldn't do that. Right? I struggled when I was employed. Right? I wasn't a good employee. I got fired all the time. Why? Well, because I didn't work well under other people. So being in a structure that gives you an ascribed number based on your glurf understanding and your abilities as a glurf, I just see it as the saddest thing. I'm smiling about it. It's absolutely pathetic. But then you go, this is who we're dealing with. We're dealing with complete nerds, right? They're not out there with women going out partying and dancing. They're ascribing themselves a rank within a dweeb paradigm and allowing themselves to be bullied by other men in Discord servers because they're not following the correct heliocentric glurf rhetoric to the letter of the Discord server. So there's bullying going on and people being persecuted. And you're like, isn't this in a voluntary Discord server that you're a member of? Couldn't you just not go in there? No, I want the let's do it more ad nauseam. I want the acceptance from these people. I want them to respect me as a good glurf. You're like, you sad little twat. You're allowing yourself to be bullied. And you go, yeah, that's the kind of information you find out very quickly. It seems very kumbaya, but they're all being whipped by each other to keep themselves in line. Being told what's a good argument or what's a bad argument and what they can and can't talk about. You're like, I couldn't tolerate any of this. Don't tell me what to do. Suck my balls. Yeah, I don't do being told what to do very well. I've got to be honest. But these people want... Oh, I hope you didn't make through to... My wife stood next to me. She went, yeah. Hopefully that didn't make it through. These people want to be in a pecking order. Like, that's why I've started calling them cucks. Like, yeah, you line up to get on that mattress with the other men. So sad. I mean,
they got an order for glurps too. They put Harp at 6th rank.
Yeah, they want to engage in their own cuckery and project it onto the people that they're opposed to. So, in other words, they'll start ranking us. You're like, okay.
Yeah, I lost a debate about sports being fixed to a sixth degree glurf.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to project the fact that you've been categorized within your own social hierarchy and given a number onto us. Feel free. But that's just not the reality. Like, you and I, Neil, as we have this conversation, we've got wives, right? Got better things to worry about, haven't we? Let's be honest.
Yeah, that was getting under Uruguay's skin, boy. You caught a nerve there, boy, and you kept putting your finger on it. These ugly bastards. Never have a wife. Nobody will ever want his children. That was working on him, boy.
Well, it's 'cause it's true. Yeah, well, truth hurts, Neil. That's the reality of that. Like, okay. You want to start telling me how many views you've got? Your 150,000 views means you're more popular. Oh, let's go and have a look at your channel. Oh my God! Check this guy out.
Uruguay guy's comment on abortions as well. He just dug a massive hole for himself there. Like,
yeah, but that's how you react when you're reacting on pure adrenaline because it's cutting deep, right? I know why he hangs around with men all day long. It's not because he's a homosexual. It's because he's fundamentally unlikable by women. Like, and I've been out with those kind of dweebs, right? As in, not dated them, as in gone out on the town, gone drinking with those kind of guys. And I know what those types of guys are like. I also know what those type of guys experience when they're out trying to get women. I know how women treat those kind of guys, right? Now, women are, I think the word's hypergamous. Do you know what that means? I might look it up. I'm using a word off the top of my head that I might have got wrong. Hypergamous, if I've got the correct word, means that they date up. Like, a woman will always want a man that's of higher stature than herself. You know what I mean? Somebody who's better, so that when they're having babies, the person that's with them is useful when they're very vulnerable. So women engage in hypergamy. That is to say, they're not going to date down. They're not going to date a guy that's of lower social status or lower income or lower looks. You know what I mean? They always want to date up. But that means that if you're like Gollum, right, you've got to find a girl that sees you as being above her. Now, there is a point. There's a lowest point. There's a lowest rung that you can achieve. Now, that's not to say that if you are a fundamentally unfuckable golem, that you can't find a morbidly obese, pizza-faced, rank woman that still sees you as above her. That is possible.
Oh, my God.
I'm just being brutally honest.
About there?
I need to look up if hypergamy is the right word. It's just, I'm going to ask Siri.
Poor guy. Hey, he did it to himself.
Yeah, I was right. Listen, hypergamy, the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background. Yeah, I was spot on. I love it when I get the right word.
Yeah, but that happens with guys like that. But
No.
Hold on
No,
a
you're
second.
wrong.
Hold on,
Men
because I gotta
always date
resist that.
down. Men will date down. You know, like when you like talk about beer goggles or, oh wow, she looked better when I was drunk. Well, men will date down. Like you just need someone warm and squidgy, and you're aroused.
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, in his case, that's the way it's going to be. But I've had the higher ones come down to me. You just got to be good looking.
Yeah, you're always going to be the prize. That's
Now,
the way it works.
maybe they were slumming. I don't know. Because, you know, they were way higher than me financially and everything, socially. And I don't know if they were slumming or not, but I had never had a problem that way.
The only time it ever works the other way around,
maybe
right,
if they would have brought me home to their parents, it would have been like, hey, this guy's a flooring guy. You got to find somebody like a doctor or a lawyer.
There's a term that women use when it does go the other way. So eventually it reaches a point where, and I've only found this out from recently looking at this particular social hierarchical structure that men and women separate themselves into. But there is a point where a certain type of woman will reach a certain age that they've termed the wall, right? Women hit the wall, and then suddenly men have got a far lower interest in them, at which point they go, oh shit, I need to grab what I can. Now, at that point, the women have got a term for this. They call it, quote, settling. Now, the guy that they settle with, they'll still want a guy that might not reach all the attributes that they want to be superior to themselves. That's more likely than not less in the looks department. So, yeah, every woman wants a guy who's 6 foot plus, right? 6 figures, 6 inches. That's what every woman wants. But when they go, all right, well, I've hit the wall, men aren't paying me any interest or less interest now, I need to settle down before the eggs go off. So I'm going to go with that guy who's a bit of a geek, but he does earn good money. So I'll go with him. The problem when that happens is those women always resent that guy. If he's of any degree, even the slightest lower in stature, looks, financial, mental capacity, if they're slightly inferior to the woman, they basically will despise that man forever. That's just how it works. I've seen it hundreds of times now. I've been watching these video clips that describe this exact scenario. There's a whole swathe of YouTubers that make videos on literally just that, and have got huge followings just going over and over and over that indefinitely. I'll give you an example. There's a guy called Taylor the Fiend, and he's just a little cartoon avatar of a Dracula type man, talking about just this all day. That's all he does. He's got like nearly 1 million subscribers. Pearl is another one who does it. The girl that we were covering about 2 weeks ago, do you remember Pearl? She basically covers this. That's all she does. That's her entire shtick, talking about this exact thing. How women date up, men date down. And if there's a circumstance where a woman has to date down, that guy's going to get treated like shit, probably cheated on, and eventually divorced, and they'll just steal his money, which is all they probably wanted to begin with.
Well, look at that movie Cocktail. It's true. How often does the bartender meet the rich girl that's going to take care of him? Never. It never happens.
Yeah, but the girls who are out at the cocktail bar banging the cocktail, that was me. I was that barman. I used to love working in bars. Right? I remember one time I went to get a job in a bar, right? I was poor and I needed a job. And I go into this bar. I'm like, I want a job. And they looked at me up and down and they're like, you just haven't got what we need. I went, what do you mean I haven't got what I need? And at the time, I was tall, dark, handsome. I was pulling lots of women. I knew exactly what they wanted. I was it. And they're like, what do you mean I haven't got what you need? I went, you need to tell me what it is that I need to do to get this job. I need this job. They're like, well, you need a pair of tits. That's basically it. In other words, they'd already got plenty of men behind that bar that were attractive enough for women to want to come in. They didn't need another man. They needed a woman behind the bar. So I'm like, oh, shit. So I'm never going to get this job. And they're like, yeah, basically. They were just straight up honest with me. I asked the right questions for them to just be brutally honest with me. And eventually I got the answer, you're not a woman. Therefore, you're never going to get this job. We want a woman to work behind the bar. We've already got 2 men.
From when I was in college and university up until about being 35, I never really pursued any women. I was always like playing gigs with bands, putting gigs on, putting festivals on, putting on skateboarding events and competitions. I was always busy doing things, and women just came for me.
Yeah, because that's pulling girls, the events that you're doing. That's how you pull them.
Exactly. You're behind the bar, so women approach you. That's it. You're doing something, you're interested, a woman staring at you from across the bar. For me, that was how it was. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got involved in proactively dating women when I wasn't doing any of those jobs that afforded me that ability. But exactly, Len, right? I assumed that my experience in terms of, well, women are, it's easy to find. Women just they're all over the place. You don't have to turn around and there's one trying to get into your pants. I remember throwing a party when I was, my wife's listening to this, isn't she? Are the kids nearby, Paula? No, they're in the next room. I was throwing a party at this house when I was a student, right? And I had a girlfriend, she was at the party. And I went into my bedroom and there's 2 women waiting in there to sleep with me. And I didn't even know their names. And having to say, no, you can't be in here. Eventually I'm going to come to bed with my girlfriend. But that was my perception of how it just was. You throw a party, women come round and they want to sleep with you. That's life, that's normal. So then later in life, and I mean like in the last 5 years, I've started watching these videos like from Taylor the Fiend and Pearl, where the majority of men do not fit into that category. Like 6 figures, 6 inches, 6 foot, you know what I mean? Most men didn't fit into that category. So when I was rich, tall, good looking, walking around in a tailored suit and handmade shoes and wearing a Rolex, it was absolutely a breeze. Women were all over me all day long. It was a doddle. And you think that's how life is for all men. Everybody's got this experience. You just go and get a job around women, I'd say to them. Or when I was dating on dating websites, I'd say to the guys, just go and get a dating profile of women in no time. Really easy. Easy.
Yeah, for you. But for them, it's not. Can you imagine Uruguay guy? Oh, boy.
Yeah, after the fact, like I say, recently I found out that the way those guys actually get treated is like dirt. Like pure dirt. Women will disrespect them so much it's untrue. So when I say to somebody, as soon as I clocked him, I know exactly what type of guy he is and how women will treat him. As soon as I start saying those things, cuts like a fucking knife, doesn't it? Like a knife through. Yeah, well, just like, you want to interrupt and say mantra when I'm in the middle of a discussion about tangent planes, I'm going to call you what you are, and it's going to hurt. It's going to be painful. Like hearing your nasally voice through the top of a discussion with a third man as you cuck for him. You can get away with that for so long, but you are what you are. The only reason you're here, rather than out producing a family, is because that's all you can do. This is your life. Yeah, saying mantra. That yeah. Simultaneously repulsing any chance of any woman who's even in the closest vicinity ever wanting to sleep with you. You know, you're perpetuating that worse by just being you and just talking. But like I say, identifying dweebs and the vicious, and I do mean vicious, the vicious treatment they get at the hands of women. That's another thing that I've learned. The guys that are out there, this is terrible. God, I hope my
So
wife's
wait,
not
you were
paying too much
treating
attention.
him like the women, if he ever did get one, would treat him. That's why it was hurting him so bad.
Yeah. Well, the ones that the guys that are settled for, right? They have these standards laid out by the women that end up with them, right? That you've got to do this, you've got to do that, you've got to be this type of man, you've got to respect this for me, you've got to provide that for me, you've got to do it at this time, at this deadline. The amount of stipulations that some guy that's slightly beneath them has to contend with is absolutely unreal. The same with the guys in the friend zone. They're the ones supporting financially the lifestyle of some of these complete hoes. Now, those same women will just shag a guy that they like the look of and find attractive without any caveats whatsoever attached. So the terminology these days is DTF, like down to fuck. You'd send that to someone on Tinder. I've never used Tinder, but I understand the terminology from watching enough of these YouTube videos, right? That terminology would be sent out to a woman, and if they like the look of the guy and find him attractive, they will drop everything and drive round to his house. Now, back in the day, don't get me wrong, I'm fat and old now, but back in the day, that's exactly what I'd do. I wouldn't use the same terminology because it didn't exist, but I'd say words to the effect of, do you want to come round and sleep with me? As in, you come to me, to this apartment, and you sleep with me. And once that's happened, you piss off and leave me the hell alone. Now, if you're up for that, then you can come round. And if not, I'll go on to the next, and there'll be a whole line of other women that will. Now those women were the same women that, after the fact, would be putting all sorts of stipulations on the guy they actually ended up with. You must do this, you must earn that, you must give me this amount of your earnings, blah, 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 blah. I want this, that, and the other from you. And loads of regulations and stipulations, because they're not the first choice, not the guy that they actually will give basically their virtue up for free. Yeah? When you're the guy that's getting that for free, or getting it given up for free, you don't think it's easy come, easy go, right? I remember, this is terrible, I'm sure I've told this story before. The one girl, I was like, I don't want you to talk. If you do come round this time, you've come round before, I don't want you to talk to me. I don't want any just sex, okay? No conversation.
Yeah, I had that too. This one girl sounded like it was a female Sylvester Stallone. I was like, and she looked like Cher. I was like, just don't open your mouth.
There was nothing wrong with the way this girl talked, particularly. It's just I didn't want to talk to her. All I wanted was the sex, and she was willing to offer it. She sounded perfectly reasonable. You know, she's just a woman.
Oh, boy, that's bad, Nathan. I mean, at least I had an excuse. She sounded like Rocky Balboa in Cher's body.
But she was a patron of the bar that I was working in. And I remember that particular bar didn't have table service. And I remember saying to the owner, I was like, look how many people are not buying drinks. Why don't I just grab a tray and go and take orders from the tables? And he was like, good idea. So I strolled over and she sat there staring at me with doughy eyes. You've seen it all before, I'm sure you can imagine. And, you know, at the time, you think this is wonderful, fantastic. But then by the time you've actually interacted with them for more than 5 minutes, you go, you're never going to be my wife. You know what I mean? So, who cares? You're just a bit of fun. But for that same woman, there's a guy that they're going to end up with that's going to meet a lot of, that's going to reach a certain standard. So Pearl covers it. She'll go through TikTok videos where women lay down the standard. They're like, the guy's got to be this, he's got to be that, he's got to do this, he's got to earn that, he's got to be X, Y, and Z. And like, those standards are only there for the guys that you don't actually want. The guy that you do want, he doesn't have to meet any criteria. He doesn't have to do anything. Anyway, us being vicious to dweebs. But like I say, I'm going to weaponise it now that I know it's the case. But men generally, 90% of men, get treated like absolute dirt. So even the ones that are close to attaining a high standard, like they're in the 85 percentile or whatever you want to call it, you know, they're close to that last 10%, they still get treated like dirt too. So the guy further down the pecking order is just shit on some woman's shoe, isn't he?
Well, it's funny because I could only listen yesterday.
Oh, that's just one more thing. Sorry, just one more thing.
I could tell he was in pain.
Just one more thing. My wife was listening back to that today, right? So each time the show finishes, I'll obviously render, and then the following morning I'll listen back to it and see if there's any bits I want to trim out. So today I'm getting Eleanor ready, and we're about to go out to her trampolining class, right? And I've got the iPad playing the show. And I walk out, I'm like, have you got your shoes on, everything ready? I walk back into the kitchen, and my wife is in pieces. She's just pissing herself with laughter. I'm like, what's so funny? And she can't even say it. She can't spit it out and tell me what she's laughing at. I'm like, what? What's so funny? What's so funny? And eventually, when she composes herself, making me slightly late, she's like, the way you described the guy in terms of how women would perceive him was hysterical. I'm like, well, what did I say? She said, my wife, Paula, tells me, she says, you described him as repugnant. And then she started laughing again. She's just like, the way you described him as repugnant. Because she's listening to him speak to me, of course. And she's like laughing her head off. Because it's true, right? I'm saying he's kryptonite to women. She hears him going, no, I get loads of pussy. And then me going, you're repugnant. And she's pissing herself. Like, literally laughing out loud uncontrollably. Can you hear me talking about Jörn?
No, the better was when they said if you got them pregnant, they'd squeak that shit out of them.
And then he was like, no abortions. I was just joking. You're like, oh, dig that hole deeper.
Well, yeah, Max, Uruguay guy. I haven't done anything with the anti-flurf troll for a while. But Surf Daddy put forward the idea of him going on about his rant that earwax is more useful than flat Earth. So I've been messing around with a bit where I've got McToon collecting earwax, and he's going to craft a little friend out of it. It's going to be a little Gollum-esque bloody Max. And he's going to get bullied off McToon. So I'll just add to that there.
There's a character in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I'm going to see if I can dig it out. Just give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, the guys are coming out. I see what's his name? King Harry.
Who?
The guy from England, the main guy. Uh-oh, here comes Messi. Oh, no, that's not Messi. They're making their way to the field.
Right, I found it. Let's share this in Master B, and then we'll round out on this note. So this sketch is called Your Wife, You're My Wife Now. And it's from a show from the 2000s called The League of Gentlemen. Some of you might be familiar with this. Some of you may not. I need to go on camera, don't I, if I'm going to do this, otherwise I'll get a copyright strike. Right, let's just set myself up and present it to you guys. Right, can you see that? Can you see that?
Yes.
Listen to this guy. I mean, that's the character, isn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, and that's the only girl he'll get, if he would get any.
Yep. Right.
Something hideous like that.
It's time to round out. I can hear things frying in the background. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and my G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing. Oh, it's my condenser, not the fan. Liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Millimeter it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.